There's a small town in America with an absurdly high mortality rate where everyone has died at least once, and yet nobody ever moves away. I'm talking, of course, about Mystic Falls. If you lived through the 2010s, you probably spent late nights torn between Stefan and Damon, rooting for them, suffering, and swearing you'd stop after just one more episode. Yeah, right, nobody ever stopped. But the Vampire Diaries was just the beginning. From that story came the originals, introducing the most chaotic and captivating family on television, the Michelsons. They proved that putting family above all can be a beautiful thing, and an absolute disaster at the same time. And then came Legacies, passing the torch to a whole new generation inside the Salvatore school. That's 3 shows, over a decade of history, doppelgangers, hybrids, witches, sacrifices, and more plot twists than any heart can take. And today, we're bringing it all together in one place. The complete saga, from Stefan's very first diary entry to the final chapter of Legacies. Every detail, every connection, every death. And trust me, there were a lot of them. So grab your popcorn, forget about the time, and come with me. Because today, we're going to relive it all. And I guarantee you, a lot of it is even better than you remember. A couple arguing in their car hits something on a foggy road. The guy gets out to check and is attacked, while his girlfriend is pulled into the sky by an invisible force. In Mystic Falls, we meet Elena Gilbert, trying to survive high school by faking that she's fine after losing her parents. Her brother Jeremy copes with his grief by using substances, and their aunt Jenna is overwhelmed as their new guardian. Stefan Salvatore, the new student, is mysterious and hides secrets. On the way to school, Elena's best friend Bonnie almost crashes her car into a crow and reveals she thinks she's psychic. Later, at the cemetery, Elena is chased by a crow, trips, and falls at Stefan's feet. Noticing she cut her leg, Stefan smells the blood. His face changes, and he vanishes before losing control. At the bonfire party, sparks fly between them until Vicky is attacked in the woods and later found dead from a neck wound. Stefan rushes home, suspecting the culprit, his older brother Damon. He has returned aware of Stefan's obsession with Elena. Stefan throws him through the window, if only to assert his dominance. At the hospital, Vicky wakes up terrified and whispers a single word: vampire. Another couple camping in the woods becomes a statistic. The guy goes to his car and is killed, and the girl is attacked right after. Oblivious to this, Elena and Stefan wake up feeling positive on the day a comet will pass over the town. Stefan has an urgent problem and uses compulsion on Vicky at the hospital to make her believe she was bitten by an animal. The smell of blood almost makes him snap, and he flees when Matt, Elena's ex, shows up. Later, Elena drops by Stefan's boarding house to surprise him, but Damon answers the door. Sarcastic, he brings up Catherine, Stefan's ex, and implies Elena is a consolation prize. Stefan arrives and cuts the conversation short. That night, as the town watches the comet, Damon corners Vicky on a rooftop. Stefan tries to save her, but Damon compels the girl to blame Stefan for the attack, just to torture his brother before wiping her memory again. Far from there, Elena returns to Stefan's house. They admit their fear of getting hurt and share their first kiss. Meanwhile, Caroline is in bed with Damon, who reveals his fangs and sinks his teeth into her neck. Caroline's night ends badly. She wakes up with bite marks, tries to flee, but Damon catches her. She defends herself with a lamp, but it only fuels his hunger, and he attacks again. At school, Stefan shows off by perfectly answering all the history questions and catching a football mid-air without looking, securing a spot on the team. To help Stefan and Bonnie bond, Elena hosts a dinner. Damon and Caroline crash the party, and Elena invites Damon in. The mood sours when Damon provokes Stefan about Catherine. Stefan notices his brother is using Caroline as a walking blood bag, but Damon warns him he'll do whatever he wants. At the football game, Jeremy starts a fight. Stefan breaks it up, cuts his hand, but the skin heals instantly in front of Elena.
But I saw it.
You missed. It's not my blood. See? I'm fine.
Damon tries to compel and kiss Elena, but fails because she wears a necklace filled with vervain. She slaps him and warns him she is not Catherine. Furious at the rejection, Damon kills the history teacher just to prove to Stefan that his humanity is gone, forcing his brother to realize he needs to stop him. Elena sees on the news that she was killed in an animal attack. Damon appears and bites her, but it was just a nightmare planted by Damon to torture Stefan. Cynically, the older brother tells him the police caught an animal responsible for the attacks. Jenna curses out her ex, Logan Fell, on TV, and Elena fights with Jeremy over an antique family pocket watch. Stefan and Elena's romance almost goes to the next level, but he pulls away when his vampire face begins to show. At the founders party, Damon compels Caroline to be his date. He tries to poison Elena's mind, revealing that his rivalry robbery with Stefan started in 1864 over the same woman. Elena discovers the bite marks on Caroline and confronts Stefan. Stefan improvises and spikes Caroline's drink with vervain. When Damon bites her, he agonizes in pain and is locked in the cellar by Stefan and Zach. The mayor, the sheriff, and Logan Fell, however, are looking for the Gilbert family pocket watch, knowing the vampires have returned. Damon spends 3 days locked up. Stefan takes away his daylight ring and plans to let him desiccate. Above ground, Vicky practically moves into the Gilbert house, and the main event is the school car wash, where Bonnie uses magic to drench a classmate. Damon, even locked up, spreads chaos. His compulsion is so strong that Caroline suffers from hallucinations. The tables turn when an elderly man tells Elena he met Stefan in 1953. Since Stefan hasn't aged a day, Elena is deeply disturbed. Stefan lies about his relatives, but the seed of doubt is planted. She finally realizes there is something very wrong with him. The truth comes out. Pushed to the limit, Stefan admits the truth, and a panicked Elena kicks him out. At the cemetery, Damon burns Vicky's friends' bodies and demands his ring back. When he goes to pour alcohol on Vicky, she wakes up. Trapped in the boarding house by the sun, Damon takes the girl, heals her with his blood, and, out of boredom, snaps her neck. At the ruins of his old estate, Stefan explains to Elena that in 1864, they both loved Catherine, a vampire who compelled them. In the present, Vicky wakes up in transition. Starving and burning in the sun, she runs off after Jeremy. Stefan intercepts her and warns that without human blood, she will die. That night, news reporter Logan Fell tracks Stefan and shoots him with wooden bullets. Before the fatal blow, Vicky grabs his arm. Damon appears, bites Logan, saves his brother, and reclaims his daylight ring. Vicky drinks Logan's blood, completing the transition. Stefan promises to help her, and Elena promises to keep his secret, but breaks up with him. Vicky loses control and attacks Tyler, but Damon wipes his memory. Stefan tries to act as a rehab counselor using animal blood, while Damon sabotages him by encouraging human blood. Caroline gives Damon's crystal to Bonnie. Bonnie's grandmother reveals the jewel belonged to the witch Emily Bennett, and it burns Damon when he tries to take it back. Damon finds out about the Founders Council and realizes his immunity to the sun has kept him free from suspicion. At the Halloween party, Vicky's hunger leads her to attack Jeremy. Elena intervenes and gets bitten. Left with no choice, Stefan stakes Vicky through the heart. Grief takes over. Elena slaps Damon, blaming him. Stefan is too weak to wipe Jeremy's memory. Surprisingly, Damon volunteers and compels the boy to believe Vicky moved away. Elena pours her heart out to Stefan, but the tragedy keeps them apart. Lexi Branson, a 350-year-old vampire and Stefan's best friend, arrives for his birthday and immediately strangles Damon. Thanks to the compulsion, Jeremy is highly focused on his studies. Bonnie embraces her powers and levitates feathers for Elena. At Stefan's house, Elena finds Lexi in a towel. The resemblance to Catherine shocks the older vampire, but Lexi plays matchmaker at the Mystic Grill, and Elena decides to be with Stefan. Damon ruins everything. He kills a man, alters the survivor's memory to frame Lexi, and clears his own name with the sheriff. The police inject Lexi with vervain. When she fights back, Damon stakes her. Stefan and Elena witness the whole thing. Enraged, Stefan attacks Damon with a stake, missing his heart on purpose as a warning, and leaves him bleeding. Bonnie is haunted by Emily. The new history teacher, Alaric Saltzman, gets close to Jenna and wears a suspicious ring. Exhausted, Bonnie throws the crystal away, but it reappears. During a seance, Emily possesses Bonnie and marches to the old church. Stefan figures out Damon's true motive. Catherine isn't dead, but sealed in a tomb beneath the church by Emily. Damon has spent 145 years trying to rescue her. Hearing about the possession, Damon rushes to the church. Emily warns that breaking the seal would release 26 other vampires and uses the comet's energy to destroy the crystal. Furious at losing his chance, Damon confesses his love was genuine and attacks Bonnie. Stefan feeds her his blood to heal her, and realizing the constant danger, breaks up with Elena. The situation worsens when Logan Fell shows up at the Gilbert house, demanding to be invited in. Jenna refuses to let Logan in. Newly turned, he attacks someone on the street. Stefan and Damon delay their departure to hunt him down. Damon finds him but is shot by Logan, who demands to know how to walk in the sun. At school, Alaric breaks up a fight between Tyler and Jeremy. Caroline accepts a ride from Logan, gets kidnapped, and is used as leverage to blackmail the brothers. The Salvatores riddle him with wooden bullets, but Logan warns them there is another way to open the tomb before escaping. Stefan tries to end things with Elena, but she professes her love, and they sleep together. In his room, Elena finds a photo of Catherine, realizes she looks exactly like her, and flees in her car at night. She hits a hooded figure and flips her car. Trapped in the wreckage, she watches the body snap its bones back into place and walk toward her. Elena screams as the figure approaches, but Damon saves her. In shock over the resemblance, she passes out, and he takes her on a road trip to Georgia to see Bree, a witch. Damon wants to know how to open the tomb, and the answer is Emily's grimoire. In Mystic Falls, Stefan asks Bonnie for help. She goes to the church, falls into the tomb, hears the vampires, and is rescued by him. In Georgia, Lexi's boyfriend beats Damon up and douses him in gasoline. Elena pleads for his life and saves him. Damon discovers Bree's betrayal and rips her heart out. On the drive back, Stefan reveals he saved Elena from the crash that killed her parents and investigated her to make sure she wasn't Catherine, proving Elena is adopted. Alaric spots Damon at the bar and recognizes him as his wife's killer. Stefan arms Elena with Vervain moments before Noah, the vampire she hit with her car, delivers a pizza. Stefan peacefully hands over his father's journal to Damon, pretending to support Catherine's rescue. They use the 50s decade dance to lure Noah out, using Elena as bait. Jeremy tells a vampire named Anna that he lent the journal to Alaric. At the dance, Noah threatens Jeremy and corners Elena. The Salvatores torture him and find out he was also obsessed with Catherine and that the spell book is essential. Stefan stakes him, but Alaric watches everything and pretends to be compelled by Damon. Alaric walks Jenna home and reveals his late wife's name was Isabel, the exact name of Elena's birth mother. At the end of the episode, we discover that Ben is also a vampire, secretly working with Anna. In 1864, Catherine teaches Damon how to hunt humans. In the present, Damon demands Jonathan Gilbert's journal. Jeremy gave it to Alaric, who pulls a stake-shooting gun on Stefan at the school. Stefan proposes a truce, but Anna has already stolen the journal. Bonnie senses Ben is dangerous, tries to escape, but is kidnapped. Damon figures out Anna wanted the journal, tracks her down, and steals the book back. Using the text, Stefan deduces the grimoire is hidden in his father's grave and goes with Elena to dig it up. Damon shows up and threatens to turn Elena. Stefan surrenders the grimoire. Piecing together Anna's true identity, Stefan rushes home, but Elena is gone. Elena wakes up as Ben and Anna's hostage in a motel, alongside Bonnie. They need the witch to open the tomb. Damon refuses to help, so Stefan breaks in, saves the girls, and later burns Ben alive at the cemetery. The group decides to open the tomb for Damon and burn the others. Bonnie and Sheila perform the spell. Anna and Ben had previously knocked Jeremy out to feed his blood to Pearl, Anna's mother. The tomb opens, and Damon drags Elena inside. Anna slips in, bites Elena, and revives Pearl. Stefan goes in to save his girlfriend, and she escapes. Bonnie's Grams warns them the spell traps vampires inside the tomb. With a colossal effort, the witches temporarily lift the seal. Anna and Pearl escape. Damon discovers Catherine isn't there, has a breakdown, and the trio escapes. Anna confesses that Catherine escaped a century ago. Bonnie finds her grandmother dead from exhaustion, and the blood left in the tomb revives a vampire, who slips out through the broken seal. The tomb vampire escapes and puts on modern clothes. Jenna discovers Alaric's ex was named Isabel, the same name as Elena's mother. Alaric makes the connection through a photo. Elena visits her mother's friend, Trudy, who serves her vervain tea and warns her of danger. Elena flees and is followed by a man. At the Founders fundraiser, Damon taunts Alaric, and Elena realizes Damon was the one who attacked her mother. While leaving, she is intercepted by the mysterious man, who tells her to stop searching and then kills himself by stepping in front of a truck due to compulsion. Elena takes his phone. Seeking revenge, Alaric breaks into the boarding house. Damon reveals that Isabel begged to be turned and then stabs him. His mystical ring brings Alaric back to life. Elena calls the number on the phone. Isabel answers, but hangs up. The escaped vampire arrives at Pearl's cabin. The tomb vampires adapt. Pearl wants her town back and offers to help Damon find Catherine in exchange for an alliance. He refuses, but she shows off her strength. Stefan and Elena go on a double date with Matt and Caroline. The vampire Frederick ignores Pearl's rules and mistakes Elena for Catherine. Stefan protects her, but Frederick breaks into the boarding house and stabs him. His partner Beth Ann tries to help, but Stefan stakes her, forcing Frederick to retreat. Jeremy tests a theory, cuts his hand, and the blood brings out Anna's vampire face, leading her to attack him. Jeremy confesses he already knows what she is and asks to be turned. Anna refuses to turn Jeremy. Frederick ambushes Stefan, stabs him, and tortures him with vervain. Damon, Elena, and Alaric storm the hideout. Alaric clears the way, killing vampires. Elena ignores orders and goes inside. During the escape, Frederick beats Stefan to a pulp. Left with no choice, Elena offers her wrist. Stefan drinks her blood, regains his strength, and brutally kills Frederick. Caroline's car gets stuck in the storm, and she finds Vicky's body in the mud. Witnessing his grief makes Anna realize Jeremy only wanted to become a vampire for Vicky. The taste of human blood awakens the monster in Stefan. Damon catches him surrounded by empty blood bags, drinking desperately. Stefan hides his cravings, but Damon notices. The insufferable Uncle John alerts the council about the return of the vampires. Elena tells Jeremy she's adopted, but he snoops through her diary and discovers the entire truth about Vicky. On Founders Day, Stefan downs whiskey to curb his hunger but snaps, assaulting and compelling a man. After a fight, Kelly bleeds. Stefan sees it, runs off, and licks the blood off his own fingers. Uncle John reveals to Damon that he knows about the tomb, so Damon throws him off the balcony. Surviving via his mystical ring, John confesses he sent Isabel to Damon. Stefan confesses his agony to Elena. At the boarding house, Damon purposely leaves a glass of blood out, and Stefan downs it in one gulp. Stefan swears he has stopped drinking human blood, but Damon catches him. At the Miss Mystic Falls pageant, Elena and Caroline compete for the crown, while Bonnie avoids Elena, blaming the Salvatores for her Graham's death. Damon warns Elena about his brother's addiction, and Stefan disappears into the woods with Amber. The hunger wins, and he attacks the girl. Damon, Elena, and Bonnie intervene. Stefan throws his brother aside, but Bonnie fries his brain with magic. Back home, Stefan tries to attack Elena in a manic state, but breaks down in tears, terrified. Elena holds him, injects him with vervain, and, along with Damon, locks him in the cellar to detox. In the cellar, Stefan relives 1864. After Catherine had them shot, he completed his transition by drinking from his own father and forced Damon to feed, damning him. In the present, Elena ignores his threats and enters the cell to support him. Damon and Alaric kill one of Pearl's vampires while investigating Uncle John, who fails to manipulate Pearl. Trying to flee town, Pearl is staked and killed, leaving Anna devastated. At the quarry, Stefan considers letting himself burn in the sun, but Elena convinces him to fight. Damon admits that his hatred stems from the fact that Catherine turned Stefan too. At the grill, Alaric hears Isabel's voice. She is alive and dangerous. The family reunion happens. Isabel shows up acting cynical and demands Alaric set up a meeting with Elena. The mood is ice cold. Isabel ignores her daughter's emotions and demands Jonathan Gilbert's invention, which is with Damon, threatening to kill everyone Elena knows. It becomes clear that Isabel and Uncle John are working together on Catherine's orders. Damon refuses to hand over the device. Isabel kidnaps Jeremy. Left with no choice, Elena asks Damon for the device, and he hands it over. Bonnie comes up with a solution, a spell to deactivate the weapon and protect the vampires. Elena hands the device over. Before leaving, Isabel confesses to John her ultimate fear that the Salvatores will turn Elena, asking him to kill them. Damon puts the pieces together. John is Elena's biological father. Jeremy comforts Anna, who is shattered by her mother's death. The real bombshell drops at the end. Bonnie confesses to Caroline that she didn't deactivate the device at all, letting her vengeance win. The town prepares for the Founders' Day parade. Elena appears in period clothing, looking exactly like Catherine. Amidst this, Stefan reveals to Elena that John Gilbert might be her biological father. Anna goes to Jeremy, gives him a vial of her blood and explains a vampire's ability to turn off their humanity. The idea appeals to the broken boy. That night, John and Mayor Lockwood activate the secret Gilbert family weapon. The high-pitched noise takes down the tomb vampires, Stefan and Damon, but strangely also affects the mayor and his son Tyler. The police inject the vampires with vervain and throw them in a basement. The bloodbath begins. John stakes Anna through the heart in front of Damon and sets the place on fire. Thanks to a spell by Bonnie, Stefan walks into the flames and saves his brother. Back at the house, believing he is alone with Elena, Damon pours his heart out and the two share a kiss. But the plot twist happens in the kitchen. Elena chops off John's fingers, takes his ring, and stabs him. The real Elena arrives at the house. It wasn't her on the porch. Catherine Pierce is back. Panic sets in. Catherine vanishes before Elena can process the attack. Stefan rushes to check on Jeremy, who took Anna's blood and a bottle of pills, but the boy is alive and human. With Catherine on the loose, the psychological terror begins. She pretends to be Elena to embrace Stefan, who sees right through the charade and intimidates Bonnie. At Mayor Lockwood's wake, his brother Mason shows up bringing questions for Tyler. Tired of the manipulations, Stefan forces John to drink his blood and gives him an ultimatum: leave town in 24 hours or be turned into a vampire. The night saves the worst for Damon, who is rejected by both women. Catherine tells him she has always loved Stefan. Drunk, Damon seeks comfort from Elena, only to hear the exact same phrase. Out of rage, he sees Jeremy and snaps the boy's neck. Elena screams in despair until she notices the Gilbert ring on her brother's hand. He will come back, but the damage with Damon is irreversible. At the hospital, Catherine smothers Caroline with a pillow, leaving a clear message: the game has begun. Caroline wakes up confused with an uncontrollable hunger. She steals a blood bag, drinks it, and completes her transition. The popular girl is now a vampire. The school throws a carnival, the perfect setting for disaster. Damon suspects Mason Lockwood, who is looking for a moonstone, and compels a carny to pick a fight with Tyler. Mason defends his nephew with an impossible leap and glowing yellow eyes.
Your eyes.
Meanwhile, Caroline struggles with her new instincts. The smell of the injured carny's blood is too strong. She loses control and accidentally kills him. Damon finds her and readies a stake to eliminate her, but Elena and Stefan step in the way. Bonnie arrives, blames Damon, fries his brain with magic, and creates a ring of fire. Elena manages to calm her down. After the chaos, Stefan decides to give Elena a moment of normalcy. He takes her to the top of the Ferris wheel before dawn. Alaric discovers that Isabel was researching werewolves. Damon mocks the idea, but heads to Duke University with Alaric and Elena. Stefan stays behind to act as a sobriety sponsor for the newly turned Caroline. At Duke, the assistant Vanessa shoots an arrow at Elena. In a rare act of heroism, Damon jumps in front of it. Through the research, they discover Katerina Petrova's origins and an Aztec legend. A werewolf bite is fatal to vampires. Meanwhile, Stefan teaches Caroline to hunt animals, but her insecurity flares up. Insanely jealous of Matt with another girl, she uses compulsion, causes drama, and gets dumped by him. In the woods, Tyler snoops around the family's old cellar, while Mason chains himself to a truck. He transforms into a wolf and attacks Caroline. Stefan and Tyler intervene just in time. Caroline wipes Matt's memory. Exhausted, she goes to sleep, only to wake up to Catherine sitting on her bed, promising a lot of fun. Stefan has a nightmare and wakes up to Catherine in his bed, claiming she came back for him. Not falling for it, Stefan stabs her with vervain and chains her up in the cellar. Through flashbacks, Catherine reveals that George Lockwood orchestrated the vampire hunt in 1864. Knowing he was a werewolf, she traded a moonstone for her freedom, letting the others burn. At a barbecue, Damon provokes Mason by stabbing him with silver. Since silver doesn't hurt werewolves, Damon makes an enemy for nothing. In the cellar, Catherine turns the tables. She reveals she is immune to vervain after 145 years of daily microdoses. She breaks the chains and stabs Stefan just as Elena walks in. The doppelgangers come face to face in an incredibly tense moment before the villain disappears. Knowing Catherine is using Caroline as a spy, Stefan and Elena fake a dramatic breakup at the grill. The episode ends with Catherine back in 1864, promising the Salvatore's dead bodies that one day they would be together. A flashback shows Mason triggering his curse after accidentally killing a friend. In the present, Mason takes aim at Damon, spiking the lemonade at a town event with vervain. Damon collapses in front of Sheriff Forbes, who finally starts to believe the werewolf. When the Salvatores corner Mason in the woods, they fall into a trap. Deputies shoot them with wooden bullets and arrest the brothers. Caroline uses her super hearing and rushes over with Elena. To save them, Caroline reveals her vampire face to her own mother, who looks at her with pure disgust. Damon locks the sheriff up until the vervain leaves her system so he can compel her, while Elena cuts her hand to offer her blood to heal Stefan. At the Lockwood mansion, Tyler discovers Jeremy knows about the curse. The two fight over the moonstone, and Tyler almost triggers his curse by pushing a girl down the stairs. Scared, he gives the stone to Mason, but the real curveball comes next. Mason gets into a car and hands the artifact to Catherine. The two kiss, with Mason having no idea he is just another pawn in her game. Catherine swears her love to Mason. Team Salvatore connects the dots. Alaric discovers the stone breaks the curse, and Jeremy reveals Mason has it. To fool Catherine, Stefan and Elena keep up their fake breakup. With Bonnie's help, Damon kidnaps the werewolf. The witch reads his mind and finds out the stone is hidden in a well on the Lockwood estate. Damon tortures Mason with wolfsbane and, proving that the truth hurts more, tells him Catherine doesn't love him before ripping his heart out. The search in the well is chaotic. Stefan falls into vervain-laced water and Elena into a snake pit. Caroline saves everyone and recovers the moonstone. Tragically, she wipes her own mother's memory to protect her. Thinking he's won, Damon taunts Catherine over Mason's phone. Furious, the villain activates Plan B. She compels Jenna to stab herself in the stomach. Jenna barely survives, but a terrified Elena breaks up with Stefan for real. Without Mason, Catherine sets her sights on Tyler. She compels Matt to provoke him to death and trigger the curse.
I'm not going to stop until he kills me.
Catherine corners Caroline. Either they hand over the moonstone at the masquerade ball, or there will be a massacre. Damon and Stefan decide to kill her at the event. The team builds an arsenal, and Bonnie prepares a containment spell. Elena stays home to take care of Jenna. At the ball, Catherine arrives with a witch named Lucy, gives the green light for Matt and Tyler's fight, and kills a girl to show she's not messing around. The trap is sprung. Caroline lures Catherine into the spelled room. Damon drives a stake into her, but outside, Elena screams in pain with the exact same wound. The witch linked the two of them, paralyzing the Salvatores. Elsewhere, Matt and Tyler fight. Caroline knocks Matt out, but a compelled Sarah attacks Tyler, who pushes her away. She hits her head and dies, triggering the curse. Bonnie confronts Lucy, discovers they are cousins, and gets the witch to break the linking spell. Lucy hands the stone over to Catherine, but it's a trick. The touch makes her pass out. Damon locks the villain in the tomb, ignoring her warnings that Elena is in danger. In the parking lot, a masked man attacks Elena and kidnaps her. Elena is then handed over to the vampire Trevor. Damon warns Caroline to stay away from the now werewolf Tyler. The boy is no fool. He corners Caroline and she reveals she is a vampire. In captivity, Elena meets Rose. She was kidnapped for being the Petrova doppelganger, the perfect bargaining chip to trade for freedom with Elijah, an original vampire. To track her down, Bonnie performs a spell using Jeremy's blood, suffering from dangerous nosebleeds. Map in hand, the Salvatore brothers hit the road. Elijah arrives at the mansion looking impeccable. He pardons Rose but decapitates Trevor in the blink of an eye. Just as he prepares to take Elena, the brothers crash the place. After a brutal fight, Damon stakes Elijah through the heart. Rose flees, and Elena hugs Stefan. Back home, Damon has a vulnerable moment. He returns Elena's necklace, confesses his love, and admits he doesn't deserve her. Tearfully, he compels her to forget it all. The ending proves the nightmare has barely begun. Back at the house, Elijah simply pulls the stake from his chest and revives. The originals are in a league of their own. In a harrowing flashback, Katerina gives birth, but her father tears the child from her arms, explaining much of her trauma. In the present, Elena descends into the tomb with blood and the Petrova journal to bribe Catherine in exchange for answers. The vampire reveals how her life fell apart. Running with the moonstone from Klaus's crew, she was sheltered by Rose and Trevor. When Rose panicked and locked her up, Katerina's survival instinct kicked in. She hung herself with vampire blood in her system, completing the transition to escape. In town, Bonnie discovers that the new kid, Luca, and his father, Jonas, are warlocks. Damon and Rose ask Slater for help tracking Klaus, but Elijah shatters the UV-proof window by tossing coins, burning Rose and forcing both to flee. Down in the tomb, Stefan tries to warn Elena about his ex's lies, but Catherine warns them. If Elena runs, Klaus will slaughter everyone. To prove the danger, Elijah compels Slater to stake himself with Jonas by his side. inside. Left alone, the ruthless Catherine cries as she looks at a drawing of her parents. Focused on stealing the moonstone from Catherine, the Salvatore brothers fail to notice Elena activating her martyr complex. She drags Rose to Slater's house and, finding him dead, sends a message offering her surrender to Klaus. With the full moon approaching, Tyler and Caroline find Mason's journal and a terrifying video of his first transformation. While Bonnie tries to bring down the tomb's barrier, Jeremy decides to play hero and goes in alone, becoming Catherine's next snack. He throws the moonstone outside, and Stefan saves him at the last second, but ends up trapped inside with the psychopath. Miles away, Damon stops Elena's suicide mission at Slater's house. Two random vampires try to take her, but Elijah shows up and rips their hearts out, sparing Damon, Rose, and Elena. Back home, Damon holds Elena back so she won't run to the tomb. Elijah's bizarre behavior makes sense when he explains to Jonas why he didn't kill the Salvatores. They would give their lives to protect Elena, which is exactly what he needs right now. The countdown to the full moon begins. Tyler is terrified, and the werewolf Jules shows up looking for Mason. Elena tries to escape to turn herself in, but Bonnie magically locks her inside the house. The witch and Luca fake the moonstone's destruction, but Luca secretly hands it intact to his father. At the Gilbert house, Jenna invites Elijah inside. The original doesn't attack her. He proposes using Elena as bait for Klaus in exchange for her friend's safety. Elena accepts, demanding an extra favor. At the grill, Damon tries to poison Jules with wolfsbane. She sniffs out the trap and warns him that he's marked for death. That night, Tyler's transformation is pure agony and breaking bones. Caroline stays by his side until the very last second before locking him up. At the boarding house, a wolf attacks Damon, but Rose jumps in front and takes the bite. Although the wound seems to heal, it soon gets infected. It's a death sentence. Elena's favor is cashed in. Elijah frees Stefan from the tomb and compels Catherine to stay trapped. At dawn, Caroline comforts a completely devastated Tyler. Jules wakes up in the woods, surrounded by bodies. She fakes crying to a park ranger and, catching him off guard, bludgeons him to death. Meanwhile, Stefan decides to drink vervain to build a tolerance against original compulsion, surviving suffocation in a painful process. The real focus, however, is Rose. The werewolf bite is melting her brain. She suffers severe hallucinations and flees, leaving a trail of innocent victims. Damon presses Jules for a cure, but discovers there isn't one. The only way out is a stake to the heart. When he finds Rose, the scene is utterly heartbreaking. Damon takes her home, uses compulsion to give her one last peaceful dream in the sun, and kills her to end her suffering. The grief destroys him. Lying on the road, he confesses to a stranger how much he misses being human, moments before attacking her. To cap off the nightmare, John Gilbert is back. The mood is heavy. Tyler discovers Caroline hid Mason's death, and their friendship crumbles. Elena and Damon try to wring the truth out of John Gilbert at the grill. Focused on the real threat, Damon restrains himself when Jules kidnaps Caroline, demanding Tyler in exchange. The Salvatore brothers show up heavily armed to the meetup, sparking a war between vampires and wolves. The saving grace is the warlock Jonas, who takes down the wolves with a spell and tells them to get lost. Badly beaten, Caroline cuts ties with Tyler, who, feeling rejected, tells Jules about the moonstone. Meanwhile, John reveals the ultimate weapon. The only way to kill an original is with a dagger dipped in white oak ash. The night ends on a dark note. Damon vents his frustrations in the bathtub with journalist Andy, admits he hates the pressure of being the good guy, and ends up compelling and biting her. And John keeps playing dirty, secretly conspiring with Catherine and Isabel. The wolves decide to wipe out the vampires to stop the curse from breaking. Worried, Stefan takes Elena to her family's lake house, where they uncover a hidden arsenal of hunter weapons. In town, Tyler fully joins the pack to find the moonstone, oblivious that it will cost Elena her life. He tracks Caroline's phone and sends the pack straight to the lake. Meanwhile, diplomacy fails. Wolves invade the Salvatore house, poisoning Damon and stabbing Alaric. The unexpected savior is Elijah, who walks in and coldly rips out the hearts of 3 wolves, saving Damon. At the lake, the ambush begins. Stefan and Elena fight for their lives. She stabs Brady, and Stefan finishes him off. The real gut punch comes from Bonnie, who uncovers Elijah's secret. He plans to sacrifice Elena regardless. When Stefan tries to warn her, Elena doesn't flinch. She had already accepted her death to save her friends. Broken, Tyler decides to leave Mystic Falls with Jules. At the cabin, Elena combs through the journals. Stefan confesses his dark past. Upon turning into a vampire, he flipped his humanity switch and nearly wiped out her family line until Lexi saved him. In town, Damon visits Catherine, who reveals a major problem. If Elijah dies, the compulsion will keep her trapped in the tomb forever. Unfazed, Damon decides to kill him at a dinner party. But at the lake house, Elena reads the fine print. Any vampire who uses the dagger dies along with the target. John's plan was to kill Damon too. Stefan warns Alaric just in time, and the history teacher plunges the weapon into the original. The fatal mistake? The dagger cannot be removed. Elijah revives, voids the protection deal, and hunts Elena down at the cabin. Cornered, she threatens to kill herself to become a vampire, stabs herself, and when Elijah drops his guard to help her, she drives the dagger into his chest, taking him down. Back at the Salvatore boarding house, Damon finds Catherine in his shower, with Elijah dead. The compulsion is broken, and the town's worst nightmare is on the loose again. Catherine goes back to making everyone's lives hell, impersonating Elena and claiming she can be useful against Klaus. Damon searches for the site of a witch massacre, while Jonas astrally projects Luca's invisible spirit into the boarding house to pull the dagger out of Elijah. Catherine notices the floating weapon and fights the spirit off. Damon solves the problem by taking a flamethrower to Elijah's body, which ends up burning Luca to death in real life. Blinded by grief and rage, Jonas storms the Mystic Grill looking for Elena, blows the place up, and stabs Matt. Left with no choice, Caroline feeds him her blood to save his life. The warlock heads to the Gilbert house, where Catherine attacks him. Stefan finishes the job, but before dying, Jonas restores Bonnie's powers and gives her the mission to kill Klaus. When Matt wakes up, Caroline finally tells him she's a vampire. Panicking, he connects the dots and demands to know what they did to his sister Vicky. The nightmare ends with Jenna opening the door to Elena's biological mother. Isabel is back. Isabel's arrival blows up the Gilbert family. Jenna realizes everyone has been lying to her and leaves in tears. Alaric ends up punching John. Damon, Bonnie, and Jeremy go to the witch massacre site. The spirits try to burn Damon, but Bonnie viscerally absorbs the magic, securing the weapon against Klaus. At the Lockwood event, Isabel makes her move. She bites John as a distraction, allowing Catherine to kidnap Elena. Ever the traitor, Isabel stabs Catherine with the help of the warlock Maddox. Then she takes Elena to the cemetery, right to her own empty grave. After Maddox confirms she has followed Klaus's orders, Isabel asks for her daughter's forgiveness, tears off her daylight necklace, and burns to death in the sun. The teen drama worsens when Matt demands the full truth from Caroline. Claiming he can't handle it, he asks to be compelled to forget. Caroline obliges, unaware that the sheriff had given him Burvane. Matt is now a spy. The episode ends with Catherine waking up just in time to see Klaus debut his newest vessel, Alaric's body. In Alaric's body, Klaus tortures Catherine for information and forces her to stab herself. Elena pulls a masterstroke. She signs the Salvatore boarding house over to her own name, dictating the entry rules for Damon. Tired of being cooped up, she attends the school's 60s decade dance with Stefan and Bonnie. The piece is short-lived. Klaus, now the substitute history teacher, lets her know he saved the last dance for her. Bonnie decides to use all her absorbed magic against him, even knowing it will kill her in the process. Damon finds out and keeps his mouth shut. In the hallways, the confrontation explodes. Bonnie overloads the fake Alaric with extreme magic until she bleeds and collapses, pulseless. Elena's despair is absolute.
I can't find a pulse, Stefan. Do something, please. Stefan, please just give her blood. Do something, please.
Damon takes the body away amidst everyone's hatred, but soon reveals the ruse. Bonnie is alive and protected by a spell in the tomb. Klaus needed to believe the witch was dead to back off. Elena forgives the lie but refuses to let her friends sacrifice themselves. Changing the rules, she goes down to the basement and pulls the dagger from Elijah's chest. The dagger comes out and Elijah wakes up gasping Katerina's name, haunted by her resemblance to Elena. In the present, the girl hands the weapon back as a vote of confidence, and the two slip away without Stefan and Damon noticing. Away from the brothers, Elijah drops a bombshell. He and Klaus are brothers from the original family. The sun and moon curse is just a lie made up by Klaus, so people would hunt down the Petrova doppelganger for him. The truth is, their mother had an affair with a werewolf, making Klaus the first and only hybrid. His wolf side was bound, and he needs Elena's blood on the full moon to unleash it. Impatient, Klaus invades Jenna's house in Alaric's body and brutally exposes that vampires exist. Stefan swoops in swinging, but the psychological damage is already done. Elena has to comfort her aunt, who has just uncovered the town's deadly secrets. At the Salvatore house, the tension reaches its breaking point. Stefan throws it in Damon's face that Elena respects him, something the older brother will never have. Damon snaps and kicks his girlfriend Andy out with a threatening bite. To make matters worse, the charade is over. Klaus abandons the teacher's body and steps out of a coffin in his true form, ready for the slaughter. With the ritual imminent, Elijah offers an ancient elixir to resurrect Elena after Klaus drains her. She accepts the risk to save everyone, but Damon, unable to bear losing her, forces her to drink his blood in a purely selfish act. She will come back as a vampire. The unforgivable move leads to a brutal brawl, with Damon driving a stake into Stefan's gut. Meanwhile, the sacrifice proceeds. Witches lure and kidnap Tyler and Caroline into the tomb. Trying to clean up his own mess, Damon storms the captivity site, kills Maddox, and frees the pair. However, the full moon rises, and Tyler begins to turn. During the escape, the werewolf bites Damon's arm, a death sentence with no cure. Far from the chaos, Stefan takes Elena to a waterfall, giving her one last moment to mourn her stolen humanity. At sunset, Klaus takes the leading lady. Damon tries to bluff, claiming he ruined the ritual, but Klaus had already captured the wolf jewels as a plan B. To replace Caroline, the unthinkable happens. Elena arrives at the site and finds Aunt Jenna on the ground, in transition to become the vampire sacrifice. Matt and Caroline flee from a fully turned Tyler. Matt shoots him and, once safe, drops a bombshell. He already knew Caroline was a vampire because Sheriff Forbes herself supplied the vervain. Shocked by this reality, Matt decides life is hard enough as it is, and breaks up with her. At the quarry, the ritual proceeds. Forced by the witch Greta, Jenna completes the transition by drinking blood. Stefan tries to offer his own life in her place, but Klaus simply paralyzes him with a stake. Left with no options, Klaus kills Jenna right in front of Elena. He then drains the protagonist's blood until she falls lifeless, beginning his transition into a hybrid. Bonnie shows up using heavy magic to weaken Klaus, and Damon rescues Elena's body. Elijah gets the perfect opening to kill his brother, but Klaus bluffs, revealing their family's bodies weren't thrown in the ocean. Manipulated, Elijah hesitates and flees with the hybrid. At the mansion, Elena wakes up human. John Gilbert sacrificed his life force in a spell and drops dead outside, giving his life for his daughter. After John and Jenna's double funeral, Damon delivers the final piece of bad news to Stefan. He was bitten by Tyler, there is no cure, and his days are numbered. Damon tries to cut his death sentence short by taking off his daylight ring in the sun, but Stefan locks him in the cellar, swearing to find a cure. In the woods, Klaus celebrates his new wolf abilities. Stefan tracks him down and discovers that the original's blood cures the bite. Klaus demands a steep price to save Damon. Stefan must revert to the out-of-control Ripper of his past. He accepts, draining blood bags to prove his loyalty. Meanwhile, Klaus betrays Elijah and daggers him. Damon completely loses his mind. He attacks Alaric, escapes, and is hunted in the streets by Sheriff Forbes. She shoots, but hits Jeremy. Caroline's blood fails to heal a human wound, forcing Bonnie to use extreme magic to resurrect the boy. Elena finds a delirious Damon, who mistakes her for Catherine and bites her. On the brink of death, Damon confesses his love and kisses her. Catherine arrives with Klaus's blood, cures Damon, and drops the truth. Stefan sold his soul for him. Klaus tests Stefan by ordering him to hunt down an innocent girl, and both leave town. Back home, Jeremy wakes up with a macabre side effect of the spell. Anna and Vicky, his dead ex-girlfriends, materialize in the kitchen. Klaus and Stefan track the werewolf Ray in Tennessee. Stefan has fully embraced his dark side, killing victims apart and torturing Ray until he gives up his pack. Months later, on Elena's 18th birthday, Damon feigns disinterest but tracks the cross-country slaughter with his girlfriend, Andy. Finding victims, Damon and Alaric realize Stefan has flipped his humanity switch. The definitive proof comes when Stefan corners Andy in a TV studio. Despite Damon's pleas, he forces the girl to step off a massive catwalk, breaking her neck in the fall as a message. "Stop following me." In Mystic Falls, the birthday turns into a rave. Jeremy hides that he can see ghosts, while Caroline and Tyler clash over jealousy, but soon make up and sleep together. As the party winds down, Damon tells Elena that Stefan is no victim. He's become a monster again. again. Stefan calls her but can't speak. Realizing who it is, Elena tells him to hold on to his love for her, leaving the Ripper in tears. The night ends by shattering Caroline's peace. As she tries to sneak out of the Lockwood mansion, she is shot with vervain darts by Tyler's mother, Carol Lockwood, the town's newest hunter. Damon burns his brother's trail, convinced that Andy's death proves he crossed the line, but Elena refuses to give up. She and Alaric discover Stefan is in the Tennessee mountains and go after him. There, Klaus forces Ray to drink human blood in an attempt to turn him into a hybrid. The experiment fails brutally. Ray bleeds, escapes, and bites Stefan, who must capture the werewolf if he wants to live. Damon figures out Elena's plan and pushes her into a lake to intercept her, but ends up helping anyway. At night, the woods turn into a chaotic mess of zombie werewolves. Damon is attacked by Ray, but Stefan intervenes and rips the creature's heart out. He demands that Damon leave and never come back. In Mystic Falls, Carol Lockwood poisons Tyler with vervain. Enraged, he chains himself up in the dungeon and turns right in front of his mother to show her the real monster. Terrified, Carol backs down, but she had already called a man named Bill to intervene. The situation worsens when Bill finds Caroline chained up, and she sends chills down his spine by calling him Daddy. With no hybrid army, Klaus cures Stefan and they leave. Damon admits to Elena he was wrong. If Stefan hesitated to save him, he can still be saved. Catherine warns Damon that Klaus and Stefan are looking for answers in Chicago regarding the hybrid failure. The city evokes Stefan's 1920s Ripper phase, a time when he dated the original Rebecca, memories Klaus had wiped from his mind. Gloria, an immortal witch at a bar, demands to contact the original witch, forcing Klaus to pull the dagger out of Rebecca. In Mystic Falls, Caroline's family dynamic reaches a sadistic level. Bill, her father, locks her in a sunlight cell as a conversion therapy to force her to reject blood, a torture only ended when Tyler and the sheriff rescue her. In Chicago, Damon and Elena arrive at Stefan's old apartment, which hides a closet full of his victims' names. Damon goes out to distract Klaus, leaving Elena cornered. Klaus and Stefan walk in. Klaus opens the closet, but Stefan covers for Elena, proving he still has humanity left.
Look what I found.
He runs into Damon, warns him Klaus can't know the doppelganger is alive, and sends them packing. When Klaus wakes Rebecca, the vampire immediately stabs him for his past betrayal. Klaus restores Stefan's memories, completing the Chicago puzzle. While shopping in Chicago with Rebecca, Catherine warns Stefan from the shadows that Klaus is one step ahead, and he was. The witch Gloria tries to track Rebecca's necklace and uncovers Stefan's secret. Elena is alive, which is the main reason the hybrids are failing. To protect the girl, Stefan confronts Gloria, who paralyzes and tortures him for information. The rescue comes when Catherine stabs Gloria in the neck. In Mystic Falls, Jeremy can now physically touch Anna's ghost, but their ripples in the real world create anomalies, forcing him to confess and break the dead girl's heart. Bill Forbes resists compulsion, and an irritated Damon bites him. Out of patience, Damon also snaps Alaric's neck during an argument, saving him only because of his magic ring. When Damon tries to torture Bill, Caroline shows up and beats Damon to a pulp to save her father. Bill leaves, guaranteeing his daughter will never be cured. In Chicago, the walls close in. Rebecca mentions Michael to Stefan, sparking Klaus's suspicion. Klaus immediately knocks Stefan out and wakes him up in the back of a truck. Klaus opens the truck door and welcomes him to his next battlefield, Mystic Falls. Klaus and Rebecca crash the high school to ruin senior year. Klaus knows Elena survived, which explains why his hybrids died. He forces Tyler to drink his blood, snaps his neck, and blackmails Bonnie. Fix the ritual in 20 minutes, or a compelled Stefan will bite Elena. To consult dead witches, Bonnie and Matt look for Jeremy, only to find him in the trunk of Damon and Catherine's car. The duo was using Anna to extract confessions about Klaus's greatest fear, Michael, the vampire who hunts vampires. Damon returns after reading SOS messages, while Matt drowns himself in the pool to contact his sister Vicky's ghost. It works, and he discovers the key. Hybrids only work if they drink the surviving doppelganger's blood. In the gym, Stefan fights the compulsion, but Klaus orders him to turn off his humanity. The Ripper takes over and bites Elena. Klaus feeds Elena's blood to Tyler, making him the first successful hybrid. Seeking an infinite blood supply, Klaus takes Elena to the hospital, fleeing in terror only after Damon bluffs about having Michael held captive. Damon saves Elena, but a completely cold Stefan announces he is now acting as her bodyguard under Klaus's orders. Miles away, Catherine wakes Michael from his tomb. Alaric teaches Elena how to fight vampires on the very first day of school. The routine goes south quickly. Stefan coldly keeps tabs on her under Klaus's orders. Rebecca tries to steal Caroline's life, and Tyler, bound by a sire bond to Klaus, refuses to betray his master. The group focuses on taking Stefan down at the bonfire. Damon distracts Rebecca and takes a stake. Elena fakes a fatal fall from the bleachers. Stefan catches her and is shot with darts by Alaric. The worst threat is mystical. Matt has brought back Vicky's spirit, who made a deal to kill Elena and sabotage the creation of more hybrids. Vicky sets fire to the car, trapping Elena and an immobilized Stefan. He wakes up just in time to kick the trunk open. Bonnie banishes Vicky, saving the day, but Jeremy's emotional shift physically crystallizes Anna. At the boarding house, Elena drives a stake into Stefan's gut, ditching the damsel in distress act. Tyler gives in to his thirst, biting a young woman offered by Rebecca. Michael's hunger turns out to be peculiar. Upon seeing the human Catherine offers him, he chooses to feed on the vampire instead. The night is capped off by Mason Lockwood manifesting as a ghost and brutally attacking Damon. The night of the illumination begins with Damon chained up in the sun by Mason Lockwood's ghost. Thanks to Bonnie's corrupted magic, the supernatural chaos worsens when Bonnie tears the veil down completely. Physical ghosts emerge, vampires seeking blood from Frederick, Jeremy caught kissing Anna, but also corrective visits. Lexi knocks Stefan out and induces desiccation hallucinations to force his humanity back on. Mason, it turns out, doesn't want beef. He offers to team up with Damon to free Tyler from Klaus's control via the Lockwood tunnels. Sheila, Bonnie's dead grandmother, warns her to seal the door. The original's necklace must be destroyed. Anna falters and steals it to avoid losing Jeremy, but seeing the boy torn, she returns the object, says goodbye, reunites with her mother, and finds peace. The amulet burns in Bonnie's fire. All ghosts vanish. Frederick disappears before causing a bloodbath. Mason slips away from the caves, and Lexi vanishes while warning Stefan. In the tunnels beneath the Lockwood estate, Damon finds Viking artifacts. Trying to apologize, Bonnie kicks Jeremy out for good, but there's no peace in town. At the bonfire, the necklace inexplicably reappears unharmed. Alaric deciphers the Viking inscriptions in the cave and stumbles upon a feared name: Michael, the father who terrorized Klaus and his siblings. Elena confronts Rebecca, bluffs about waking the patriarch, and learns the true origin story. Millennia ago, vampires were created when the youngest brother, Henrik, was killed by wolves. Their parents, Michael and the original witch, Esther, used blood as a weapon. They forced their children to drink it and stabbed them, creating the daylight rings and the curse of the hunger. Damon conducts rehab at a bar, demanding emotion from Stefan. A cold-hearted Stefan tries to drain a waitress until Michael bursts in, threatening Damon's heart. Affection wins out, and Stefan agrees to lure Klaus to town. Armed with photos from the cave, Elena points out the hole in Rebecca's story. The wall symbol shows that Esther's killer wasn't Michael, but Klaus, resentful over having his wolf side bound. He had lied for centuries to keep his sister by his side. Realizing the truth, Rebecca breaks down in tears. To bait Klaus, Stefan calls him, guaranteeing the patriarch's death, and the hybrid demands confirmation. To prevent tactical shifts from Rebecca, Elena coldly daggers her, and Damon approves of her dark evolution. The battlefield becomes the Lockwood mansion, taken over by a homecoming dance filled with hybrids escorting Klaus. Tyler shocks everyone by injecting vervain to save Caroline from danger, but soon after, he brawls with Damon. Bonnie fries their brains, temporarily containing tempers. The trap is sprung outside. Michael demands Klaus's submission, stabbing Elena to prove he's not bluffing. The hybrid hesitates, and Damon tries to stake him with white oak. Catherine's ruse is revealed. Posing as Elena, she attacks everyone with wolfsbane grenades. However, Stefan grabs his brother's arm. In a lethal instant, Klaus seizes the white oak, driving it through Michael, who burns to ashes in a second. Out of gratitude, he releases Stefan from his compulsion. Stefan takes advantage of this the very same day. He warns Klaus that he has stolen his family coffins in retaliation, declaring a new war in Mystic Falls. Amid the stress in town, Bonnie dreams of the spirits guiding her to Klaus's coffins in a basement of dead witches. Elena suffers from paranoia, with a sinister guy tailing her. Alaric lives with Damon on a diet of alcohol and stress is over Jeremy slacking at work. As the teen spends his time hunting down exhibitionist Tyler, the hybrid reminds him that ordinary weapons fail against his kind. Elena's paranoia becomes a reality. The stranger and Klaus appear, threatening her over Stepham's actions, demanding his family's bodies back under imminent threat to everyone in town. Bound to her dreams, Bonnie goes to the witch's basement and discovers the 4 coffins being guarded precisely by Stepham. Knowing the originals are the sole danger to the hybrid, he uses the graves as hostages. To win this feud, Stepham enlists Bonnie's highly exclusive magical skills for the project. Damon finishes off an annoying hybrid to quiet things down, while Bonnie focuses on the magical protection of the coffins. Jeremy, compelled by Damon at Elena's request, starts packing to leave town, sparking the witch's wrath. Stepham makes his checkmate move against Klaus by ruthlessly killing a hybrid, promising to dump the coffins at the bottom of the ocean if the town isn't cleared. Klaus issues a counterorder. He commands Tyler to bite Caroline, who surprisingly refuses death. Falsely celebrating her human funeral on her birthday, Caroline leans on Matt and Elena, but later weakens when she receives Tyler. He declares his love, kisses her passionately, and then, lacking Klaus's compulsion breaks, finally bites her neck. Things spiral completely out of control when Stepham kidnaps Elena. He forces her to ingest his blood, speeds down the road, and calls Klaus's bluff with an imminent threat to drive her off the infamous bridge, killing the hybrid factory once and for all. Klaus folds, and Stepham coldly discards a panicked Elena without looking back, citing that he is left with only one way out of the pain: revenge. Ironically, Klaus saves Caroline, charismatically feeding her his ancient blood and diminishing Tyler to an afterthought, and the episode ends with Dr. Fell's mysterious ex staked in the shadows. Guided by vivid dreams about the locked lid of the 4th coffin, Bonnie searches for maternal magic. Damon points them to Abby Bennett in North Carolina, while the romantic tension in the group leads Elena and Bonnie to travel alone. Determined to break his blind mental servitude to Klaus, Tyler accepts Caroline's father's ruthless torture plan, a painful transformation in chains to erase the compulsive instincts through excruciating agony. Abby lost her magic years ago by draining Michael's essence to defend Elena's mother. The hybrids waste no time and, taking Jamie hostage, force him to shoot Stepham. Cornered, Abby momentarily sacrifices Bonnie, handing her over and secretly texting Damon. By the time Klaus invades, the coffins have already been relocated. While pulling wood splinters out of Stepham, a pained Elena reveals the secret kiss she shared with Damon, stalling Stepham's cold, dead heart. He walks away, silenced and hurt. At the hospital, Caroline's father is healed from his injury with ancient blood by Dr. Meredith. Meanwhile, in the basement of the dead in Mystic Falls, the newly unsealed coffin reveals a resurrected Elijah, covered in the grime of massacres, to the shock of the duo. Elijah begins with a violent assault against Klaus, stopped only by the truth that Michael has met his end. Klaus manipulates Elijah with amiable promises and agreements to find the hidden vault, while in Mystic Falls the curse strikes. Caroline's father is murdered at the hospital, and having recently ingested vampire blood, he awakens in transition. Resolute and unwilling to accept this hell, Bill Forbes refuses to kill to survive, heading toward true death and devastating his newly stabilized daughter. Violence stalks Elena, who finds Alaric stabbed on the floor, forcing her to be the one to stab him again to ensure his life through the power of his ancient ring. To open the box, Bonnie helps Abby in a tense, forced unsealing in the caves. Meanwhile, Klaus's dinner table sees glares exchanged over ridiculous pacts between the Salvatores, like offering the doppelganger peace in a house next door to Matt in exchange for her immortal blood. Refusing to yield, the brothers cheat by pulling the daggers from the corpses, and Cole and Finn impose themselves on a cornered Klaus. Then, the ultimate twist occurs. The one walking through the front door toward Klaus from the unprotected 4th coffin is the original witch, Esther, striking terror. After hitting Rebecca with her car out of fright and being protected by Elijah, Elena is swept up in a lavish family gathering hosted by the Michelson founders. Klaus bribes the fugitive Tyler with affection, and showers Caroline with romantic gestures, only to face her immaculate, sharp-tongued rejection. While Damon stands a furious watch, the pragmatic Stepham snaps his brother's neck so Elena can uncover the original matriarch's secrets. The witch Esther covertly pours a sacrifice of loyalty into the wine during a conjured toast, binding her offspring and unifying their fates through a deadly magical blood link. If one dies, they all die. Chaos roars when the infamous Cole torments Matt, crushing his hand out of sheer spite. He gets pushed back by a drunken Damon, heartbroken over the heroine's rejection, who spitefully decides to share his sweat and bed with the fatal and attractive original blonde, Rebecca. Amidst romantic stalemates and the matriarch's intentions laid bare to the astute intellect of the noble Elijah, who kidnaps Elena and confines her to the whims of imminent flames in the caves, the original pact exacts a heavy toll on the Salvatores and their friends. Save their lives and thwart the massacre by ending the magical Bennett bloodline, Bonnie and Abby, or bury the Gilbert descendant. The physically linked originals reveal the threat, culminating in a gasoline-fueled confrontation under the cover of darkness. Breaking this lethal energy source requires killing the one holding the power. Embracing his dark role, Damon steps up, turning and snapping Abby's neck, condemning her to the blood-sucking world of creatures of the night. The plan shatters along with original dignity, and in a fleeting moment of hope, the caves reveal the cursed trees needed for the brothers to kill their race. Alaric pays the price for snooping through the deadly and calculating doctor's suspicious closets, taking sharp iron to his beating chest in a web of lies.
You weren't supposed to see that.
Meredith locks up the teacher, healing his gunshot wounds while accusing him of being a serial killer in an inhospitable jail cell. Nostalgic and guilt-ridden dives into the history of the Depression era bring back dismembered Ripper murders at the unaccustomed hands of a young Stefan, who in a collapsed ecstasy slit throats on the loose, while a mentored Damon tasted fine veins and fatal love in bed at the hands of the seductive Sage in the dawn of 1912. In a cruel test, Damon forces his brother to feed and face the blood straight from a passerby victim, witnessed at the exact disastrous second by the traumatized girl he loves. Discoveries at the doctor's house reveal the bound journals of the fallen Samantha, exposing the illness and time loss of the exact same curse. This crazy link reveals that the owners of the ring suffer from blackouts, committing brutal murders pinned on Alaric in the undeniable nocturnal psychosis of Chaos's best friend. The magical ring has turned Alaric into a serial killer with a split personality. While Elena and Meredith treat this as a medical issue, Damon prefers simply not letting him kill anyone. Town welcomes Sage, who is looking for Finn and runs into her old enemy, Rebecca. Ever the strategist, Damon sleeps with Rebecca so Sage can read her mind. The plan yields golden information. The Wickery Bridge was built with white oak, the only thing that can kill an original. Abby's new vampire life spirals out of control. After biting her own adopted son, the trauma is so severe that she flees town, abandoning Bonnie once again. At Meredith's house, Alaric's alter ego wakes up, chases her, and stabs her brutally. Stefan and Elena arrive just in time, and Stefan knocks Alaric out. Surprisingly, Stefan smells the blood, hesitates, but maintains control and heals her using his own blood. Alaric wakes up with no memory of the attack. The Salvatore's focus is now on the Wickery Bridge sign that Alaric kept in his apartment. The hunt has completely changed. They finally have a weapon. With 12 stakes carved from the town sign, the hunt for the originals begins. The plan is for Caroline to distract Klaus while the others take out Rebecca, but Klaus drags Finn back to town. Rebecca, furious at being used, kidnaps Damon, draining his vervain to compel him to kill Elena or Stefan. Klaus also takes hostages, forcing Bonnie to perform a spell to unlink the originals' lives by threatening to have Cole kill Jeremy. At the grill, the trap is sprung. Matt spikes Finn's drink with vervain, and Elena shoots him with a crossbow before Matt drives the stake in. Finn bursts into flames and dies. Bonnie's spell works at the last second, saving the original family. Sage's revenge is immediate. She storms the Salvatore boarding house to beat up Stefan, but begins coughing up blood and drops dead. And so, a terrifying truth comes to light. When an original dies, their entire bloodline dies with them. If they kill Klaus, their whole species could go extinct. Left with no choice, Stefan hands the stakes over to Klaus in exchange for Damon's life, but one is missing. Alaric's killer alter ego hid it where his good version has no clue. To make Alaric's dark side confess where he hid the stake, Stefan locks him in the basement and beats him, hoping his survival instinct will bring the alternate personality to the surface. Since they need to find out which bloodline they belong to, Damon and Elena hit the road with Jeremy to use his connection to the dead and speak with Rose's ghost. The trip hits a snag named Cole, whom Damon promptly neutralizes. At the motel, Rose appears but doesn't know who turned her, pointing them to a vampire named Mary Porter. The real tension happens in the room when Elena's resistance finally breaks and she kisses Damon. Arriving at Mary's house, they face utter frustration. Cole got there first and killed her. In Mystic Falls, Stefan's aggressive method works. The alter ego wakes up up and reveals the stake is in the Lockwood Cave, protected by an anti-vampire spell. When Alaric goes to retrieve the weapon, he is joined by Rebecca, who, to his shock, easily crosses the magical barrier. The revelation follows immediately. Esther has possessed her own daughter's body and wants exactly the same thing as Alaric's dark side, the death of all the originals. Klaus convinces Esther, comfortably settled in Rebecca's body, to stay for the 1920s decade dance. While Elena and Caroline organize the party, Esther returns to her own body and sets her plan in motion. She takes Alaric to the cemetery, fuses his resurrection ring with the white oak stake, and creates the ultimate weapon.
The ultimate weapon for the ultimate hunter.
At the dance, the mood is heavy. Damon suggests simply sacrificing Alaric for not taking his herbs. Jeremy storms off in indignation, only to run into Esther, who kidnaps Elena and traps the vampires inside the school with a salt line. At the cemetery, Esther reveals she is going to turn Alaric into an enhanced original vampire, a vampire hunter. She forces Elena to give him her blood. Alaric drinks and is stabbed. When Jeremy and Matt try to save the day, a resurrected and momentarily sane Alaric stabs the witch in the back. In the tomb, Alaric refuses the transition and chooses to die as a human. The group gathers outside in a silent farewell, while Damon shares one last bottle of bourbon with his friend. But the peace is short-lived. Esther's ghost enters Bonnie's mind, forcing her to sleepwalk to the tomb. The witch offers her blood. Alaric drinks and awakens no longer as a history teacher, but as a hate-driven, enhanced original vampire. The newly turned Alaric attacks Caroline. The white oak stake has absolutely no effect on him. Rebecca flees, but Caroline gets her neck snapped and is dragged into the school. Alaric calls Elena, demanding she come to the school, or Caroline dies. She arrives to find her friend being tortured on a desk. Alaric's demand is simple. Klaus must surrender himself. To stop this monster, the group forms a desperate alliance. Bonnie will use a desiccation spell that requires stopping a human heart. Jeremy volunteers. Protected by his ring, Klaus and the Salvatores drink Bonnie's blood to link themselves to the spell. In the showdown at the school, Elena frees Caroline by throwing vervain in Alaric's face. Klaus attacks, but the connection breaks. Elena deduces that magic linked Alaric's life to hers. If she dies, he dies. To prove it, she slices her own neck. In a panic, Klaus kidnaps her. Elena wakes up at the hybrid's house as he decides to drain her blood. Tyler tries to help, but Stefan and Damon ambush Klaus. Stefan slows Klaus's heart just as Bonnie stops Jeremy's, desiccating the original. With Klaus neutralized, the brothers hide him. While Alaric exposes Caroline and Tyler to the council, Elena, alone in her room, suddenly collapses to the floor, bleeding from her nose. Elena wakes up in the hospital. Dr. Meredith assures them it's a concussion, but Damon and Stefan know that, with Klaus out of the picture, the originals will kill Elena to eliminate Alaric. Elijah proposes a trade for Klaus. Ignoring diplomacy, Matt smuggles Elena out of town in his truck. The problem is that Alaric figures out where Damon hid Klaus and drives the stake into the hybrid's heart. The body bursts into flames and panic ensues. His bloodline, including the Salvatores, is going down with him. Believing it's the end, Damon says a tragic goodbye to Stefan. In the car, Matt issues an ultimatum. Keep driving to Damon or turn back for Stefan. Elena chooses Stefan, confessing that her love for him never faded. Damon absorbs the blow and is immediately attacked by Alaric. Far away, a tearful Caroline says goodbye to Tyler, thinking the end has come. But there's a twist. Bonnie transferred Klaus's mind into Tyler's body. Realizing the bloodline survived, Rebecca plants herself on Wickery Bridge, forcing Matt's truck off the edge and into the river, recreating the tragic Gilbert accident. Underwater, Stefan tries to rescue them, but Elena insists he save Matt first. Alaric collapses and dies in Damon's arms, proving that Elena has taken her last breath. Meredith drops a bombshell on Damon at the hospital. To heal Elena's concussion earlier, she used vampire blood. On the morgue slab, the girl opens her eyes. Elena wakes up in her worst possible nightmare. In transition, Damon decrees she needs to drink human blood straight from the vein, but Stefan clings to the hope that Bonnie will find a magical loophole. Klaus, trapped in Tyler's body, demands his old form back. Bonnie stalls him, promising that if she keeps Elena human, he gets his walking blood bag back. Meanwhile, Pastor Young has efficiently taken over the town council. They occupy the hospital, arrest the mayor, and strip the sheriff of her badge. Caroline, unaware of Klaus's possession, ends up captured. Elena doesn't escape either. After failing to keep regular food down, she is locked up with Stefan at the pastor's ranch. Klaus rushes to save Caroline, leaving Rebecca behind. In the woods, Caroline kisses her boyfriend, but quickly realizes it's Klaus controlling the body based on his attitude. In the cells, Elena's hunger reaches its breaking point. Bonnie tries to use dark magic to pull her back, but her grandmother's ghost stops her, warning of the terrible price. Running out of time, Elena confesses to Stefan that she chose him.
I had to choose, and I picked you. Because I love.
A moved Rebecca helps Stefan take down a guard so Elena can feed, completing her transition. Damon storms the ranch using Matt as bait, and Elena stops the vampire from killing her friend. The mood between the originals sours. Rebecca destroys Elena's blood bags, and Klaus snaps his sister's neck. Stefan gives Elena a daylight ring. It seemed like a quiet ending until Pastor Young gathers the council, turns on the gas in his house, and flicks a lighter. Elena's new animal diet in the woods fails miserably, and her stomach rejects the deer blood. Lacking the courage to break Stefan's heart, she seeks out Damon. His solution is to give her his own blood straight from the vein to drink, crossing an intimate line. Meanwhile, Connor, a ruthless hunter, arrives to investigate the council explosion. He shoots Tyler with carved wooden bullets, and Bonnie deduces that the threat here is pure lethal technique, no magic. At the pastor's memorial service, Connor stabs April to lure out vampires with the scent of blood. The plan almost works. Elena loses control over her thirst. To prevent everyone from being exposed, Tyler takes the pulpit and takes a bullet on purpose, sparking a panic. Damon hunts Connor, but the shooter escapes. Internal tension explodes when Stefan finds out about Damon's blood and punches his brother. Elena, trying to help April, almost devours her. Caroline saves the day, giving her a crash course in self-control. In the end, Stefan organizes a lantern lighting ceremony to honor the dead. Damon refuses group therapy and vents at Alaric's grave. From the unseen side, his ghost agrees. Connor wastes no time, breaking into the hospital to extract werewolf venom straight from Tyler. Damon calls in his old deal to kill the hunter and skip town, since Elena chose Stefan. But Stefan warns him that the dynamic has changed now that she is a vampire. Elena returns to school, using Matt as her personal blood bank, but Rebecca comes back just to make her classes a living hell. Connor notices that Jeremy can see his invisible tattoo and tries to recruit him. The hunter's main target is Damon, who breaks into his trailer and ends up being saved from an explosive trap by Meredith. Ignoring the danger, Elena goes to Rebecca's party. Nobody anticipated that Connor spiked the kegs with Tyler's lethal venom. Elena drinks it and quickly hallucinates, needing Stefan to beg for Klaus's healing blood. Klaus and Damon corner Connor. The hunter tries to blow himself up, but Klaus recognizes the tattoo, identifies him as one of the five, and saves him in the blink of an eye. The night almost ends in tragedy when Elena aggressively feeds on Matt. Damon intervenes, wipes the boy's memory, and declares, Stefan's compassionate diet has failed, and Elena is going to learn how to be a vampire the Damon way. Back in the 12th century, a witch created the five, hunters marked by mystical tattoos. In the present, Damon discovers Connor survived, but his priority is giving Elena a crash course in vampirism at a college frat party, since the guilt trip doesn't work for her. While Elena enjoys feeding straight from the vein, Klaus keeps Connor chained up. To uncover the secrets of the tattoo on a man who cannot be compelled, he recruits Stefan to manipulate Rebecca. In flashbacks, we see that Rebecca dated Alexander, one of the five, who daggered the original family with mystical ash daggers. They only failed because Klaus is immune. In the present, Rebecca confesses to Stefan the true prize the hunters hold, a cure for vampirism. Knowing Stefan wants it for Elena, she reveals the location of the sword needed to read the map. In return, Klaus shows up and neutralizes his own sister with a dagger. Klaus forces Jeremy to draw Connor's invisible tattoo, but the hunter steals a hybrid's piercing, escapes, and goes to confront Professor Shane, revealing that the sinister academic is the one who sent him to Mystic Falls in the first place. After escaping, Connor drains werewolf venom and confronts Professor Shane. The academic is the true architect of the chaos. The deal between them is clear. Connor kills vampires to complete his mark, with the rule to leave Bonnie unharmed. To ensure this, Shane hypnotizes the witch and keeps her incommunicado. With the path clear, a heavily armed Connor marches into the Mystic Grill. He takes Jeremy, April, and Matt hostage and sends challenging texts to Damon, Stefan, and Tyler, inviting them all to a bloodbath. The gang gathers to plan a rescue by killing Connor, but Stefan receives a call from Klaus, who went to Italy to retrieve the sword. Klaus issues an ultimatum: keep the secret of the cure safe and make sure Connor lives. If he dies, the tattoo disappears. If Stefan runs his mouth, mouth, Klaus destroys the sword. Stefan finds himself in an impossible position. He must breach the grill pretending to want to neutralize the hunter, while secretly having to save the life of the guy threatening Elena's brother. Connor's death comes with a brutal price. Elena is struck by the hunter's curse, forced to hallucinate until she commits suicide. With her mind collapsing, she mistakes Jeremy for Connor and stabs him, saved only by his immortality ring.
Welcome back. How you feeling?
What happened? Long story.
Klaus, who endured the curse for 52 years, knows how it works and kidnaps Elena to stop her from killing herself. But she snaps, attacks Stefan, and flees into the streets. Simultaneously, Jeremy notices that Connor's tattoo has started appearing on his hand. At school, Professor Shane tells the legend of the immortal Silas, and reveals that the curse is only broken if a new hunter awakens. Hallucinating her mother and consumed by guilt, Elena goes to Wickery Bridge, throws her ring into the river, and waits for the sun to burn her alive. Damon arrives in time and tackles her into the water. The rescue plan finally works. Jeremy kills one of Klaus's hybrids, activating the mark and breaking Elena's curse instantly. Caroline had orchestrated the death by faking a breakup with Tyler. With a clear mind, Damon reveals the true reason for Stefan's lies, the search for the cure. But the emotional damage is done. Elena admits to Stefan that as a vampire, her feelings for Damon have become overwhelmingly intense. Stefan acknowledges defeat, and they break up. Caroline focuses on organizing the Miss Mystic Falls pageant, while Stefan takes the evolution of Jeremy's hunter's mark seriously, turning a criminal into a vampire for the boy to kill. Damon tries to warn him that using Jeremy is a terrible idea and suggests investigating Professor Shane, but Stefan ignores him. At the event, weird details emerge. Elena agrees with Caroline about a dress, but changes her mind instantly when Damon prefers another. Stefan's obsession backfires. Jeremy's killer instinct awakens, and he tries to stake his own sister. Elena's patience runs out, and she throws in Stefan's face that the old Elena is dead and he needs to accept it. As a result, Matt moves in with Jeremy, and Elena moves into the Salvatore boarding house. With Stefan out of the picture, Damon and Elena enjoy the empty house, kiss, and finally sleep together. The twist comes when Stefan and Caroline put the pieces together. Elena rejects blood bags, changes her mind about clothes, and kills vampires without hesitation just because Damon suggested it. Since it was his blood that turned her, Elena is tied to him by a sire bond. Basically, she can't say no to him. Damon rejects the sire bond theory, believing it to be his brother's jealousy. To prove it, he hands Elena a blood bag to drink. She drinks it without a problem, something her body violently rejected until he told her to do it. Damon realizes the problem is real. They leave for New Orleans looking for a solution, recalling 1942, when Damon dealt with a vampire in the same situation. They discover the worst possible news. There is no spell to break the bond. The only way out is for the sire to tell the girl to live far away from him. In Mystic Falls, Tyler solidifies himself as the alpha of the hybrids, assaulting the insubordinate Kim to ensure obedience. Caroline ruins the night by letting the whole sire bond story slip to Elena. The girl is offended, but when Damon returns, she puts her foot down, claiming her feelings are real. Damon, knowing he needs to send her away, falters. Elena places his hand over her heart, and all of Damon's willpower to do the right thing crumbles. Damon holds it together with Elena and focuses on Jeremy's problem, taking the group to the lake house with Professor Shane. The idea is to reprogram the boy's mind to connect his killer instincts to his protective feelings for Bonnie. The hybrid rebellion is about to break out. Tyler wants to transfer Klaus into his own body, encase himself in concrete, and drop himself in the ocean. The twist comes when Shane confesses he already knows where the cure is buried, rendering the map useless. Tyler calls off the ambush on Klaus, but it's too late. Haley reveals she manipulated Tyler. She didn't care about the pack. She just needed to sacrifice 12 hybrids for Shane. Upon discovering the betrayal, Klaus slaughters them all in the woods in a brutal bloodbath. At the lake house, Jeremy's reprogramming works. Damon finally gathers the courage, invokes the sire bond, and tells Elena to go away.
You're gonna go home.
What? No, Damon.
I'm gonna stay here with Jeremy. I'm gonna help him complete the mark. I'll teach him how to hunt. I'll protect him.
But Klaus doesn't handle rebellions well. Thirsty for revenge, he finds Tyler's mother in the town square and cold-bloodedly drowns her in the public fountain, drastically shifting the tone of the season. With Bonnie's dad stepping in as mayor, the walls are closing in. Rebecca and April set up an ambush and lock Elena, Stefan, and Caroline in the high school library. Far from there, Damon trains Jeremy to expand the mark. Klaus pressures them and hands over a newly turned vampire for the boy to kill. Damon shoots the hybrid to avenge Carol's death, but the tactic doesn't work. Cole kidnaps Shane and drags him to the library, where Rebecca forces Elena into a therapy session to torture Stefan. When Cole tortures Shane, he discovers his plan is to free Silas, who is capable of raising the dead. Bonnie's protective magic accidentally injures April. To make matters worse, Rebecca forces Tyler to turn into a werewolf, spreading chaos. The gang escapes. Rebecca backtracks on her offer to compel Stefan's memories of Elena away. April survives and exposes the vampires to the mayor. While Elena declares her love for Damon over the phone, Klaus lures the hunters to a bar full of people in transition. At the crowded bar, Jeremy refuses to commit the slaughter. Klaus threatens to use Matt, forcing Damon to hold off the horde of vampires. Elena saves Matt, but soon condemns Damon for using innocent people. When Matt points out that Elena only forgave him because of the sire bond, the truth hurts. Rebecca and Stefan steal Silas's headstone, but Shane ends up arrested on the mayor's orders. Cole massacres the vampires in the bar, terrified of the cult of Silas. To stop Jeremy from completing the mark, he decides to chop off his arm. Damon intervenes but is captured and compelled by Cole to hunt down and kill Jeremy. The killer instinct takes over Damon, who chases the boy through the caves and woods. When all seems lost, Stefan appears and snaps his brother's neck. With Damon locked up, Stefan tells Elena he doesn't love her anymore, proving it by going straight into Rebecca's arms. Elena connects the dots. The only way to break Damon's compulsion and complete the mark is for Jeremy to kill Cole, an original. The plan to kill Cole hits a snag because the mayor spiked the water supply with vervain and put Bonnie under house arrest. Stefan tries to stall Rebecca while Matt searches for the dagger, but the original keeps it on her, confessing only her desire to become human again. Without Bonnie, and with Elena making the mistake of inviting Cole inside, the trap at the Gilbert house fails. Cole pins Elena to the wall and prepares to amputate Jeremy's arm. In a final effort, Elena breaks free, allowing Jeremy to drive the white oak stake into the original's chest. Cole burns to death the exact moment Klaus arrives. Furious that they were always planning to destroy the cure, the hybrid threatens to burn the house down with everyone inside. Bonnie, free from her mother, arrives and traps Klaus with a spell. Cole's death frees Damon from the compulsion. Stefan confesses he didn't have the nerve to dagger Rebecca, earning a punch from Damon. The fighting stops when Jeremy takes off his shirt. The hunter's mark is finally complete. The expedition arrives at the remote island in search of the cure. Jeremy's tattoos reveal the ancient gossip. Ketsia gave Silas immortality, but he betrayed her. In revenge, she created the cure and banished him to a tomb, hoping he would take it and die. In Mystic Falls, Tyler taunts Klaus through the magical barrier. Caroline gets too close and suffers a lethal bite. After much resistance, Klaus gives in upon hearing Caroline say she knows he's capable of love, and he saves her with his blood. On the island, Shane reveals that the resurrection spell requires 3 massacres, and he needs one more. The mood sours when Stefan admits he wants the cure for himself, and Damon refuses to become human again. Shane vanishes with Jeremy in the dead of night. Out in the woods, a mysterious hunter attacks Damon and simply snaps his neck. Damon wakes up captured by Galen Vaughn, one of the Brotherhood of the Five, who plans to use him as leverage to force Bonnie to shove the cure down Silas's throat. In Mystic Falls, Klaus deciphers the marks and drops a bombshell. There is only one single dose of the cure. To eliminate the competition, Rebecca snaps Stefan's neck. Tyler, knowing the magic trapping Klaus will wear off, flees town, saying a tearful goodbye to Caroline. Deep inside the island, Bonnie opens Silas's tomb by channeling the tattoos. They find the petrified immortal holding the cure, but he needs blood to awaken. Vaughn arrives, attacks Bonnie, and overpowers Jeremy, but Elena shows up and knocks the hunter out.
You okay?
The relief vanishes the second she cold-bloodedly slits Jeremy's arm. It's not Elena, it's Catherine. Without hesitating, Catherine feeds Jeremy's bleeding body to the statue. The immortal, sensing fresh blood after 2 millennia, begins to move his hands. The damage is done. Elena finds Jeremy's body and goes into total denial, hoping the Gilbert ring will resurrect him, ignoring the fact that the object lost its power when he became a supernatural hunter. In the woods, Bonnie wakes up next to Shane, who convinces her she can revive Jeremy Jeremy if she completes the expression triangle, dropping the veil between the living and the dead. Damon discovers the plan and warns Stefan, reviving every supernatural being that has ever died means an impending apocalypse. At the Gilbert house, Elena's denial shatters when she sees Jeremy's body decomposing. When April calls asking for him, reality sets in, and Elena brutally admits he's dead. The grief hits her hard. She snaps, dousing the house, the furniture, and her own brother in lighter fluid, screaming that she has no family left. The pain is so palpable that Damon holds her and gives the one order he shouldn't have: turn it off. In that very second, the tears stop, and Elena's expression freezes. On the island, Rebecca finds the real Shane dying. With his last breath, he whispers, "Silas." In Mystic Falls, emptiness takes over. Without humanity or remorse, Elena drops the match and walks away as the flames consume the house, Jeremy's body, and her former life. Humanity-free Elena is pure chaos. She lies in the middle of the road, attacks anyone who stops to help, and only spares her victim because Damon warns her about the town's vervain-laced water supply. Thinking he has control, Damon uses the sire bond to order Elena to behave at school. Big mistake. During a competition, she attacks a rival over a hair ribbon. Damon and Stefan realize the obvious. Without emotions, the sire bond is gone. She is free and dangerous, proving it by intentionally dropping Caroline during a cheer routine, forcing Stefan to knock her out. Meanwhile, Damon tracks a vampire sent by Catherine who attacked Haley. Bitten by Klaus and hallucinating, the vampire steals blood from the hospital. Damon lures him with bait, only to discover it's his old friend Will. With no cure for the werewolf bite, Damon rips his heart out under Rebecca's judgmental gaze. At the boarding house, Elena wakes up, ignores Stefan, and throws a party. When Sheriff Forbes intervenes, Elena slams her against the wall and flees. Caroline goes after her but gets her ass kicked by her Alaric-trained friend and is almost finished off with a stake, saved only by Damon and Stefan. Simultaneously, Tyler hands over the Lockwood mansion to Matt and flees from Klaus forever. The original ends up drowning his sorrows by sleeping with Haley. Having lost control of the situation, Damon takes Elena to New York looking for a breather, while Stefan suspects the worst. Silas followed them from the island. The trip to New York gains an unwanted passenger, Rebecca. Damon and Elena's goal is to track down Catherine, but the girls aren't in the mood to follow the rules. In Mystic Falls, the manipulation reaches catastrophic levels. Silas, wearing Professor Shane's face, promises to revive Jeremy if Bonnie channels the energy of 12 witches. Consumed by dark magic, she accepts the demonic deal and finds a coven in the woods who believe they are there to cleanse her. The witches demand she surrender to the spirits, leading to an exhausting magical clash. Stefan discovers the plan and rushes to stop the sacrifice. However, Caroline gets there first. Desperate to save her friend, she attacks and kills Asia, the leader of the coven. Her intentions were good, but the execution is a disaster. Killing the leader within a magical circle causes a domino effect, instantly killing the other 11 witches. Caroline pulls off the perfect massacre, completing Silas's triangle of expression. The carnage breaks Bonnie's trance. She wakes up disoriented with no recent memories. The worst falls on Stefan, who has the thankless task of breaking her illusion and confirming that Jeremy is, in fact, dead. Meanwhile, in New York, proving they don't need supervision, Elena and Rebecca ditch Damon, steal his car, and hit the road on their own. Elena and Rebecca's road trip to Willoughby is a test of patience focused on finding Catherine. After attacking a local, Elena discovers the doppelganger passed through, using compulsion to wipe memories. While Damon and Stefan track the car, Klaus suffers in agony with white oak splinters in his back in Mystic Falls. He almost attacks Caroline, but they soon realize the pain is fake. Silas invaded the hybrid's mind to make him believe he was dying. Shaken, Klaus lets his guard down and promises to spare Tyler in exchange for her support. In Willoughby, Rebecca and Elena corner Catherine in a diner, stabbing a fork into her hand. Elena finds an appointment with M on her phone and goes in the villain's place. M is Elijah, who kisses the doppelganger passionately before noticing her daylight ring and realizing the farce. Meanwhile, the real Catherine lures Damon and Rebecca to a supposed cure, dunks Damon's face in vervain water, and tosses the vial. Rebecca drinks it without thinking, but falls into the trap. The cure was fake. Out on the street, Catherine meets Elijah and, in a rare moment of vulnerability, hands over the real cure, not wanting to owe him any favors. Rebecca begs for the chance to be human, but Klaus demands the prize, and Elijah decides to take the vial to Mystic Falls. That night, Stefan and Damon find Elena. Having zero patience for speeches about the cure, Elena snaps a waitress's neck and warns them, if they try to fix her, the body count will only rise. Bonnie wakes up with her own couch on fire. Her expression magic is spinning out of control. Meanwhile, the Salvatores decide the best way to flip Elena's humanity switch back on is through nostalgia, which fails miserably. On the other side, the originals argue over who gets the cure. Klaus wants to force Silas to take it, while Rebecca just wants to be human. Elijah proposes a test. If Rebecca can live a whole day as a human without using her vampire perks, the cure is hers. Prom starts off poorly when Elena steals Caroline's dress. At the event, the humanity-free girl rejects the Salvatores, hurts Damon, and humiliates Matt and Bonnie. The tension explodes when Elena figures out Silas needs the witch to drop the veil. Her twisted logic drives her to try and kill Bonnie to prevent Jeremy's return. But Bonnie, now practically a weapon of mass destruction, fights back with lethal dark magic. Elena only survives because Stefan knocks her out with Vervain. Amidst the chaos, Caroline shares a farewell dance with Tyler, who goes back on the run from Klaus. The real master stroke comes at the end. Silas takes Rebecca's form, tricks Elijah, and steals the cure. With Silas calling the shots, the Salvatores lock Elena in the cellar, realizing the key to her humanity isn't nostalgia, but pure fear. Following a lead left by Catherine, Klaus heads to New Orleans, a city he helped build centuries ago. The place is now run by Marcel, his former protege, who controls the streets, the witches, and flaunts vampires walking in the sun. Elijah goes after Klaus and stumbles into a conspiracy run by the local witches. They lured the hybrid with a shocking revelation no one saw coming. Haley, the werewolf, is pregnant with his child. Klaus reacts as expected, denying everything and demanding the death of the girl and the baby. Elijah tries to convince him it's their chance to finally have a family, but Klaus only cares about power. Seeing that Marcel has the loyalty and the city at his feet, a switch flips in Klaus's head. He doesn't just want to be a father, he wants his throne back. The baby becomes the heir to the king. To prove who's boss, he brutally bites one of Marcel's men in the middle of the street.
Your friend will be dead by the weekend.
While the Michelson dynasty gears up for a turf war, Mystic Falls remains bleak. Damon and Stefan ditch the nostalgia and resort to physical torture. Damon gives Elena a blood bag spiked with vervain, making her choke. The battle of wills between the brothers and the humanity-free girl continues, and patience is running out. Out of peaceful options, Damon and Stefan let Elena burn in the sun without her daylight ring, trying to provoke pain or fear. But she knows the brothers love her too much to kill her and just laughs it off. Needing someone without scruples, they call Catherine. She takes over the torture, but carelessly leaves the door unlocked, allowing Elena to flee into the woods, starving. Meanwhile, Silas ramps up the psychological terror to force Bonnie to cooperate, changing faces, pretending to be Klaus, and attacking Sheriff Forbes. Bonnie, in turn, promises Catherine invincibility in exchange for Silas's headstone to drop the veil. In the woods, Elena attacks Matt and sinks her fangs into him. Stefan intervenes, but Damon makes the riskiest move of all. He grabs Matt and warns her. Either Elena turns her humanity back on, or he snaps the boy's neck. She calls his bluff. Damon snaps Matt's neck. The shock is instantaneous. Elena breaks down, and her emotions flood back like a bursting dam, drowning her in guilt. Damon reveals the trick. Matt was wearing the Gilbert ring and will come back to life. To keep Elena from being swallowed by remorse, Stefan tells her to focus on a single emotion as an anchor. She chooses the most intense one possible, pure, unadulterated hatred for Catherine Pierce. Dark magic demands a price. Bonnie fulfills her invincibility deal with Catherine, overloading the town's power grid. The veil drops, unleashing the ghosts. Elena goes on a mission of blind revenge against Catherine, injecting Damon with vervain so he can't stop her. As she corners her, Stefan steps in before the murder, revealing that Bonnie's spell linked Catherine's life to the witches. Ghosts from the past come to collect their debts. Cole stabs Matt, which leads to a genuine moment with Rebecca. She offers to heal him with her blood. blood, but Matt refuses, wanting to stay human. At the high school, Silas invades Bonnie's mind with dark hallucinations and tries to suffocate her in his true form. Aided by her grandmother Sheila's spirit, Bonnie breaks the illusion, channels an absurd amount of power, and freezes Silas, turning him to stone before he can show his face. Determined to buy Elena more time and permanently resurrect Jeremy, Bonnie ignores Sheila's warnings. Defying nature itself, she draws magic from all sources. The spell works, but the power overload is lethal. The witch collapses, and when she wakes up, she is staring at her own dead body. Mystic Falls turns into a playground for vengeful ghosts. Cole promises to raise hell, and Connor threatens to blow up the Mystic Grill if they don't hand over Silas. Alaric, also a ghost, grabs the hunter and lets the bomb detonate with both of them in the storeroom. Alexander straps Matt to a detonator. Rebecca extracts a promise to travel the world from him, takes his place on the bomb, and absorbs the blast, laughing at her original resilience. Amidst the apocalypse, the school tries to hold graduation. Damon gets shot with werewolf venom, and ghost witches give the vampires aneurysms. Klaus arrives, decapitates the lead witch with a graduation cap, and gives Caroline his ultimate gift, Tyler's freedom, an arrogant reminder that he intends to be her last love. The drama hits its peak. Elena hands the cure to Stefan, but confesses her heart chose Damon. Stefan accepts the rejection and decides to leave town, dumping Silas's statue in the quarry. Fatal mistake. Since Bonnie died, the spell breaks. Jeremy comes back to life but discovers Bonnie's death. In the final minutes, the story flips twice. Catherine attacks Elena to rip her heart out, but Elena shoves the cure down the doppelganger's throat, making her mortal. At the quarry, Silas reveals his true face. He is the original doppelganger of Stefan. The immortal drives a stake into his brother, locks him in a safe, and throws him into the bottom of the lake. Summer ends in blissful ignorance. Elena and Caroline head off to college, believing they are in for a normal life. Jeremy, the only one who knows about Bonnie's death, stays with Damon and replies to her texts to keep up the lie. No one knows that Stefan has spent the last few months drowning and resurrecting in a safe at the bottom of the lake, fighting to hold on to his humanity. The college peace is short-lived. Their roommate Megan, who drinks vervain-laced water, is killed by a vampire at a party. The police cover it up, and Elena and Caroline find a photo of the girl with Elena's late father.
Seriously, who is this girl? Whatever's going on, it's not just about her roommate. It's about me. That's Megan.
The past won't let go. Back in Mystic Falls, Catherine demands asylum from the Salvatores. Now human, paranoid, and hunted, she refuses to turn into a vampire out of fear that the cure in her blood will make it lethal. The hunter on her trail is Silas, wearing Stefan's face. He compels the sheriff and tries to trick Damon and Jeremy, but the boys' hunter instincts see through the disguise. Catherine escapes, causing a car crash in the process. While Matt suffers under the spells of Nadia, a traveler who followed him from Europe, Silas ramps up the cruelty. During a town square party, he slits Mayor Rudy Hopkins' throat. He mind controls the entire town to hunt Catherine down, while Bonnie's ghost watches her own father's death, completely powerless. On the run, Catherine is intercepted by Matt and Jeremy before the worst can happen. At college, Elena and Caroline spy on Professor Wes Maxfield's class to investigate Megan's death, but they get kicked out. On campus, Elena runs into who she thinks is Stefan, but it's Silas. He extracts Jeremy and Catherine's location and compels Elena, ordering her to kill Damon. When Damon shows up at night, Elena manages to drug him with vervain and ties him up. Since compulsion doesn't turn off emotions, Damon uses his charm to convince her to fight through the trance. In the woods, Silas tracks down the trio. He tries to read Matt's mind, discovers a traveler inside him, and snaps the boy's neck. On the other side, Matt finds Bonnie and finally learns of her death, but his memory is wiped when he resurrects. Jeremy faces Silas and loses, but Catherine returns with a shotgun and blasts the villain. Silas ends up cornered by travelers until Nadia kills her own partner, revealing she has her own plans for the immortal. Tension peaks when the sheriff, Damon, and Elena finally open Stefan's safe in the lake. Expecting a rescue, they find only a drained corpse. Stefan has escaped, and his Ripper mode is activated. The hunger has fully taken over. Burning in the sun, Stefan attacks a waitress but passes out. He wakes up in a cabin with Ketsia, Silas's betrayed ex-fiancée who created the immortality spell 2,000 years ago after being cast aside for Amara, the first doppelganger of Elena. Elena and Catherine share the same mystical nightmare about Stefan, forcing Damon to take them on a tense rescue road trip. The danger escalates when the traveler Nadia intercepts the group and captures Catherine. Silas is hot on their trail, but before he can force Nadia to shoot herself, the immortal collapses, bleeding from his eyes. It was Ketsia's doing. She used Stefan as a mystical voodoo doll to fry Silas's brain by linking the two together. Damon tries to intervene, but the ancient witch plants a cruel seed. The universe has spent 2 millennia drawing Stefan and Elena's doppelgangers together. They are destiny. When Elena arrives and runs straight to Stefan, ignoring Damon, the theory gains traction. Still with Nadia, Catherine discovers why she is so coveted. Her blood is now the literal cure. In the end, Damon and Elena bring Stefan home. Just as they are ready to care for him, tragedy strikes. Stefan opens his eyes with no idea who they are, his amnesia wiping out his last 2 centuries of history. With amnesia wiping out his history and the fact that he's a vampire, Damon tries and fails to bring his brother up to speed. Elena tries nostalgia, taking him to the couple's most significant landmarks. The chemistry is undeniable until she reveals she is now dating Damon. The shock infuriates Stefan, who walks away, proving that the betrayal hurts even without the memories. Meanwhile, Matt is losing blocks of time. He sets up cameras and discovers that the traveler inside him takes control to protect a mystical dagger. Desperate, he asks Jeremy for help, forcing the hunter to finally reveal that Bonnie is dead. In the cemetery, Stefan loses control and attacks Jesse. Caroline prevents a tragedy by healing the boy, and Stefan feels he can fully trust her. At the boarding house, he burns his own journals and cuts ties with the past, stating he only wants Caroline around to monitor him. With the truth out, the group holds an emotional funeral for Bonnie in the woods. The mourning is briefly lifted by Tyler's sudden appearance. However, the peace is short-lived. Professor Maxfield discovers Caroline's blood in Jesse and makes a drastic decision, injecting him with a fatal substance to force the transition and use him as a lab rat. Professor Wes Maxfield steps up his bizarre experiments on the newly turned Jesse. Trying to focus on the mystery of Megan's death, Elena meets Aaron in the cemetery. Ironically, his legal guardian is Maxfield, who warns Elena to go back to Mystic Falls. Tyler's return for the funeral causes friction. He refuses a normal life with Caroline to go hunt Klaus. It's the end of the line for the couple. Held captive, Nadia drops a bombshell. She is the daughter Catherine abandoned in 1492, who became a vampire just to hunt her down. Damon and Jeremy concoct a plan to resurrect Bonnie, using Silas's obsession with death to find Amara. Silas demands that Damon temporarily kills Stefan to break his mental link to Ketsia. Tessa. The plan fails. Stefan escapes before blacking out and warns Tessa, who is furious. She shoves her hand into Silas's chest and crushes his heart, paralyzing him. Damon and Elena recover his body, and Damon executes a bizarre workaround. He offers Catherine's neck for Silas to snack on. Silas wakes up after drinking the blood containing the cure, but defying the laws of biology, Catherine wakes up shortly after, alive and shocking everyone. Silas is now mortal, and his only goal is to destroy the other side so he can die and reunite with Amara. The anchor to the spell is in New Jersey. He road trips with Damon and Jeremy, while Elena reminds him to resurrect Bonnie first. At the cabin, Stefan wakes up confused next to Tessa, who discovers Silas's mortality and magically seals the place. Elena rushes to rescue her ex, finds out he slept with Tessa, and ends up trapped by the spell as well. In New Jersey, Tessa calls Damon and threatens to kill Elena if Silas doesn't die. Damon deals with travelers defending the immortal and learns from Tessa that the anchor is a person, Amara. Silas's reunion with Amara is brief. Desperate to die, she stabs Silas and drinks the cure from his blood. Damon finds her human and locks her up in the boarding house, her life acting as the guarantee for the other side. Meanwhile, Catherine discovers she is aging rapidly. Pretending to be Elena, she kidnaps Maxfield with Caroline's help and learns that the Augustine secret society killed Megan. Back at the cabin, Stefan fakes loyalty to Tessa all day, but the moment he can, he stabs the witch and escapes with Elena. In retaliation, Tessa brutally returns all of Stefan's traumatic memories at once, forcing him to suffer. Silas gives up on resurrecting Bonnie, focusing solely on killing Amara and destroying the other side so he can finally die. In the Salvatore basement, Amara, who can interact with the dead, inspires a plan: make Bonnie the new anchor. Damon negotiates with Ketsia, who gleefully agrees just to ensure Silas is trapped with her for eternity. The spell requires the blood of all 3 doppelgangers, Elena, Amara, and Catherine, who helps in exchange for a promise to cure her rapid aging. Mid-ritual, Silas cuts the power, allowing Stefan to kill kidnap Amara for his own revenge. Silas impales Katsia and finds Amara begging for death. Stefan intervenes, the two fight, and Stefan fatally stabs him. Seeing her true love die, Amara plunges the knife into her own chest. Elena finds Katsia bleeding out and forces her to finish the spell before Amara fades completely. The magic works. Bonnie returns as the anchor, and Silas is dragged into oblivion. Mission accomplished, Katsia kills herself, leaving Catherine without a cure. Homeless and kicked out by Caroline, Catherine still refuses to run away with Nadia. Bonnie's life as the anchor comes with a painful price for every supernatural death, and for Stefan, killing Silas didn't cure the trauma. While burying his doppelganger, the weight of the drowning comes rushing back, bringing the vampire to his knees. Dr. Maxfield's experiment has yielded terrifying results. The Augustine blood grants absurd strength to Jesse, who attacks the doctor and escapes the lab. On campus, Bonnie is back, but as the anchor to the other side, she suffers excruciating pain every time a supernatural being dies. Catherine deals with problems head-on. Discovering that Matt is possessed by the traveler Gregor, she plunges a traveler knife into the boy, killing the invading spirit instantly. Damon decides to torture Maxfield using biological poisons, and discovers he is creating vampires that feed on other vampires. The living proof is Jesse. Ravenous, he breaks into the lab and nearly decapitates Damon. With no other choice to save her boyfriend, Elena stakes Jesse, devastating Caroline. Across town, Stefan is drowning in PTSD from his months in the safe. Catherine assumes the role of a shock therapist. From the top of the clock tower, she threatens to jump to force a reaction out of him. The tactic works. Stefan saves her, and the dynamic between them shifts, but Damon's night ends badly. Maxfield triggers a security system, flooding the lab with vervain gas. Damon wakes up trapped in a cold cell, staring at his own initials carved into the wall decades ago. Trapped in the cell, Damon relives his dark years in the 1950s when he was a test subject for Dr. Whitmore's tortures and dissections. There, he met Enzo, a vampire with whom he hatched a plan. Damon would drink both their daily blood rations for a year to build his strength. During their 1958 escape, he started a fire. However, Enzo's cage bars were soaked in vervain, and to avoid burning to death, Damon flipped his humanity switch and abandoned his friend. In the present, Elena is captured by Maxfield and discovers that her own father, Grayson Gilbert, was a member of the macabre Augustine Society. Outside, Caroline tries to cure Stefan's trauma by locking him in a safe. Catherine steps inside with him, forcing him to focus on the present to break the cycle of pain. The tactic works so well that the two end up hooking up. Underground, Aaron Whitmore comes down armed, discovering the supernatural. Damon coldly confesses his decades-long generational revenge plan. He would slaughter the entire Whitmore bloodline, leaving only one alive to restart the cycle, including Aaron's family. Consumed by rage, the boy shoots Damon in the head. When Elena finally wakes up tied down, the guy strapped to the table next to her isn't Damon. It's Enzo, who survived the fire, is furious, and has a lot to say. Damon escapes, but rescuing Elena is tough. Maxfield refuses to negotiate and unleashes his guard dog, Enzo. Injected with a lethal poison, the Brit will only get the antidote if he kills his old friend. The reunion is laced with resentment. Enzo beats down Damon, who refuses to fight back. When Enzo collapses from the poison, Damon saves him with an antidote, but the enmity over the past abandonment remains. Meanwhile, Aaron tells Stefan about Damon's generational revenge plan. To prove he is different, Stefan spares him. He rushes to the lab and saves Elena moments before Maxfield can inject her with the cannibal serum. Aaron, finally cashing in on the truth, cuts ties with the doctor and flees with the syringe. At the Salvatore boarding house, Damon finds Elena reading her father's journal, trying to justify the tortures he committed. Realizing she will always make excuses to defend him, Damon refuses to corrupt her any further and breaks up with her on the spot. For Catherine, the aging is relentless. Nadia suggests using traveler magic to transfer her mother's soul. Catherine refuses, swayed by Stefan's recent affection, but mortality takes its toll. Just as she gives in and calls Nadia, Catherine suffers a massive heart attack and collapses. With Catherine dying in the hospital, the Mystic Falls gang copes by playing a drinking game to list her worst atrocities, until Stefan demands respect. Nadia tries to force the group's help by knocking out and burying Matt alive. The rescue divides the group in the woods, where Caroline finds out about Bonnie and Jeremy's hookup, and Klaus makes an unexpected appearance. Klaus promises to leave town forever if Caroline admits her feelings. She gives in, they hook up, and Matt is saved by Rebecca. At the boarding house, Damon spends the day tormenting Catherine with her worst memories until Nadia intervenes, begging her mother to use the traveler spell to possess another body. Catherine refuses, ready for the end. Stefan, showing empathy, enters her mind and alters her memories to give her peace, reuniting her with the baby she lost in 1492. It's an emotional farewell. Elena enters the room to offer forgiveness and her final goodbye. Catherine immediately repays her by grabbing the girl, reciting the traveler spell, and passing out. Elena's phone rings. She wakes up, answers Nadia, and drops the line with chilling perfection. "Hi, I'm Elena Gilbert." With Catherine in control of Elena's body, she compels Matt to use him as an instruction manual so she won't get caught. Since the spell has an expiration date, Nadia needs her mother's original body to make the transfer permanent. The problem is, Damon hid the corpse in the church tomb. During Tyler's welcome back party, the mood is heavy. Caroline tries to confess about Klaus, but Tyler overhears too soon, nearly goes full werewolf, and is only stopped from attacking the blonde by Stefan. Meanwhile, Damon tries to be better. He stops Enzo from killing Aaron Whitmore and simply compels him to leave town. At the tomb, the binding ritual begins. Elena regains control for a split second, attacks Nadia, and runs to Damon. But right before she can reveal the truth, Catherine takes the wheel again. Wearing Elena's face, she destroys any chance of reconciliation and breaks up with Damon coldly, determined to win back Stefan. The rejection breaks Damon. Convinced he is the monster she described, he teams up with Enzo, catches up to Aaron on the road, and murders the boy in cold blood. Catherine deletes Damon's photos from Elena's phone, sets Stefan as her wallpaper, and heads back to college. Caroline drags her friends to the bitter ball, while Bonnie notices a new witch on campus, Liv. The lighthearted vibe is miles away from Damon. Stefan finds Aaron's corpse, but his brother rejects salvation. Damon and Enzo hunt down Dr. Wes Maxfield, who continues developing his lethal poison, bankrolled by a mysterious force. To force Bonnie to track the doctor, Damon kidnaps Jeremy. Threatened, Liv helps with the spell, and Stefan rescues the boy, admitting to Catherine that he doesn't want to lose the good Damon. At the dance, Tyler catches Nadia compelling Matt. After using Vervain and discovering the truth, his neck is snapped by her. Faking compulsion, Matt gets into Nadia's car and texts Tyler the secret. Catherine is hijacking Elena's body. Meanwhile, Damon and Enzo corner Wes but walk into a traveler ambush. Wes takes advantage of the chaos and injects Damon with his new formula. When he wakes up, the smell of a bleeding vampire makes him lose control and decapitate the test subject. Damon has been turned into an Augustine vampire, programmed to feed on his own kind. As a cannibal vampire, Damon waits for a farmer to complete his transition at a farmhouse, only to decapitate and feed on him, cheered on by Enzo. At the boarding house, Stefan quizzes Elena, and her overly detailed knowledge of the Holy Roman Empire raises a red flag. When Caroline brings police reports of decapitated bodies, Stefan deduces Damon's killing spree. Wes Maxfield uses traveler magic to trap Damon and Enzo, altering the acidity of Damon's blood to cause an uncontrollable hunger for vampires. To avoid devouring his partner, Damon kicks Enzo out. On the road to rescue him, Catherine sabotages Stefan's car to force a pit stop at a motel and tries to seduce him, but he resists. At the farmhouse, Catherine provokes Damon's instincts by smearing her own blood on his face. Stefan intervenes, cuts his own arm as a distraction, and snaps his brother's neck.
Here, Dave, look over here. You smell that? Feed on me, not her.
Meanwhile, Matt, held hostage, manages to send Caroline a text before his memory is wiped. "Help, K." Piecing together the bizarre behavior, the cutoff text, and Nadia's track record, Caroline and Stefan finally crack the case. Catherine has taken over Elena's body. Nadia suffers severe hallucinations from Tyler's werewolf bite. Catherine demands a cure from Wes, but the walls are closing in. The group discovers the possession and sets a trap. However, Catherine catches onto the plan when Damon calls, begging her to come to the boarding house. An unthinkable move after their breakup. In the cellar, Damon lures Tyler, feeds on the hybrid, and breaks his chains. Free, he demands the antidote from Wes, who refuses, and Damon kills him without hesitation. In the lab, Catherine finds the body and realizes Wes never planned to save Nadia, having used the venom to create an even more lethal version of the Ripper virus. Thirsting for revenge, she injects the virus into her own body, guaranteeing Elena a living nightmare upon waking up. Stefan gives her an ultimatum: run away or say goodbye to her dying daughter. Catherine chooses her daughter. At the boarding house, Nadia dies in peace after a genuine apology from her mother. Knowing it's the end of the line, Catherine gives her sarcastic farewells and kisses Stefan, who stabs her with the traveler knife. Expelled from the body, Catherine's spirit confesses to Bonnie about the virus. Just as she is about to cross over to the other side, a dark wind drags her screaming into a shadowy abyss. Elena wakes up in her own body after 3 weeks, only to find herself locked in her dorm room by Liv's spell and infected with Catherine's super virus. While Caroline and Stefan search for a cure with the travelers, Damon is chained in the basement, receiving small doses of blood from Jeremy and Matt. Isolated, Elena suffers from severe symptoms and intense hallucinations. She sees Aaron dead and panics, believing she committed the murder during the possession. Paranoia fueled by Damon's hesitation on the phone. Desperate to reach her, Damon takes Matt hostage and forces Jeremy to release him. At college, Elena discovers that a student named Luke was being used as Catherine's juice box. Taking him hostage, she forces Liv and Bonnie to break the containment spell. Meanwhile, Stefan trades the antidote for a dangerous traveler spell to track his last doppelganger in Atlanta. Caroline puts a knife to the witch Sloane's throat to stop the mental torture of her friend. Enzo delivers the cure to Damon and Elena, but collects Caroline's price, helping him hunt down the doppelganger. It also becomes clear that Liv and Luke are siblings hiding a much bigger agenda. With the antidote in their blood, Damon and Elena reunite. The truth comes out, and they realize their relationship is incredibly toxic, deciding to break up maturely, which lasts exactly 2 minutes before they end up in bed together. Sloane tracks Stefan's last doppelganger, Tom Avery, a paramedic in Atlanta. Caroline and Enzo hit the road, with Caroline making it clear she'll kill Sloane if she keeps frying Stefan's brain. Damon and Elena navigate the classic toxic "we broke up but slept together" tension. At the Mystic Grill, Liv reveals to Jeremy that she isn't just any freshman, she's a witch whose coven needs help stopping the traveler's imminent plans for Elena and Stefan's blood. Immune to compulsion, Jeremy agrees to the mission, soon joined by Tyler and Matt. In Atlanta, Caroline finds Tom in a magical coma, and Enzo kills the witch Hazel. Caroline notices the guy's kindness and compels him to flee. However, Enzo intercepts Tom and snaps his neck, securing his alliance with the travelers to find Maggie, his lost love. At college, Liv tries to attack Elena. Damon intervenes, and Elena packs her bags, putting a real end to their destructive relationship. At the camp, the travelers drink the doppelganger blood and spontaneously combust. Stefan and Caroline flee. The burning spirits pass through Bonnie to the other side, causing a pain that makes her pass out as a mysterious man materializes in the world of the living. With the traveler leader freed, Stefan and Elena experience intense visions of a perfect alternate life together, complete with romance and kids. Liv preps Matt and Tyler for war, testing possessions with a mystical blade. Tyler passes unscathed. Matt goes to check on Sheriff Forbes and discovers the possession the hard way. She stabs him in the neck with a pen. Dead, Matt goes to a crumbling other side, watching Vicky get sucked into oblivion before he returns to life. Damon and Enzo track the source of the visions, Marcos. The traveler leader explains that the true love spell, cast 1500 years ago, was only meant to draw the doppelgangers together so their blood could be drained to break the witch's curse. With the blood secured, he ends the visions. Stefan and Elena share a sincere moment and agree to move on as friends. Damon, broken and lacking maturity, tells Elena he never wants to see her again. The day ends in disaster when Tyler, now possessed by a traveler, destroys the only blade capable of killing them. Stefan tries to help Elena study, but Enzo invades the library driven by revenge. Convinced that Stefan, during his Ripper phase in the 60s, decapitated his beloved Maggie. Enzo takes Liv hostage and forces her to torture Stefan and Elena with magic. To save Bonnie, Stefan takes the blame, lying. However, Damon's own detective work uncovers the tragic truth. The woman he himself decapitated in the 60s was Maggie. He confesses, breaking Enzo completely. Humanity switched off. Enzo attacks Liv, kidnaps Elena, and snaps her neck. Stefan catches up, sparking a lethal confrontation. Realizing that dying would be too quick, Enzo decides to destroy the Salvatore's relationship. While Stefan hesitates with his hand plunged into Enzo's chest, the vampire himself steps back, forcing Stefan to rip out his heart and proving to Damon that his brother killed his best friend. Stefan decides to hide the body and sends a fake text simulating Enzo's departure. The travelers, meanwhile, reverse Sloane's magic using doppelganger blood. She turns back into a human, but dies immediately after. The success proves that the travelers can strip away vampirism. From the beyond, Enzo's ghost smiles as he watches Stefan lie to Damon in the parlor, satisfied with the seed of war he planted. Chained up at the traveler camp, Tyler gets a kiss from Julian's wife and pretends to be her husband to uncover Marcos's plans, stripping the magic away from Mystic Falls using the doppelgangers. He escapes to warn the Salvatores. Damon, Stefan, and Luke search for Enzo, but retreat to Caroline's father's cabin under a cloaking spell. Caroline suggests a game of Never Have I Ever, suspecting Stefan and Elena are hiding a rekindled romance, but they are actually hiding Enzo's death. Enzo's ghost starts wreaking havoc, drowning Elena in the bathtub until she screams for Damon, unearthing the lie. Luke's disappearance breaks the protection spell. Stefan and Damon find the witch in the barn, but Enzo sets it on fire and stakes the brothers. To make it out alive, Damon swears to find a way to resurrect Enzo, and the ghost frees them. Meanwhile, Matt and Jeremy fail to steal Julian's original body. The travelers burn the vessel and complete the ritual. Tyler's essence is extinguished, and Julian takes over completely. Stripped of the magical protection, the travelers locate the cabin and capture Stefan and Elena. Marcos begins draining the blood of a captive Stefan and Elena, but the traveler Maria frees them. Her motive is selfish. If Marcos's spell extinguishes magic, Tyler dies, taking her husband Julian with him. Ghost Enzo demands his resurrection, but Caroline suggests killing Tyler to force Julian out and then reviving him. Cornered, Bonnie admits the spell doesn't exist, infuriating Enzo. Marcos invades the Salvatore mansion, showing off the immense power channeled from his people. On the road, Liv and Luke set up a suicidal ambush to kill a doppelganger and stop the ritual. The car rolls over, Maria dies, and the spell hits Mystic Falls. Without magic, the daylight rings lose their power, and Stefan and Elena start burning in the sun. Desperate, they run into Julian, who is looking for Maria. Upon learning of her death, the furious traveler rips out Stefan's heart in a brutal and cold act. Stefan's ghost appears to Bonnie, discovers the brutal lie that there is no way back, and crosses over to the other side, leaving a weeping Caroline next to his corpse. Devastated by Stefan's death, Caroline shocks Damon with the news as the other side rapidly collapses. Damon's insane rescue plan involves blowing up the travelers in a suicide attack and having the dead pass through Bonnie to open the return portal to ensure Liv does the spell. Caroline snaps Luke's neck, sending him to the other side. The sheriff lures the travelers to the grill, and Damon drives his car into the building to trigger the explosion. Elena tags along and both die on impact. Souls start returning through Bonnie, Alaric, Enzo, Tyler, now stripped of his hybrid magic, and Stefan. Damon, Elena, and Lexi are still missing. Bonnie forces Elena to cross over against her will. Lexi, seeing Bonnie suffer, drags Marcos into the void and finds peace instead of returning. Luke wakes up, sees his sister bleeding from the effort, and stops the spell. The door closes, trapping Damon. Elena breaks down in tears upon realizing he didn't make it back. Bonnie calls Jeremy for a final goodbye. The episode ends with Damon and Bonnie holding hands, awaiting oblivion as the other side is completely erased. 4 months later, an anti-magic border isolates Mystic Falls. Stefan abandons the search for his friends, takes up life as a mechanic, and dates Ivy. Caroline spends her days with Alaric poring over spells, refusing to give up. Elena, in extreme grief, takes herbs from Luke to hallucinate Damon, sparking an uncontrollable bloodlust that culminates in her attacking a young woman named Sarah. The girl flees into the safe borders of Mystic Falls, where Matt, now in a community protection squad, finds her and sneaks her out of town so Caroline can wipe her mind. Crushed by grief, Elena asks Alaric, an enhanced original, to compel her mind and completely erase any romantic memory of Damon. In stark contrast to the despair of the real world, Damon and Bonnie eat breakfast, alive and unharmed, in a completely unknown place. The unknown place is an empty dimension replaying May 10th, 1994, trapping Damon and Bonnie in an infinite time loop. In the present, to erase Elena's memories, Alaric needs the exact moment she fell in love with Damon, discovering it happened while she was still dating Stefan. The memory is rewritten, leaving Damon as nothing more than the monster who killed her brother. Caroline drags Enzo to confront Stefan, finding him at a quiet dinner with Ivy. Stefan refuses their pleas, and a spiteful Enzo punishes him by snapping his girlfriend's neck. In Mystic Falls, vampire hunter Tripp investigates Sarah. Matt discovers that Tripp belongs to the Fell family and is using the anti-magic border as a lethal death row for vampires. In 1994, Damon and Bonnie's routine changes radically. A crossword puzzle left blank is suddenly filled in, proving they are not alone. Ivy's death ends Stefan's peaceful phase. He compels his boss to bury her and sets off to hunt down Enzo. They clash at a college party thrown by Elena, but the confrontation is interrupted by a hunter named Jay. Enzo kills Jay, shifting the burden of hiding the body onto Matt. Elena notices Caroline's developing feelings for Stefan, but danger arises on another front. In 1994, Kai spikes Damon's bourbon with vervain and attacks him. The imminent danger forces Bonnie to tap into her dormant magic to save her friend, exactly as Kai planned, since he needs a witch to escape the prison world. In the present, Stefan corners Enzo. Instead of killing him, he reveals to Tripp that he belongs to a founding family and hands Enzo over to the hunter on a silver platter. In the 1994 dimension, Kai forces Damon to relive the May 10th massacre, when the vampire killed his nephew Zach's pregnant girlfriend. In the present, Stefan shows Elena his quiet human life. In 1994, Kai reveals his plan to use an eclipse and the Ascendant relic to escape. Bonnie finds the object but refuses to help after discovering in a newspaper that the psychopath murdered 4 of his own siblings.
Family massacred in Portland. All these kids were murdered.
Hello? Not everyone died. I had a soft spot for one of my...
In the woods, Alaric tries to discipline Jeremy with a brutal, veteran-style speech about surviving tragedy. In the present, Elena reads a letter written by her past self and accepts the erasure of her romantic memories. Kai gives Bonnie an ultimatum. Either they work together, or he will siphon her magic until she dies. To top off the disaster in the real world, Stefan discovers that Ivy, murdered by Enzo, is in full transition into a vampire. Ivy completes the transition, claims her first victim, and Stefan dumps her into Caroline's lap before disappearing. During a corn maze party, Ivy snaps Caroline's neck and attacks bystanders on the road, causing Tyler to flip his truck and crash into the crowd. Panicking over the risk of triggering his werewolf curse if anyone dies, Tyler breaks down. To spare him, the witch Liv takes a dark step. She fatally smothers the injured victim, taking the kill upon herself. In the 1994 dimension, Bonnie drives a pickaxe into Kai and uses her own blood to activate the Ascendant for Damon. Kai resurfaces, stabs Bonnie, and attacks. In her ultimate sacrifice, Bonnie throws the villain off and sends Damon through the portal, staying behind. In Mystic Falls, Tripp fills Ivy with tranq darts and captures her in his trunk. At the Salvatore crypt, Stefan's solitude is broken by Damon's long-awaited return. Stefan and Damon's reunion goes sour immediately. Elena sneaks out the window upon hearing of his return, refusing to reverse her memories. While Tripp drives his van full of vampires, including Ivy, toward death at the border, Elena discovers that Dr. Joe is a witch immune to compulsion. Damon is captured by Tripp, forcing Alaric, Stefan, and Elena to act. They block the road, but the van flips and crosses the magic-free border. The spell instantly suffocates and bleeds the vampires. In a suicidal move, Stefan crosses the line, rescuing Enzo and Damon, but leaving Alaric behind. Dr. Joe arrives and saves Alaric's life, using only her medical skills. He wakes up perfectly human, but the consequence is severe. He permanently loses the power to restore Elena's memories. Determined, Damon knocks on Elena's door again, and this time, the two come face to face. The reunion falls flat. The compulsion completely erased Elena's love for Damon, who invites her to a hospital gala to trigger her memories. Desperate, he pulls her across the Mystic Falls border. The memories start flooding back, but the lethal magic forces him to pull her out. Her current boyfriend Liam catches onto Elena's lies and decides to investigate her. Meanwhile, Stefan, Enzo, and Matt interrogate Tripp, discovering that his men captured Sheriff Forbes. During the hostage exchange across the border, Tripp drops dead on the dividing line. Enzo had secretly turned the hunter into a vampire. Joe reveals to Alaric that she is hiding her magic from her own brother, who nearly killed her. In 1994, Kai tries to force the Ascendant spell. Bonnie pretends to cooperate but transfers her magic into her teddy bear and tosses it through the portal, trapping Kai. In the present, Damon finds the bear and gets the message. Bonnie is alive. At Thanksgiving dinner, Jo watches a video of Luke and Liv and recognizes her own voice. The truth about the Gemini Coven explodes. The Coven leader demands a lethal merge between twins. As a siphoner without his own magic, Kai snapped, and Jo had to banish her brother to 1994 by hiding her magic. Meanwhile, Damon, Stefan, and Alaric visit the family's old house and run into Jo's father, Joshua. Fearing Kai will use the Ascendant with Bonnie, Joshua initiates a lethal long-distance spell to kill his own daughter Jo to prevent the future merge. The doctor collapses in Caroline's living room, and Elena heals her with her blood, compelling Liam to erase his discovery of vampires.
Elena, stop.
So you're not gonna remember anything from tonight? Or about Lady Whitmore? Or the fact that we even dated at all?
Stefan saves Damon, but in 1994, Kai locates Jo's hidden magic, siphons the power, and stabs Bonnie, stealing a one-way ticket to the present and abandoning her in the past. Damon and Elena jump to 1994 using the Ascendant and Liv's magic, but the plan crumbles when they realize Bonnie is stranded in another state. In the present, Kai arrives and attacks Liv at the bar, siphoning her magic, but Tyler throws the psychopath off the balcony. Stefan deals with the imposter Monique, but Enzo kills her coldly out of spite, pushing Matt to his breaking point and demanding that Jeremy return to the hunter's life. In the prison world, Kai destroys the original Ascendant and attacks Elena's arm. Damon tries to fight and throws the villain into the magic-free zone of Mystic Falls. The move backfires entirely. A serial killer untouchable by vampires is now loose in the town. Damon takes a well-deserved beating from Alaric. Elena cries over her wounds. Bonnie breaks down in the isolation of 1994, and Kai is already striking a demonic deal from Tyler's couch. Jo is at the hospital until she comes face to face with Kai, who attacks her. While Damon and Elena search for another Ascendant, Tyler tries to keep Kai alive. At the cemetery, Kai tries to force Jo to take back her magic. Liv nearly dies, and Jo reclaims her powers to save her. Damon and Alaric capture the villain and toss him over the anti-magic border. Kai siphons the magic from the entire border, causing the Traveler's spell to collapse. This ruins Matt's plan to push Enzo across the border to kill him. Enzo survives and sets his sights on Stefan. At the hospital, Stefan discovers that Caroline's mother has an incurable tumor and takes on the burden of telling her. At Damon's house, Elena knocks on the door, but Damon doesn't see her. Kai, using an invisibility spell, taunts Damon, knocks Elena out, and vanishes with her. Tied up at the Mystic Grill, Elena becomes Kai's punching bag. Overflowing with stolen magic, he decides to practice his tricks on her. Stefan's house turns into a circus with Liv helping Jo regain her magic. The real focus, however, is rescuing Elena, who was taken to the high school by Kai and used as bait after he melted her daylight ring. In an ambush, Jeremy, Alaric, and Damon take the villain down and rescue her. Meanwhile, Caroline refuses to accept her mother's diagnosis and drags Stefan to Duke. Out of options, she feeds her own blood to Colin, a terminal patient who gets up looking fully cured. There, Enzo spies on Stefan and uncovers a colossal secret. Sarah Nelson, Stefan's human niece, is alive and hidden at Duke. Confident in her improvised trial, Caroline returns and feeds her blood to Liz. The problem is that, back at Duke, the cured patient coughs up blood and dies in agony. The cured patient shows up at Caroline's door and burns in the sun. The vampire blood didn't cure his cancer. It accelerated the disease, turning him into a vampire with rapidly growing tumors. And Caroline gave that same blood to her mother. Despair sets in. Since Jo lacks the ability to siphon the magic from Liz, Damon kills the agonizing patient and turns to Kai, forcing him to act as a human siphon. Kai siphons the magic from Liz's blood, but the shock triggers a heart attack in the sheriff. Taking advantage of the chaos, the villain flees, taking Jo with him. Liv and Luke's father arrives to force the merge, but Luke realizes he doesn't have to sacrifice his sister. Because he shares the same bloodline and biological age as the psychopath, Luke confronts Kai and forces the merge with him. After an explosion of light, both collapse. Liz is resuscitated and makes Stefan promise to take care of Caroline. Far away, Jo holds Luke's body. He opens his eyes for a second, but dies. The one who gets up smiling is Kai. He won the merge. Bonnie celebrates her birthday alone in 1994, while Caroline copes with her mother's illness by searching for Miss Cuddles, a magical stuffed bear buried in the woods, accompanied by Stefan. Damon and Elena kiss again, but Kai interrupts.
No.
Yum, cupcakes. Sorry, am I interrupting something?
What are you doing?
Having absorbed Luke's humanity in the merge, the sociopath now feels guilt. Damon uses this emotional Kai to send a message to Bonnie. Using his magic, Damon, Elena, and Jeremy project themselves into 1994 and find Bonnie on the verge of suicide. The magic breaks before they can intervene, as Liv shows up trying to kill Kai. Jeremy forces her to send him back and watches helplessly as Bonnie locks herself in a garage with the car running. At the last second, she remembers her grandmother's advice, changes her mind, and Jeremy manages to open the door just in time to save her. In the real world, Caroline finds the stuffed bear and breaks down crying with Stefan. A kiss almost happens. Bonnie finds the clue Damon left and hits the road for Nova Scotia to retrieve her magic. Sheriff Liz investigates one last cold case, the car crash that killed Elena's parents. Damon helps her. Jeremy packs his bags, supposedly for art school. In reality, Alaric sends him off to hunt vampires in New Mexico. Caroline and Stefan prep a cabin for Liz's final days, where the romantic tension between them grows. In the underworld, Enzo forces Matt to find Sarah Salvatore, deliberately runs the boy over, and heals him with vampire blood just to manipulate the girl. The Gilbert investigation concludes that it was just a normal storm, forcing Liz to accept that natural tragedies simply happen. Damon promises to write her eulogy, but she falls into a coma shortly after. Caroline arrives at the hospital in a panic, devastated that she didn't get to say goodbye in time. Stefan uses his abilities to guide her into her mother's mind. Caroline finds Liz in a happy memory, teaching her how to ride a bike, and so the sheriff passes away in peace, surrounded by Elena, Damon, Stefan, and Matt. Grief hits hard, and Caroline deals with the pain by aggressively organizing her mother's funeral. Damon struggles to write the eulogy, haunted by having skipped his own mother's funeral. Stefan, conflicted after kissing Caroline, gets advice from Damon. If he's not entirely in love, back off. Meanwhile, the prison worlds are collapsing because Kai didn't merge with Joe, causing Bonnie to be violently thrown from 1994 into 1903. To save the worlds and the Coven, Joe surrenders all her magic to Kai. He thanks her by revealing that Joe is pregnant, and Alaric proposes to her on the spot. At the funeral, Stefan hesitates to commit, while Damon delivers a flawless speech honoring Liz. Elena tries to stop Caroline from flipping her humanity switch, but the blonde's response is to coldly snap Elena's neck and vanish. In the mansion's kitchen, Damon is nearly knocked off his feet when Bonnie jumps into his arms, finally back. She brings back a video from the 1903 world, and Damon freezes when he watches the footage. The mysterious woman trapped there is his own mother. With her humanity off, Caroline bites Liam at the bar and offers Elena and Bonnie a deal. She wants 1 year without emotions, and in return, she promises not to kill anyone. The two agree. Damon digs up his mother's coffin and finds it empty. Kai shows up, offering to help them reach 1903, provided Damon helps him apologize to Bonnie. At a rave, Bonnie refuses to forgive the villain and uses magic to make Damon physically feel the wounds from the parallel dimension. Kai then reveals the truth. Damon's mother is alive, imprisoned by the Gemini Coven for being a Ripper vampire. Stefan tries to declare his love to force Caroline's feelings back on, but fails. In retaliation, she kidnaps Sarah and forces Liam to perform a dangerous medical procedure on her without any pain relief. Caroline gives an ultimatum. Either Stefan flips his humanity switch or Sarah dies. Elena arrives in time to stop Liam, but Stefan has already made his decision. Before flipping the switch, he asks Elena to bring him back later and turns off his emotions. With his humanity off, Stefan asks about Damon's weapons, neutralizes his brother with vervain, and breaks his arm. Reeling from his mother's past, Damon convinces Bonnie to use Kai to take them to 1903. In the snow, they find Lily living in isolation. She reveals she survived and maintained control thanks to her companions, who are now perfectly mummified.
Hello, Mother.
There was a time I marked days on a calendar. I gave up after a few years.
In Mystic Falls, Caroline just wanted to keep her cold routine intact, but Stefan decides that chaos is much more interesting. Their dispute turns into an intense brawl in the dorm room, with Alaric and Enzo unable to stop them. In 1903, Bonnie gets her revenge. She stabs Kai in the back, abandons him in the frozen dimension, and casts the spell, returning with Damon, Elena, and Lily. In the present, the constant teasing culminates in Stefan and Caroline sleeping together. Back at the mansion, Bonnie hands Damon the cure for vampirism she grabbed during the trip, and while Damon weighs the bombshell in his hands, Kai discovers the hard way that Lily's mummified friends in 1903 have woken up ravenous. Off the rails, Caroline and Stefan crash the karaoke bar, acting like they own the world. Enzo tries to reveal Sarah's origins at the mansion but runs into Lily and flees in shock. The truth comes out. It was Lily who turned him into a vampire on a ship in 1903. Sarah, pumped full of vervain, injects the herb straight into Enzo's neck. At the bar, Caroline starts a sadistic trivia game with Matt and Tyler, where a wrong answer is fatal. Tyler tries to stake her, but she uses Matt as a human shield, impaling the boy. To contain the disaster, Damon convinces Lily to put on an act to try and flip Stefan's humanity switch back on. Following Damon's script, the psychological theater works. Stefan feels the guilt, flips his emotions back on, and runs after Caroline, who has already fled. At the hospital, Matt survives but firmly refuses any vampire blood cures. Damon continues to hide the cure from Elena, while Joe uncovers an even bigger threat. Lily's friends are heretics, a bizarre and lethal combination of witches and vampires. Stefan takes Caroline to a bed and breakfast, subjecting her to meticulous psychological torture to force her humanity back on. Pretending his emotions are still off, he orchestrates a fake hunter attack with Damon. They wake up in a vampire-proof cell. Elena delivers Liz's final letter to Caroline, but the blonde tells Stefan to burn it. He obeys to keep his cover. Meanwhile, Lily finds out about the cure and blackmails Damon. Either he gets the Ascendant to rescue the heretics in 1903, or she destroys the vial. Bonnie refuses to hand over the artifact. In the cell, Caroline sees through the act and snaps Stefan's neck. He changes tactics, invading her mind and projecting real memories of Liz supporting them. The shock of having destroyed the final letter breaks the barrier, and Caroline breaks down in tears. At the mansion, Damon confesses to Elena that he hid the cure out of pure selfishness. Elena, however, finds the vial on the table. Lily had only burned the empty box. Damon makes his ultimate decision. They are going to take the cure together. Alaric's bachelor party kicks off in an unusual way, while Joe gets a party with Bonnie and Elena. The mood sours, with Stefan acting as a babysitter for Lily, who is spiraling out of control due to blood deprivation. The matriarch's escape ends at the girls' diner, where she drives a skewer into Bonnie's neck. Joe only escapes death by revealing she is pregnant with twins, causing Lily to back off. At the top of the clock tower, Elena finally drinks the cure, becoming human. Instantly, Alaric's mental barrier drops, and all the erased memories of her romance with Damon rush back at once. The euphoria is cut short by Lily, who snaps Damon's neck and attacks Elena. The newly human Elena defends herself by stabbing a badge into Lily's eye and running away. Stefan and Damon manage to subdue their mother with vervain and lock her in the mansion's cell, but she swears she'll bring her people back. In 1903, Kai rings the dinner bell for the 6 heretics, ready to bust them out. On Joe's wedding day, Caroline deals with her guilt by obsessively taking control of the arrangements, confessing to Stefan that she isn't ready to commit to a relationship. Stefan, for his part, focuses on giving his brother a reality check, projecting a depressing human future alongside Elena into Damon's mind to ensure his final choice. The tactic almost works, but Damon watches an elderly couple still deeply in love and decides that is exactly what he wants.
On second thought.
Senile or something.
At the mansion, Matt and Bonnie go down to the cell to kill Lily, but are choked by an invisible magic. Lily soon appears free at the grill, announcing to Enzo the arrival of her family. The ceremony begins in the barn. In the middle of their touching vows, Joe gasps for air, stab wounds blossom across her abdomen, and Kai materializes behind her. Using lethal magic, the villain unleashes a shockwave that shatters the windows and throws everyone to the ground, including Elena, turning the wedding into a massacre. Chaos reigns at the wedding. While Alaric weeps over his bride and Damon rushes an unconscious Elena to the hospital, Kai snaps Stefan and Caroline's necks. The Gemini Coven chants a spell to banish him, but Kai commits suicide just to wipe out his entire coven in the process. Mortally wounded, Liv convinces Tyler to smother her to trigger his werewolf curse and guarantee his survival. Soon after, Kai wakes up as a heretic. Alaric shoots him to no avail, but Tyler, mid-transition, deals a lethal werewolf bite to the villain. Damon discovers the final blow. Kai linked Bonnie's life to Elena's. As long as the witch draws breath, Elena will remain in a coma. Kai siphons the magic from the bite, curing himself, and attacks Bonnie. Damon arrives, pretending to abandon his friend, but quickly spins around and decapitates Kai in a single strike, saving Bonnie. In the following days, everyone enters Elena's mind for an emotional goodbye, locking her coffin inside the crypt. Time passes, and the scene flashes forward to Damon looking down at the ruins of a completely devastated Mystic Falls. 3 years in the future, Stefan wakes up a desiccated Damon so they can flee from a threat. In the present, Damon is traveling through Europe with Alaric and Bonnie, while Stefan deals with Lily's heretics. After Valerie is run over by a car, retaliation is swift. The heretics cause a massacre of teenagers and orchestrate a bloodbath at the police academy graduation. Faced with the lethal threat and their bomb at the heretics' house failing, Matt and Stefan evacuate Mystic Falls by faking a toxic gas leak. The truce surrenders the isolated town to Lily. Damon returns outraged, and with Bonnie's help, rips out the heart of Malcolm, his mother's favorite heretic. While Stefan and Caroline finally kiss, Alaric obsessively uses the Phoenix Stone in an attempt to resurrect Joe. Enzo chooses Lily's side, injects Caroline with vervain, and hands her over as a prisoner. Back in the future, arrows fly at the brothers, and the X-shaped scar on Stefan's chest opens up. A relentless huntress is after them. In the future, Caroline panics upon learning her fiancé wants to visit Mystic Falls. In the present, the ghost town has become a hunting ground for the heretics. Lily holds Caroline hostage, having transferred the mansion's deed to the name of a maid. To break the magical entry barrier, Bonnie temporarily stops Matt's heart. The invasion, however, is a disaster. Valerie cast a spell on Caroline's skin to act like pure vervain, preventing Stefan from touching her, and Enzo helps lock her up for good. Damon discovers that, in revenge for Malcolm's death, Lily stole Elena's coffin. Alaric continues to play with the dark magic of the Phoenix Stone, lying to Bonnie, who sensed the artifact's evil and demanded its destruction. Inside the mansion, Nora hands an old diary to Caroline, revealing that in 1863, Stefan was deeply in love with Valerie. Back in the future, the mention of Stefan's name terrifies Caroline. Right before a stake flies across the room and strikes her down. 3 years in the future, Stefan flees in desperation as his scar opens, setting his own car on fire. In the present, Alaric experiments with the Phoenix Stone, while Damon travels to Myrtle Beach with him to hunt down Oscar, the sixth heretic.
Damon Salvatore. You know me? Of course I know you.
Trapped in the mansion, Caroline reels from Valerie's revelation, confirming she was Stefan's first love. In 1863 flashbacks, it's revealed that Julian, Lily's ex, beat Valerie until she lost Stefan's baby. The crime forced her to commit suicide with Lily's blood in her system, accidentally turning her into the first heretic. In Myrtle Beach, Oscar attacks Damon and refuses to return to Lily. Damon recovers the Phoenix Stone and plans to trade him for Elena's coffin. Moved by Stefan's honesty, Lily decides to free Caroline. The trade plan goes up in smoke when Valerie intercepts Oscar. Preferring death over seeing Julian brought back, she brutally rips out the heretic's heart, destroying Damon's only bargaining chip. In the future, Alaric's surprising fatherhood is threatened by Damon, highlighting the collapse of their friendship. In the present, Rick continues to bribe the morgue to keep Joe's body. Damon's brilliant plan fails miserably when he finds Oscar dead in the closet, killed by Valerie. He enters a dark game to hide Oscar's corpse, dragging the body around in secret. The situation escalates when Nora and Mary Louise arrive at the college demanding Oscar. Proving to be ruthless, they force a student to stab herself, demanding the heretic show up, or one person will die every hour. The spell that turns Caroline's skin into pure vervain still burns to the touch, but she helps Stefan set a trap. The two head to a party to distract the heretics, buying Damon enough time to clean up the bloody mess caused by Oscar's death. In the future, Bonnie is now in therapy and in a relationship with Enzo. In the present, Alaric uses the Phoenix Stone to resurrect Joe, while the heretics do the same with Oscar. The resurrection, however, goes completely wrong. An out-of-control Oscar attacks everyone, forcing Enzo to kill him and take the stone. Valerie finally drops the terrifying truth. The Phoenix Stone doesn't resurrect the dead. It's a crowded prison holding the souls of ancient vampires, meaning Alaric just downloaded the spirit of a random monster into his wife's corpse. Damon, Stefan, and Valerie go to burn Julian's coffin, but are stopped by Lily and the heretics. Tension explodes when Valerie reveals it was Lily who gave the idea for Elena's magic coma. Driven mad, Damon tries tries to murder his mother, but the group escapes. Rejected when Lily chooses Julian, Enzo hands the stone over to the heretics in retaliation, allowing them to resurrect Julian. Fully aware of Valerie's bloody past, the Salvatore brothers unite out of pure vengeance against their own mother. 3 years in the future, Damon reveals to Alaric that Caroline is his fiancée, minutes before the blonde appears wounded on TV with an urgent message for Stefan. In the present, Caroline demands Valerie leave town, but the heretic refuses to go as long as Julian is alive, revealing the tragic secret of her pregnancy. Lily tries to ease the tension by throwing a party, dividing the Salvatore brothers. Damon wants to psychologically torture Lily for months, while Stefan, fueled by newfound vengeance, wants to kill Julian that very night. To avoid being stopped, Stefan spikes Damon's drink with vervain. At the party, Julian spreads chaos, encouraging the guests to be bitten. Stefan attacks, Lily intervenes, and Damon, now awake and aware of the abuse Valerie suffered, decides to support his stepfather's immediate execution. At the hospital, the fake Joe's body goes into irreversible failure. The most shocking moment, however, comes when Valerie watches Alaric's wedding tapes and uncovers the truth. The Gemini Coven used ancient magic to hide Alaric's twins inside Caroline's protected womb. In the future, Damon and Alaric discover that Caroline's TV broadcast was an elaborate trap. In the present, Caroline's pregnancy test comes back negative, though the nausea persists. Damon and Stefan invite Lily to a pre-Thanksgiving dinner focused on exposing Julian's horrors. Since diplomacy fails, they knock their mother out with vervain. Tied up, Lily faces her son's tribunal, where they compare Julian's cruelty to their father's past, Giuseppe Salvatore. Lily refuses to believe it until her neck starts bleeding for no reason, revealing her life has been magically linked to Julian's. Unfortunately, Damon was already outside stabbing the villain in the chest with the Phoenix sword. However, without the stone in the hilt, the artifact doesn't work, and Julian survives. Later, Julian confesses to causing Valerie's miscarriage, using the exact same excuse Giuseppe used, destroying Lily's trust. She then tells her sons she will help kill him.
Pardon me? Sorry, I didn't quite hear what you said.
You were right about Julian. I have a plan. And this time we won't get caught.
At the hospital, Valerie undoes the Gemini cloaking spell in front of the ultrasound monitor. The image changes, confirming Caroline is carrying Alaric's future generation. The operation to take down Julian enters its final phase. Lily, Damon, and Stefan's plan requires breaking the spell that links her life to the villains, meaning they need the heretics. Valerie reveals the horrors Julian put her through in the 19th century. Most of them take her side, but Mary Louise remains loyal and brutally breaks up with Nora. Caroline tells Stefan about her unusual pregnancy, and he assures her his love won't change. Enzo tries to warn Lily to run, but he's drugged and kidnapped by Matt and his new anti-vampire militia. When the Salvatores corner Julian, he forces Lily to choose between killing Valerie or decapitating Damon. Julian and Lily are unaware that the heretics had already undone the magical link. Believing it was the only way to stop the monster, Lily drives a stake through her own heart. Stefan and the heretics mourn, but a cold and bitter Damon simply wishes her a good nap. In the future, Damon agonizes from werewolf venom, hallucinating and begging his dead mother for forgiveness. The mysterious huntress steps on his pride, tells him he'll soon be keeping Lily company, and knocks him out with a kick. In the holiday spirit, the Salvatore family buries Lily. To cope with their grief, Damon and Stefan hunt Julian down to a bar littered with dead Santas, where a fistfight ensues. Alaric is on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and Caroline fights the predatory instincts of her pregnancy. Playing the strategist, Valerie convinces Stefan to kidnap Mary Louise to use as bait for Julian, but an invisible force steals the hostage along the way. The confrontation with Julian turns into a nightmare. Damon is stabbed by the Phoenix Stone Sword and sucked into his own personal hell. Blinded by revenge, Nora siphons Bonnie's magic and stabs Stefan as well. The scene shifts to Damon's hell in the Civil War. 3 years in the future, Stefan takes Valerie's car in Chicago to save Damon in Dallas. Valerie promises to rain down hell if anything happens to him. Damon's hell is a time loop during the American Civil War, where he is ordered to execute deserters alongside his partner Henry, haunted by visions of his dead mother. When Lily appears, Damon supposedly wakes up. Bonnie warns him that Stefan's body is missing. Damon finds Julian, who incinerates his brother before Lily appears again. He is still in hell. Restarting the same day of the war and failing to save everyone, exhaustion finally breaks Damon's resistance. He breaks down, apologizes for his anger, and admits how absurdly much he missed Lily. The illusion makes his mother die in his arms. When he finally wakes up in the real world, his mind is shattered. Damon loses control and attacks Stefan, Caroline, Matt, and Bonnie. The weight crushes him when he stops, panting, and realizes that this time, the blood on his hands is real. Desperate after seeing the damage he's caused, Damon forces Bonnie and Matt to drink his blood. Caroline knocks him out with vervain, and he wakes up in chains. Stefan, newly awakened from his own hell, tries to ease his brother's guilt, but warns him that the PTSD is what really destroys you. Tyler shows up for Caroline's baby shower, oblivious to the fact that the heretics have emptied Mystic Falls. Now allied in a militia, Bonnie and Matt use a dating app to lure vampires. When the trap works, Matt executes the prey in cold blood. At home, Stefan proves just how dangerous their minds currently are by confessing he hallucinated and attacked an innocent waiter. He agrees to unchain Damon as long as he doesn't let him out of his sight, but the millisecond he turns his back, Damon hallucinates Henry, the Civil War soldier, again. Hell came back with him.
Are you just going to surrender your town to the enemy?
It already passed the test, Henry. I already admitted my fault, so you can leave me alone.
You passed the test.
Believing he killed Elena during a psychotic break, Damon spirals into self-destruction worthy of a rock star, sleeping with girls who resemble his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Caroline is carrying Alaric's twins, magic siphoning babies that are draining their host's energy and killing her from the inside out. In the revenge plotline, Valerie finally helps Stefan kill Julian once and for all, bringing relief to Mystic Falls. On that same note, Matt and Officer Penny arm themselves to take back the town. Seeking power, Enzo tracks down the legendary huntress, Reyna Cruz. In a bizarre scheme, he kills her and burns her body so she can be reborn from the ashes, thinking he can control the world's ultimate vampire killing machine. The episode culminates when Stefan discovers Damon thinks he incinerated Elena. Stefan's expression goes from grief to absolute hatred, and his response to this traumatic revelation is to punch his brother repeatedly in the face. Reyna Cruz's origin is tragic. In the 19th century, Julian compelled her to murder her own father, a hunter from the Brotherhood of the Five. A shaman then granted her 7 lives and a sword capable of trapping souls. That's how, in 1903, she trapped Julian and slit Beau's throat. In the present, Reyna is on the loose. She shoots Bonnie and forces Damon to hand over the mystical weapon. At the hospital, the magical twins fight Caroline's C-section, causing her to desiccate. The heretics try to channel magic to draw the babies out, but Beau's scar opens up. Reyna breaches the premises, incinerates Beau, and scares off Nora and Mary Louise. Only Valerie stays behind to save Caroline. As the girls are born and Alaric steps up, Stefan rushes in and jumps in front of Reyna's blade to save Damon. Now marked, he must run for his life. The tables turn when Enzo, about to be killed by Damon, reveals that Elena is alive in a coffin guarded by Tyler. Relieved, Damon promises Stefan he will save him from this relentless hunt. With the sword's mark on his chest, Stefan flees to New Orleans, where magic fails to track him. There, Klaus Michelson tries to be a good host, but upon discovering Reyna's involvement, he kicks the Salvatore out to keep his city safe. Meanwhile, Enzo lures Damon and Bonnie to the Armory, a secret society that promised to reveal his true family in exchange for Stefan. Enzo drugs them and locks Damon in a cell with Tyler, who is about to turn into a werewolf. To bypass the biometric scanner and save her friend, Bonnie chops off Enzo's hand. Tyler breaks free and knocks the witch out before escaping. With her system full of anti-magic pills, Bonnie can't be healed with vampire blood, and Damon swears to save her. Enzo has his hand reattached and discovers the Armory is his biological family. In Dallas, Caroline decides to move in with Alaric to raise the twins. In the Louisiana Bayou, Klaus ends up intervening to save Stefan from Reyna, leaving him with some bitter advice. Let Caroline go. Bonnie doesn't let it slide, throwing in his face the guilt of hurting her and abandoning Stefan right after his brother took a hit from the Phoenix sword in his place. Fast forwarding 3 years, the relationship map has flipped upside down. Stefan and Caroline are broken up. Seeing that his ex has found stability raising her daughters with Alaric, Stefan decides to move on alongside Valerie, bonded by a shared instinct for survival. In Mystic Falls, Matt has taken charge and, alongside Penny, expelled all vampires from the town to clean up the streets. Amidst all this future chaos, a bizarre connection emerges between Bonnie and Enzo, something entirely tied to the dark games of the mysterious armory. Serving as the armory's guinea pig, Reina ended up developing a sympathy for Stefan through the scar, which acted as a window into his mind. She saw how happy he was with Valerie, but noticed his instincts always led him back to Damon. Valerie knew a crucial detail: the mark could be transferred to Damon. She hid this to protect Stefan, certain her cowardly brother-in-law would back out at the last minute. On the road, Mary Louise and Nora sacrifice themselves in a car crash that pulverizes the Phoenix Stone. The destruction shatters Stefan's situation as his body drops dead and his soul is thrown into limbo. Meanwhile, Enzo discovers a fatal mistake. The pills he gave Bonnie to hide her from the armory are a lethal poison. The witch desperately needs a cure, and Reina seems to be the only way out. To top off the chaos, the shadow of Penny's death looms over Stefan, the real reason Matt banished him from Mystic Falls. Stefan wakes up on the asphalt next to a burning school bus. With the destruction of the Phoenix Stone, the souls trapped inside were thrown into the first available corpses, and he ended up in the body of Marty Hammond, an alcoholic human on the run from the police. In Texas, Damon guards his brother's original body, but the vampire occupying it soon attacks a waitress and flees toward Memphis. Trapped in a sick body that has about 3 days to live, Stefan ends up stranded in a brutal blizzard in Arkansas, freezing to death. Damon races against time and uses a compelled cop to track him down. Over the phone, he uses his classic provocation tactic, generating enough anger to keep his brother walking through the snow until he can rescue him. The relief is short-lived. Valerie and Alaric discover that Stefan's real body ended up in a frat house occupied by a dangerous, bloodthirsty serial killer. The clock is ticking. Damon and Stefan are on a desperate road trip while Marty's human body deteriorates, needing an ambulance just to keep it functioning. In the passenger seat, Alaric is furious and holds a grudge against Stefan for breaking Caroline's heart, while Stefan agonizes over the apology letter she never opened. Ambrose, the vampire in Stefan's body, demands they kill Reina Cruz to get the vessel back, hiding out in a frat house shielded by humans. At the same time, Enzo discovers that the pills Bonnie is taking have irreversible effects, while the witch, committed to a psych ward, tries to extract information from Virginia about the armory's secret vault. Losing patience, Ambrose slaughters the fraternity and tries to finish off Marty, but Damon and Alaric take him down. Valerie performs the dangerous body swap spell, nearly dying in the process, but safely returns Stefan to his original body. Realizing he still loves Caroline, Valerie decides to go her own way. Alaric rejects Damon's apologies, ending their partnership, while Enzo swears to find a cure for his witch. Flashbacks reveal how Bonnie and Enzo fell in love while he kept her safe, an unexpectedly sweet romance. But the poisoning is advancing fast, and she has less than a week to live. The brutal solution to buy her time? A coordinated massacre. The entire group teams up to wipe out every vampire on Reina Cruz's extensive hit list, transferring the energy from those deaths. Concurrently, the reason the armory needs Bonnie so badly comes to light. Only a Bennett witch can open the vault where Alex's sister is trapped. Domestic tension peaks when Stefan tries to fix things with Caroline and ends up taking a punch from Alaric. Rick and Caroline's cohabitation is strictly platonic for the sake of their daughters. Caroline never got over her ex's abandonment, and Stefan's mere presence threatens to implode the fragile family structure Alaric fought so hard to build. During the life transfer spell, Reina delivers the worst possible plot twist. Bonnie survives, but inherits the Huntress's curse. The pacifist witch wakes up with an uncontrollable urge to exterminate all her vampire friends. Before going full Terminator, Bonnie completely seals the armory, locking the members inside with the monster from the secret vault.
Clear all the exits. Go!
Bonnie?
What did you just do?
The trapped people begin to turn into bloodthirsty beasts. In the human storyline, Matt Donovan finally discovers that he was the one who accidentally shot his fiancée Penny. Stefan had erased his memory to spare him the pain, but now the sheriff has to swallow the guilt head-on. Alaric's illusion of a happy family fully collapses as well. He accepts that Caroline only stayed out of convenience and that her heart belongs to Stefan. With romantic ties severed, the group's entire focus shifts to surviving their heavily armed best friend. Bonnie Bonnie has fully embraced her role as a ruthless huntress. Stefan steps into his classic brooding hero persona and drags Caroline across the country to keep her safe. The problem is, Caroline is devastated. All she wanted was the normal life she had in Texas, and now she finds herself stuck on an endless run, arguing about their relationship until Bonnie catches up to them. Far from the chase, Damon and Enzo hatch a desperate plan to save everyone's skin. Open the armory's sealed vault and destroy the last everlasting, the immortal body that originated Reyna's curse. The catch is that this entire theory comes from the word of a shaman. Trusting mystical figures with miraculous promises is usually a terrible idea, but when it's the only hope left, they don't have the luxury of questioning it. Trying to blow up the armory's vault door doesn't work, and Damon suggests using Caroline's twin daughters to siphon the magic. She fiercely refuses, forcing Stefan to stop his brother from kidnapping the girls. On the road, the pursuit is relentless. Bonnie tries to crush Stefan's car, but Matt grabs the wheel at the last second. Injured and left behind by the witch, he hallucinates Penny and realizes he deserves much more than being the town's eternal punching bag. Knowing Bonnie won't stop, Caroline swallows her pride and brings the twins, who unlock the vault door. Enzo acts as bait for the huntress and ends up with a stake in his stomach, while Damon breaches the vault, finds the last everlasting's body, and sets it on fire. The curse breaks instantly. The scar disappears and Caroline runs back into Stefan's arms. Everything seemed resolved until Damon hears Elena's voice calling from deep inside the vault. When Enzo tries to get him out, an unseen creature grabs them both and drags them into the dark. Months later, when Alaric finally breaches the door, the place is empty. Rumors of disappearances lead to a macabre warehouse where Damon and Enzo are now working together, slaughtering humans. Damon and Enzo's new routine is purely sadistic. They hijack drivers, force them to confess their worst secrets, and offer the sinners to a creature hiding in a pool of blood. In the normal world, Stefan and Caroline are together, and Alaric has taken charge of the armory. Alongside interns Dorian and Georgie, he discovers a secret wing invisible to the eye, filled with ancient relics. At Caroline's house, the nanny Celine is violently attacked by Virginia St. John. After being saved, Virginia chooses to bleed to death rather than reveal any clues about the vault monster. The fear imposed by the creature is absolute. Bonnie and Stefan find the slaughterhouse and realize Damon has flipped his humanity switch for good. Digging through her memory, Bonnie solves the riddle of the creature. The monster is a siren, an ancient predator specialized in mind control. Proving the theory, Damon and Enzo feed the beast yet another body, and from within the pool of blood, a woman finally rises. Damon and Enzo are now working as reluctant henchmen for Sybil the siren. Realizing Enzo is trying to hide his true thoughts, she invades his mind and discovers the name of his weak point, Sarah Nelson, also known as Sarah Salvatore. The heroic trio rushes to North Carolina. When Enzo finds the girl, he tells her to run immediately. Bonnie takes the opportunity to knock him out and try to rescue him, but the vampire starts bleeding profusely as he gets further from Sybil, confirming that her magical leash is real and unbreakable. Stefan tries to save his niece but is blocked by Damon. Without mercy, Sybil herself stabs Sarah and mentally paralyzes Stefan, so he is forced to watch his last living relative die.
He's right. I'm a lot tougher than I look.
To ensure blind loyalty, the siren sifts through Damon's mind, discovers everything about Elena, and simply rewrites history, erasing the girl from his memories. Meanwhile, Alaric and Georgie investigate a mysterious tuning fork linked to the intern's tattoo. Bringing a little peace at the end of the day, Stefan proposes to Caroline at the boarding house, and she accepts. Sybil continues to play Inception in Damon's brain, inserting herself into his memories, and making him believe Elena drowned on the bridge. Focused on breaking her servant's emotional pillar, she orders Bonnie's death. Damon crashes the bridal shop and nearly kills the witch and Caroline. With sadistic humor, Sybil sets up a fight to the death between Damon and Enzo, forcing Bonnie to choose the winner. On the way, Bonnie throws the siren through the windshield in a car crash, but the arena is already set. Caroline and Stefan arrive to intervene but get their necks snapped in seconds. Cornered, Bonnie chooses to save Enzo, forcing him to flip his humanity switch to pledge loyalty to Sybil. Even so, the siren orders Damon to attack her. Salvation comes via Alaric, Alaric, who shows up running Damon over and striking the mystical tuning fork, its frequency paralyzing the siren in pain. Sybil is locked up in the armory, and Enzo is isolated in a cabin. However, roaming the roads under remote control, Damon runs into Tyler Lockwood and murders him in cold blood. 2,000 years ago, Arcadius, the world's first psychic, was burned at the stake. In the present, Sybil reveals her tragic origin story to Stefan and Alaric. Exiled in childhood due to her powers, she survived on an island by luring sailors. Alaric assumes her island's sister is Georgie, but Sybil throws Stefan into his memories and reveals that the other siren is Celine, the twins' nanny. Celine tricked Sybil, forcing her into cannibalism, which attracted Arcadius the devil. Upon dying, he created hell and transformed them both into the first immortal sirens, tasked with collecting sinful souls. Sybil's ironic solution to save Damon: kill the devil himself. Meanwhile, Damon demands a bizarre heirloom from Peter Maxwell but gets gunned down by Matt Donovan. Out for blood over Tyler's death, the sheriff tortures Damon, who eventually escapes with the relic. The episode ends with Matt finally revealing the supernatural world to his father before breaking down in grief over his friend, while Celine murders Georgie and sends her soul straight to hell. Grief strikes Mystic Falls as Matt brings back Tyler's body. During the funeral, Alaric makes the mistake of leaving the twins with Celine, only asking Dorian to use the tuning fork to torture Sybil in her cell. At the cemetery, Damon shows up just to flaunt 4 open graves meant for Stefan, Caroline, Alaric, and Matt. Far from there, Bonnie uses a mystical artifact to trap Enzo inside a cabin and sets the place on fire, forcing him to face his greatest fear: to turn his humanity back on. The panic works, his humanity returns, and they escape alive. At the armory, Damon confronts Sybil, who advises him to keep his emotions off, as the guilt for what he has done will crush him. With Dorian absent, the siren escapes, steals the tuning fork, and frees the Salvatore. After the burial, Matt pieces together Tyler's clues and realizes who Celine really is. Caroline and Alaric rush home in despair, but the nanny and the twins are gone, leaving behind a macabre child's drawing depicting Celine, the girls, and Cade, the devil. The police investigate Alaric over his missing daughters. Over the phone, Celine refuses to return them, planning to hand them over to Cade in exchange for her and Sybil's soul's freedom. After an Amber Alert goes off in a diner, Celine uses her powers to calm the crowd and flees before Caroline and Alaric arrive. Sybil and Damon join the group at a motel to summon Cade. Meanwhile, the siren song causes Enzo to pass out. Stefan enters Enzo's subconscious to track Sybil. Getting the address on the condition that he goes alone, he ditches Caroline and Alaric. At the motel, Cade is summoned and takes an interest in the girls, but Sybil proposes trading the children for the Salvatore brothers. Pressured, Stefan agrees to serve Cade for eternity in exchange for 24 hours of freedom. He returns the girls to Caroline.
Hey, darling.
Pulling a classic demonic betrayal, Sybil reveals that the deal with Cade did not include Celine. Capping off the chaotic day, Alaric and Matt find Damon at a bar, venting their rage by shooting and staking him in the chest. Stefan decides to make the most of his final 24 hours of freedom with a Christmas Eve dinner, which is ruined when Damon and Sybil show up uninvited. Alaric immediately gets his daughters out of the house. Caroline gets Sybil drunk to find out the tuning fork's whereabouts, and Bonnie and Enzo head to the revealed address. During dinner, Damon stabs Stefan, sending his consciousness to Cade's dimension. The devil shows Stefan's massacre in Monterey, 1917, revealing that Celine watched the whole thing. Stefan proposes an alternative: 1 year serving as a Ripper, with his humanity off, instead of eternal servitude. Cade accepts. At Sybil's house, Bonnie goes in alone and finds Celine. The rejected siren hands over the tuning fork, asking them to erase her influence from the twins' minds, hoping to escape hell. Back at dinner, Damon promises to kill whoever has the worst past. Matt's father, Peter, confesses to abandoning his family. Bonnie and Enzo arrive, use the tuning fork and take down Sybil, but she escapes, taking Peter with her. Damon gives Sybil a gift, Elena's necklace. Hit by a flood of memories, Damon rips the siren's heart out. Celine wipes her magical trace from the twins and vanishes. At midnight, Stefan says goodbye to Caroline, flips his humanity switch, and leaves with Damon. 3 weeks go by, and the Salvatores continue their massacre for Cade, while Bonnie and Enzo enjoy Paris. Back in Mystic Falls, Caroline reports on former students ignoring the apocalypse. At the armory, Matt discovers that the Maxwells and Donovans were the actual founders of the town, but the wealthy families stole the credit. Furthermore, his ancestor forged a lethal, mystical bell. Searching for this bell, Sybil poses as a teacher, ties up Caroline's class in the woods, and demands the artifact, threatening to burn the students. Stefan, now a lethal partner with no humanity, manipulates Tara, a doctor who resembles Elena, into believing Damon killed her parents. When the doctor gives in to her hatred and attacks Damon, he eliminates her, cementing the corruption of her soul just as Stefan intended. In town, Caroline chases after the bell, but Celine got to it first. Matt and Peter manage to free the students from Sybil. To test his brother, Stefan forces Damon to throw Elena's necklace away. Damon obeys but retrieves the item the next day, proving that his humanity is still holding on, even while Stefan wipes out an entire hospital. The body count rises, while Celine reveals that the bell requires 3 pieces: the bell, the tuning fork, and the striker, which is currently with Damon. Everyone gathers at the Miss Mystic Falls pageant. Bonnie and Enzo return, and he offers her a vial of his blood. Fearing the magical link to Elena's coma, Bonnie refuses to become a vampire. In the ballroom, Damon suffers from flashes of Elena. Caroline tries to take the striker to kill Sybil, but Damon refuses, demanding the siren fix his mind first. Sensing the danger, Caroline evacuates the venue, leaving only 6 girls that Stefan sadistically held back. While Matt breaks into Celine's house to retrieve the bell, Stefan betrays Damon, steals the striker, and hands it to Caroline before threatening the contestants. In response, Caroline stakes Stefan in the chest and calls off their engagement, helping young Violet deal with her vampire transition. Enzo confesses that his blood was only for healing and considers taking the cure for vampirism to be with Bonnie. Damon locks Sybil in her cell, but the siren has one final trick. She forcefully flips Damon's humanity switch back on, making the crushing weight of his murders crash down upon his conscience. With his humanity back, guilt paralyzes Damon in a catatonic state. Caroline enters his mind but finds only pain. She agrees to guide Sybil in exchange for the Maxwell bell. Outside, the newly transitioned Violet loses control, and Stefan executes her in cold blood for Cade. Inside Damon's mind, the boarding house has become a hotel managed by Henry, a soldier he once saved. Caroline gets trapped in a hallucination with her mother, while Bonnie, after mental encounters with her Grams and Tyler, discovers the truth. Damon needs Stefan's forgiveness to escape this personal hell. In the real world, Celine reveals to Matt that 12 tolls of the bell will open the portal to hell, burning Mystic Falls to the ground. Stefan compels Matt to ring the bell. In the nick of time, Stefan enters his brother's mind and grants him forgiveness. Damon wakes up, rushes to the tower, and knocks Matt out on the 11th toll, saving the town.
I can't forgive you for destroying our hometown, because I ain't gonna let it happen. Let's hope that one doesn't count.
After handing the bell over to Peter, he apologizes to Matt for Vicky's death. Stefan wakes up locked in the Salvatore cell. The relief, however, is short-lived. The 11 tolls were enough to bring Cade to Earth. The devil finds Sybil and Celine at a diner, sets both sirens on fire, and takes control. With Cade on Earth, the devil demands that Damon kill 100 people by sunset, or Caroline will die. Determined to redeem himself, Damon focuses on killing Cade. At the high school, opening a time capsule makes Caroline and Bonnie emotional, reminding them of the normal futures they lost. Bonnie encourages Enzo to enjoy his immortality before taking the cure. Damon attempts to take out Cade, but the devil proves to be indestructible by ripping out his own heart. The only way out is to use the cure running in Elena's veins. Selfless, Bonnie agrees to sacrifice her future with Enzo to cure the devil. However, Damon discovers that Stefan received the same ultimatum from Cade, and with no humanity, chose the most efficient target, Elena. Stefan bypasses the security and compels Enzo out of the safe house. When he gets there, the tragedy is instantaneous. He rips Enzo's heart out right in front of Bonnie. Stefan tries to kill her, but Bonnie fights back and injects the cure directly into him, turning him human. As she weeps over Enzo's body, a massive wave of energy erupts from Bonnie. Her grief has brought her magic back. While Bonnie is devastated by grief, Matt is bombarded with visions of his ancestor, Ethan Maxwell. Stefan, now human, is crushed by the guilt of his atrocities and ends up arrested by the police with blood on his hands. Cade appears, demanding the Maxwell journal by midnight, otherwise Stefan's soul will go straight to hell. At the armory, Matt's hypnosis reveals that Sybil and Celine Caroline forced Ethan to build the bell to open hell. To prevent the apocalypse, Beatrice Bennett and 100 witches sacrificed themselves, sealing away the sirens and locking Ethan in to starve. But he recorded how to kill the devil. Fragility hits Stefan when one of his victims stabs him. Caroline tries to use her blood, only to be reminded that vampires cannot heal someone who has taken the cure. Bonnie tries to contact Enzo through a seance with her mother. The connection opens, but Abby severs the link, fearing the darkness of the afterlife. Damon hands the journal over to Cade, who promptly burns it. Stefan, consumed by remorse, goes to Bonnie to beg for forgiveness, but is kidnapped on the way. Damon, who memorized the weapon needed to kill Cade before it turned to ashes, heads down into the tunnels with Alaric, where they run into none other than Kai Parker. Kai managed to escape hell through the tolling of the bell, but discovers he is stuck between worlds, only half alive. With Stefan's humanization, his compulsions break all over town. Dorian, whose family members were murdered by Stefan in 2010, kidnaps him and forces him to dig his own grave. The panic of an accidental gunshot makes Dorian back down and rush a bleeding Stefan to the hospital. Desperate for Elena, Damon makes a deal with Kai. The heretic will unlink Bonnie from Elena if they help him fully return to life. Bonnie refuses and seeks out Cade to contact Enzo. The devil notes that Bonnie's trauma has generated her own psychic dimension. At the hospital, an out-of-body experience puts Stefan face to face with Cade, who suggests he just give up on life.
We meet again. You're dying, Stefan. Where in the space between your final heartbeats?
Upon waking up, deeply traumatized, Stefan decides to leave Mystic Falls and breaks up with Caroline. Ignoring the warnings, Damon takes Kai to Elena's crypt, hoping for redemption. The outcome is predictable. Kai stabs Damon, steals Elena's coffin, and makes it clear that his sociopathy will never change. Out of his body, Damon hears from Cade that Kai has handed over Elena's coffin. The only acceptable trade is the bone dagger capable of killing the devil. Stefan attempts to get Bonnie's forgiveness at the ruins of Enzo's cabin, without success. Shortly after, he tracks down Kai at a bar. Damon shows up, snaps the heretic's neck, and locks him in the armory. Caroline's daughters are suffering from a magical surge. Kai takes advantage of the chaos to siphon the magic from the building and escape. Stefan decides to kill Cade himself. He neutralizes Damon with Vervain and heads to the quarry. The plan requires Alaric to ring the bell to weaken the devil. Everything is going well until the twins get spooked at home and call Alaric, interrupting the bell and returning Cade's strength. Damon arrives, and Cade forces him to choose between saving Stefan or Elena, who is trapped in the flames. Damon surprises everyone by choosing to sacrifice himself. At the last second, Bonnie arrives and uses her new psychic powers to hold Cade back. The distraction allows Stefan to stab and kill the devil once and for all. Damon's soul returns. Saved, Stefan decides to stay in town and proposes to Caroline again. Bonnie and the twins trap Kai in a new prison world, but the heretic leaves one final warning. Hell has a new queen, Catherine Pierce. To face Catherine, the new queen of hell, Dorian suggests forging a dagger out of the villain's own remains. The Salvatores raid the tomb, and Peter Maxwell forges the weapon. The perfect bait to lure Catherine out is Stefan and Caroline's wedding. The ceremony is hastily put together. Tensions rise when Caroline receives a vintage necklace, only to discover it was sent by Catherine. Simultaneously, Kelly Donovan, Matt's mother, returns from hell and slits Peter's throat after asking about the dagger. Despite the threat, the wedding goes off peacefully. At the reception, however, Kelly interrupts the toast, revealing her pact with Catherine for revenge and announcing she has caused a gas leak. The house explodes. Caroline's daughters siphon Bonnie's magic to protect everyone from the fire, but the cost is the permanent loss of the spiritual connection between Bonnie and Enzo. Kelly confesses her final trick. The explosion was a distraction. Vicky Donovan, who also returned from hell, is already up in the bell tower, about to destroy it with hellfire, and at that exact moment, Bonnie passes out. While Bonnie has a brief reunion with Elena in limbo, Damon tries to stop Vicky by throwing her out of the tower. Being immortal, Vicky comes right back, forcing Matt to evacuate Mystic Falls. At the morgue, the Salvatores find the coffin empty and come face to face with Catherine posing as Elena. The new Queen of Hell reveals she manipulated Cade from the very beginning and that the town will soon burn. Stefan stabs her with the bone dagger, but she simply comes back to life, untouchable. At the armory, Bonnie realizes that the only way to destroy Hell is to redirect the hellfire through the tunnels and send it right back to Catherine's dimension upon impact. This sparks the ultimate conflict between the Salvatore brothers over who should sacrifice himself. Damon compels Stefan to walk away and waits for death, holding on to Catherine. The bell tolls and the hellfire rushes through the tunnels. Bonnie channels all of her power and, aided by the spirits of Enzo, her Grams, and the Bennett witches, pushes the flames back into hell. But it wasn't Damon holding Catherine. Stefan had taken Vervain, faked the compulsion, and injected the cure into Damon, turning him human. Stefan throws himself into the fire with Catherine, dying and finding peace alongside Lexi. With hell destroyed, Bonnie breaks Kai's spell, and Elena awakens. Years later, Caroline and Alaric open the Salvatore School. Damon and Elena live a long, happy human life. In the afterlife, Elena reunites with her family, and Damon returns to the old Salvatore boarding house to find Stefan, with a smile and one last, "Hello, brother?"
Damon. Hello, brother.
300 years ago, a ghost ship docks on the Mississippi. When locals loot the boat, they stumble upon coffins and become dinner. Thus Elijah, Rebecca, and Klaus Michelson, the originals, arrive in New Orleans. Klaus steps off dropping a corpse, showing he doesn't travel on an empty stomach. In the present, Elijah returns to the city looking for his brother. He meets Camille, a bartender and psychology student who quickly figures out Klaus is a paranoid narcissist. But Elijah discovers New Orleans is now the playground of Marcel Girard, a vampire sired by Klaus. Marcel kicked out the werewolves, banned magic, and rules the witches with an iron fist. The witch Sophie lures Elijah to the cemetery with the bombshell of the century. Haley, a werewolf Klaus had a fling with, is pregnant with his child. Vampires can't procreate, but Klaus was born a werewolf before the transition, making the baby nature's perfect loophole. Klaus reacts with his usual maturity. He orders the girl killed and walks away. But Elijah, the eternal optimist, clashes with him. After much brotherly brawling and throwing each other into metal fences, Elijah convinces his brother the baby is their chance to get their family back. Klaus seems to buy the idea. He strikes a deal with the witches, patches things up with Marcel by healing a henchman, and guarantees Haley a roof over her head. The plan to take back the city from the inside out seems perfect, until Klaus realizes Elijah's love is an exploitable weakness. In a classic Michelson move, Klaus daggers Elijah in the heart, putting his brother to sleep to prove his loyalty to Marcel and win the war his own way. With Elijah out of the picture, Rebecca packs her bags and heads down to New Orleans. She arrives cleaning house, dispatching half a dozen of Marcel's vampires before even unpacking. She seeks out the witches to find her brother, but soon runs into the city's strict rules. Meanwhile, Haley, panicking over impending motherhood, buys wolfsbane at a voodoo shop. Gossip spreads. Marcel finds out there's a werewolf in town and orders a hit on the target. Luckily, Rebecca shows up at the last second, shreds the vampires, and saves the girl. From then on, they form an unexpected alliance, bonded by the chaos of dealing with Klaus. Speaking of the devil, Klaus realizes he can't compel Marcel's men because they're on Vervain. The solution? He compels Camille, whom Marcel has a crush on, to spy on the city's king. When Klaus admits to Rebecca that he daggered Elijah and handed him over as a peace offering, she loses it. Rebecca takes matters into her own hands. Using Camille as bait, she forces Marcel to take her to Elijah's hiding place. The problem is who's guarding the coffin? Davina Claire. Tucked away in the church attic, she's the secret weapon keeping Marcel in power. Davina throws Rebecca out with telekinesis and wipes her memory of the location, Men in Black style. With the Michelson settling in and causing headaches, Marcel decides to take action. He and Davina hatch a plan to kill Elijah for good. Not knowing where Elijah is, Klaus and Rebecca swallow their pride and work together to implode Marcel's empire. Klaus's strategy is to create chaos and swoop in as the hero. Collateral damage be damned. The target is Marcel's inner circle. The witch Katie is secretly dating Thierry, Marcel's right-hand man. Klaus orchestrates the perfect trap. He sends a compelled vampire to attack Katie. Thierry instinctively kills the vampire to save her, breaking the "don't kill one of our own" rule, an unforgivable crime within the faction. With the stage set, Marcel hosts a charity gala. Klaus shows up with Camille to distract the host with jealousy. Meanwhile, Sophie's witches perform a spell using Katie as live bait. Desperate to save Thierry, Katie loses control, attacks Marcel on the street with magic, and nearly drives a stake through his chest. That's where Klaus comes in. In a surgical move, he snaps Katie's neck, saving Marcel at the last second. The theater works perfectly. Marcel sentences Thierry to rot entombed in the walls and considers Klaus his greatest ally. Klaus then compels Camille, wiping away the bad memories of Marcel's fit of rage. Rebecca is disgusted by her brother's coldness, sacrificing a girl just to advance on the chessboard, but Klaus shoots back. With Marcel's blind trust, all he has to do is ask for Elijah back. Marcel actually agrees, but the obstacle is Davina. The witch puts her foot down, refuses the order, and decrees no one touches the coffin until she figures out how to kill the original permanently. Davina gets tired of being locked up and wants to go to a music festival. Marcel says no, but Davina threatens to boil his blood, reminding him who's really in charge. Marcel caves, but under Cammie's escort. Klaus, ever the opportunist, manipulates the situation to ensure Cammie is the babysitter for the night, while Haley sneaks off to a clandestine clinic appointment with the witch, Agnes. Rebecca searches attics for Elijah. She arrives at St. Anne's Church and uncovers a dark past. 9 students murdered by one of their own, Sean, Cammie's twin brother. Rebecca finds the coffin, but unable to get inside, is pulled into a shared memory. Elijah is awake. Davina removed the dagger without knowing it would permanently void its effects. Surprisingly, he doesn't want a rescue. He prefers to stay and bargain directly with the witch. Out in the bayou, Haley's appointment turns into an ambush. The doctor tries to sedate her as strangers approach. Haley fights back, beats up the doctor, escapes through the window, and survives until Klaus and Rebecca arrive, leaving a trail of dead witches in their wake. Back at the festival, Klaus plays dirty. He uses Tim, a violinist Davina has a crush on, as bait. Klaus throws the kid off the balcony, nearly killing him just to test the witch's loyalty.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you.
When Davina breaks and promises an alliance, he heals the kid with his blood and wipes his memory. Davina is now in Klaus's pocket. Elijah is back on his feet, healed by a drop of Davina's blood. He promises to keep Klaus in line if she stops being Marcel's weapon. To seal the deal, he offers to teach Davina how to control her magic using his mother's grimoires. Klaus confronts Sophie, furious about the attack on Haley. He discovers the attackers were extremist witches, driven by a prophecy that the baby would bring about the end of magic. Under pressure, Sophie reveals the truth about the harvest. Every 3 centuries, 4 girls must be sacrificed to restore the ancestors' power. Tricked into thinking they would only be put to sleep, they had their throats slit. The big twist, Davina was one of them. Father Kieran asked for Marcel's intervention. Marcel crashed the ceremony and saved only Davina, who absorbed all the magic of the community. The catch is that the ritual requires her to die. The war in New Orleans isn't over territory, but over this mystical ticking time bomb. In the bayou, Klaus and Marcel investigate the extremists' bodies. Klaus uses Rebecca's distraction to snap the neck of Marcel's informant, ensuring no one ties the wolves to Haley. Thinking the walls are closing in, Marcel tries to move Davina to a new hideout and dump Elijah on Klaus, but Davina fakes a deafening magical panic attack, forcing Marcel to return her to the attic. Elijah's plan of staying undercover remains perfectly intact. At the compound, Klaus tries to make peace with Elijah by offering him a fresh human. Elijah refuses, demanding some decorum. Rebecca is left to clean up the mess, complaining about scrubbing blood out of a 200-year-old rug. The peace is short-lived. Sophie is kidnapped, and Agnes uses their magical connection to inject herself with a fatal medicine. Haley spikes a fever, and the baby's temperature rises to critical levels. Elijah steps up. He hands over grimoire pages to Davina, fulfilling his end of the bargain. In exchange for an unlinking spell, the witch performs the ritual, breaking the bond between Haley and Sophie just in time to save Klaus's baby's life. Meanwhile, Klaus violently crashes the human faction meeting looking for Agnes, the one who drove Cammie's brother insane to the point of suicide. Klaus wants blood, but Elijah promises Sophie that Agnes won't die by Klaus's hands. The loophole? Elijah handles it himself. Fed up with this dynamic, Rebecca decides to leave. She says goodbye to her brother and tries to convince Marcel to drop his empire and run away with her. Marcel refuses, and she leaves town for good. Klaus's problems escalate. Marcel beats the original's address out of Josh, his informant. When Klaus calls to warn Elijah about the severity of the situation, panic sets in. Elijah goes to check on Haley around the house and notices she has simply vanished. Klaus and Elijah corner Marcel, certain he made Haley disappear. Marcel surprises them, cooperates, and gets a witch to track her in the bayou. Taking advantage of the clarity, Marcel turns Josh into a triple agent, having Davina painfully wipe the kid's compulsion. Out in the swamp, the kidnapper reveals himself, Tyler Lockwood, playing scientist to test a prophecy. Unceremoniously, he injects Haley's blood into the werewolf Dwayne, creating a hybrid on the spot. Tyler proves that Klaus already knew the the potential and only wants the baby to build an army. When Tyler tries to kill Haley, she warns the newly turned Dwayne, triggering an instinctive loyalty bond between the hybrid and the baby. It's a masterstroke that secures her escape. Tyler goes after her and runs straight into Klaus. A fight breaks out, but Klaus wipes the floor with him. Instead of killing him, he plays dirty. He lets Tyler live with nothing but his own humiliation. Elijah and Haley find Klaus. The mood is heavy regarding his intentions with the baby. Klaus loses his temper over the judgment. Unable to handle criticism, he sinks his teeth into Elijah. He then recruits Rebecca to take down Marcel once and for all. The problem is, Tyler runs off to tell Marcel everything he knows about the miracle child. In a confessional, Rebecca admits to conspiring against her own blood. Far away in the bayou, Elijah rots from Klaus's bite, hallucinating his former love, Celeste. Showing a strong stomach, Haley refuses to abandon him in the woods. In the city, the walls close in. Marcel gathers his inner circle and lets Tyler expose the baby secret. Rebecca simply walks in and snaps Tyler's neck, warning everyone that Klaus is the problem and no one will touch the child. She and Marcel plan to lock the hybrid away forever, but the plan falls apart. At the compound, Klaus is cornered by vampires. Arrogant as ever, he drops a coin on the floor. Whoever picks it up survives. The room goes dead silent. The massacre begins. Klaus takes a beating at first, but goes full hybrid mode, unleashing so much terror that a terrified Rebecca drops the dagger. Desperate as he watches his men get shredded, Marcel screams, picks up the coin, and surrenders his crown. The kingdom belongs to Klaus once again. In the bayou, a delirious Elijah mistakes Haley for Klaus. He's stopped from attacking her by Eve, a mysterious figure who reveals the local wolves were cursed by Marcel. When the dust settles, Klaus returns the dagger to Elijah, warning him that he's taking Haley, refusing to watch his child grow up calling his brother father.
And now my child, my blood, will grow up to call you father.
Amidst the chaos, Cammy deciphers a childhood code and finds a 1919 photo of Klaus and Marcel, realizing she's part of a much older game. Klaus, officially king, celebrates by offering the vampires carte blanche to exterminate werewolves in the bayou. Haley is disgusted, and Elijah and Rebecca decide to leave. When Haley is barred from fleeing, the Michelson siblings take over the rescue mission and head to the swamp to protect the wolves. Klaus clears the air with Marcel by confessing his schemes, and they head to a meeting with the human faction. The humans try to assassinate them with explosions and bullets. Bad idea. Klaus and Marcel decimate the group, sparing Father Kieran to clean up the mess. The slaughter seals their camaraderie, with Klaus offering Marcel the chance to rule by his side. In the woods, Elijah bumps into a werewolf wearing his mother Esther's necklace. It's Klaus's biological father's bloodline. When they deliver the news to fix the family, Klaus flips out, rejects having more relatives, and kicks them both out. Behind Klaus's back, Haley tells Davina the truth. Marcel lied and Agnes is already dead. Davina realizes she's a weapon in the vampire's hands and decides to bail. Klaus protects Cammy in a controlling way. He forces her to watch the memories of her own past abuse, proving he's a monster, and compels her to leave town. What he didn't expect was Davina knocking on Cammy's door and breaking the compulsion. Cammy wakes up remembering everything, making the game much more dangerous. In 1751, Rebecca saves the Casket Girls from a night attack, emerging covered in blood. That's why, in the present, New Orleans celebrates these girls as a symbol of female unity and strength. While the city parties, Davina finally breaks Cammy's compulsion. Klaus warns Marcel, the little witch has gone from trump card to lethal threat. Cammy suggests seeking help from her uncle Kieran, but Davina reveals the priest knew about Cammy's brother's hex all along. The betrayal cuts deep. In parallel, Sophie blackmails Haley. She'll only help her pack if she finds out where Elijah buried his former love, Celeste. Haley swallows her guilt and betrays the vampire's privacy. Klaus plays dirty and uses Tim, the boy Davina likes, as bait. After killing a few witches along the way, Davina arrives for the showdown and she easily overpowers the Michelsons and Marcel. Taken to Marcel's garden, Klaus's cruelty shines. He had compelled Tim to share poisoned water with Davina. Marcel had a secret deal to shield the witch from the poison, but Tim dies. Davina wakes up and breaks down crying over the boy. While Rebecca plots a mutiny and Cammy vows to expose Klaus, Elijah pieces together Davina's bizarre drawings, Celeste's face. This happens right at the exact moment Sophie manages to unearth the former lover's coffin. Davina is back at the compound, furious over Tim's death, coughing up dirt as the walls shake. She's not doing it on purpose. The girl is collapsing under the weight of her uncontrollable magic. Elijah deals with betrayal at home. Haley confesses she snooped through his journals and gave Celeste's location to Sophie. Elijah, always composed, is furious. Golden rule: if you have a 1,000-year-old secret, don't document it in a diary. The clock is ticking as Sophie warns that Davina's energy will explode in 4 stages: earth, wind, water, and fire, destroying the city if the harvest ritual isn't completed. Marcel kidnaps the girl to save her. Sophie tries to use the magic from Celeste's bones, but discovers it's already been drained. Elijah's solution is to offer the remains of his own mother, which he casually keeps in the basement, solving the problem. Rebecca finds Marcel right as Davina hits the water stage. The original uses diplomacy, and Marcel agrees to hand the girl over. At the moment of truth, Sophie slits Davina's throat. The magic drains from her body, and New Orleans breathes a sigh of relief. But the promised resurrection fails. Davina is gone. Marcel breaks down in Klaus's arms. Where did the power go? To Bastiana, a former witch leader now alive again, brought back by Sabine, who reveals herself to be Celeste in disguise. She resurrected her own tactical squad with Davina's sacrifice. Celeste and her crew of resurrected witches make their move. In a flashback, the Coven welcomes Papa Tunde, a warlock who promised to wipe out vampires. Back then, Klaus handled it diplomatically. He murdered Tunde's twin sons, his power source, and killed the warlock right after. In the present, vampires are turning up dead in macabre rituals. Rebecca, ignoring Elijah, meets up with Thierry to plot against Klaus, but runs straight into a resurrected Tunde. The warlock desiccates Rebecca and uses her as an infinite human battery. Supercharged, Tunde attacks Marcel and Camille at the bar. Sophie explains to Klaus that every death acts as a sacrifice, increasing his strength exponentially. Klaus tries to rescue them, but Tunde is too powerful and nearly desiccates the hybrid too. Salvation comes when Elijah finds Rebecca and breaks the spell using the blood of Haley's baby, who has witch heritage. With the link severed, Tunde loses his juice and vanishes. In the aftermath, a tragic irony: Marcel brought Tunde to town years ago to scare Klaus. When that failed, they had to call the only creature who struck fear into the original, Mikael. Klaus tries to rally troops, but Tunde had already sacrificed the vampires in the garden to charge a mystical blade capable of inflicting lethal torment on an original. Tunde hands the weapon to Celeste, thinking they're partners, but she slits his throat and keeps the trophy for herself. Monique Devereaux breaks out of her own tomb and is greeted by Sabine, Celeste. Sophie is in shock to see her niece breathing again. The mood in the city is heavy. Father Kieran is hit with a hex at the church, and Papa Tunde is found dead. Marcel tries to bribe Sophie into killing the witch who stole Davina's spot and resurrecting her. Rebecca is terrified because the newly resurrected Genevieve knows about her deadly secret with Marcel against Klaus. Camille is given Tunde's blade to kill Klaus and cure her uncle, but she hands the weapon over to the hybrid. Klaus fails to heal the priest and kidnaps Monique as leverage. At a party in the bayou, Haley meets Jackson, a werewolf promised to her by an old arrangement. Rebecca kisses the wolf Oliver, who instantly betrays her. Total chaos breaks out when Celeste poisons Elijah with a kiss, warning him that he'll have to choose to save Klaus, Rebecca, or Haley. Klaus nearly kills Marcel over Monique, but Sophie uses the cursed blade and takes the original down. Elijah saves Haley from a fire, only to discover that Genevieve has already captured Rebecca. Sophie tries to flee with Monique, but the brainwashed girl kills her own aunt without blinking and returns to Celeste. Rebecca wakes up in the old sanatorium where she worked in 1919, drugged and hallucinating. Genevieve orchestrates the terror and holds Klaus hostage. The worst punishment isn't physical. The witch feeds Klaus Rebecca's blood, creating a mental link to show him his sister's big secret. In 1919, to be together without facing Klaus's wrath, Rebecca and Marcel called Mikael to the city. To make matters worse, Rebecca killed Genevieve back then to cover their tracks. Meanwhile, Elijah and Marcel race against the clock, deciphering the names of Celeste's past lives that were burned into Elijah's body. Upon discovering the betrayal, Elijah nearly strangles Marcel, but his instinct to protect his family speaks louder, and they rush to stop the slaughter. Klaus discovers the truth, grabs the blade, and goes hunting for his sister through the hallways, giving off Major the Shining vibes. When he corners her, about to do his worst, Elijah comes out of nowhere, drives the bone dagger into Klaus, and tells Marcel and Rebecca to run for their lives. With Klaus immobilized, Elijah calls Camille in to act as a blood bag for the furious hybrid. His priority now now is Celeste, being held hostage by Haley and the werewolves in the bayou. Haley wants the witch to undo her curse, but Elijah simply kidnaps the hostage right out from under her, leaving Haley absolutely livid. Klaus recovers and tells Cammy the tragic irony of 1919. He had given his blessing for Rebecca and Marcel to be together right after they called Mikhail. In other words, they brought on the apocalypse for nothing. Now, armed with the white oak stake, Klaus goes out for the kill. On the streets, Marcel and Rebecca try to resurrect Davina for a cloaking spell. They end up attacking the witches, but take an instant magical beatdown. Luckily, Elijah doesn't mess around. He sets the perfect trap for Celeste in the cemetery with a lunar spell from Monique. When the witch tries to stab herself to body jump, Monique's magic forces her to wake up in her original body, and Elijah eliminates the threat for good. With the witch's death, Davina finally resurrects, and Marcel hides her, but the peace doesn't last. Klaus arrives at the cemetery hunting his sister with the stake. Elijah intervenes, and the final showdown between the Michelsons becomes inevitable. Klaus corners Rebecca in the cemetery, turning the standoff into an intense family therapy session with stakes. Elijah points out that Klaus's aggression is a mirror image of their father, Mikhail. Flashbacks reveal how Mikhail subjected Klaus to physical and psychological abuse, leaving scars he has carried for 1,000 years. Klaus judges Rebecca from atop a mausoleum. Outside, Marcel tries to strike a deal. He'll hand Davina over to the witches if Genevieve breaks the boundary spell trapping them inside. Inside, the tension boils over. Klaus demands that Elijah stab him with the white oak, but his brother refuses. As a thank you, Klaus drives a cursed blade into Elijah. Rebecca grabs the stake and the two argue until she finally admits it. She wanted him dead when she summoned Mikhail in 1919. Klaus stabs her, not to kill, but to make her feel the exact agony of her betrayal. They end up crying together, united by the brokenness their father inflicted upon them. Then, Klaus does the unthinkable. He removes the dagger from Elijah, exiles Marcel, and sets Rebecca free. She shares a farewell kiss with Marcel, says goodbye to Haley, and drives off smiling in a convertible. Klaus is left behind, completely alone, gazing sadly at the wooden knight he carved for his sister a millennium ago. Klaus copes with his sister's departure by painting depressing artwork and taking Genevieve to bed. With Klaus isolating himself, Elijah takes charge and rips up Marcel's rulebook. Elijah's diplomacy takes center stage. He throws a party to sign a peace treaty between vampires, werewolves, witches, and humans. At the event, the tension is palpable, but the real moves happen behind the scenes. Klaus offers to turn Jackson into a hybrid equipped with a moonlight ring, all to ensure the wolves return to the city to protect Haley and the baby. Away from the party, Father Kieran is losing his mind to the hex. Klaus warns there is no cure. Devastated, Cammy seeks comfort in Marcel, and the two spend the night together. Genevieve spies on them using a dream catcher until Marcel destroys the object. Ultimately, Elijah's plan works, and the faction leaders sign the treaty. Jackson accepts the hybrid offer. Peace is sealed, but Marcel is already recruiting Thierry to take New Orleans back. Peace is short-lived. Genevieve discovers her time is up. She must be sacrificed in the harvest. Desperate, she decides to steal Klaus's mother's grimoire before she dies. The witches host the Feast of the Blessings, performing magic in front of tourists. Elijah forces all the factions to attend. Klaus uses the opportunity to publicly pardon Josh and win Davina back by gifting her a daylight ring spell. Marcel blows up the treaty by infiltrating the party with humans who slash their own arm. The scent of blood in the air drives the vampires into a frenzy, massacring the humans in the dark. Elijah figures out the sabotage and Thierry's heart out right in front of Marcel, destroying the negotiations for good. Simultaneously, Klaus thwarts Genevieve's heist, handing her a box containing the severed hands of the goons she sent. Infuriated, the witch refuses to save Kieran. Grieving, Marcel burns Thierry's body and gains the support of the rebel vampires. Monique informs Genevieve that the ancestors have changed their minds. She doesn't have to die anymore, but in exchange, they demand Haley's baby. Father Kieran is losing his grip on reality in the attic. Cammy attempts shock therapy to reboot her uncle's brain, but it fails. In the bayou, preparations for Haley's delivery fall apart when a suicide biker detonates a wolfsbane bomb in the camp. The attack screams of city tactics, and suspicion immediately falls on Marcel. Haley storms into the bar out for revenge, but he denies it. The truth is much worse. Oliver orchestrated the bombing himself to destabilize Jackson and suffocates his friend Eve on her deathbed to ensure her silence. A fully hallucinating Kieran drinks Klaus's blood, buying Cammy some time. However, during his transition, he tries to attack his own niece. Klaus acts fast, snapping the priest's neck and finishing him off with a stake. Amidst the grief, Marcel comforts Cammy, though he has already sent Josh to steal a key Kieran was hiding. Seeing his diplomacy fail, Elijah hands the grimoire over to Klaus, choosing his brother's side in the coming war. During Father Kieran's wake, Klaus drowns his sorrows while battling Mikhail's demons. Their father's ghost haunts both Klaus and Elijah's nightmares. The other side is collapsing, allowing souls to unleash psychological terror on the living. Klaus accuses Genevieve, but needs her to forge the moonlight rings. Meanwhile, Davina holds a seance in the attic and comes face to face with Mikhail himself, shattering the windows. Cammy discovers Marcel stole the key and cuts ties with him. Francesca Correa, the leader of the human faction, starts pressuring her for the key. Haley confronts Francesca about the Bayou bombing. Having learned that the terrorists' $1 million casino debt was recently forgiven, Francesca fires back with a veiled threat. To make matters worse, teenage psychopathic witch Monique stabs a voodoo doll, promising real trouble soon. The delivery of the black kyanite stones for the werewolf rings turns into a trap. Marcel ambushes Oliver and Jackson on the road, taking them in for torture to uncover Klaus's plans. Refusing to negotiate, Klaus bites Josh and gives Davina an ultimatum: reveal Marcel's hideout, or the kid dies from werewolf venom. Meanwhile, Cammy investigates her uncle's belongings and uncovers something chilling: the Guerrero werewolf family tree. With Francesca Correa at the very top, Klaus and Elijah rescue Jackson from an explosive-rigged warehouse, but the stones are gone. Francesca shows up at the compound with more black kyanite. Genevieve begins the spell using Klaus's blood. When Marcel's vampires surround the compound, all hell breaks loose. Klaus attacks Marcel while Elijah slices through vampires in the courtyard. With the spell complete, Francesca reveals her masterstroke. She and her brothers trigger their curses and transform into wolves. Because the rings siphon power from Klaus's blood, the original weakens in the fight, bleeding without healing. Oliver reveals he's allied with Francesca. Marcel flees, and the witches exploit the vulnerability. Haley is dragged to the church in labor, where Monique is ready to carry out her plan. Additionally, Davina listens to a pitch from Mikhail: resurrect him, and he will kill Klaus and save Josh. Haley finds a rare moment of peace at the end of her pregnancy, but the calm shatters quickly. At the church, the scene becomes a nightmare. The witches force Haley's labor. Pinned to the wall by magic, Klaus is forced to watch the worst possible outcome. The baby is born. Haley holds her for a brief second, and then her throat is slit. The tension is absolute. Elijah arrives to find his brother devastated, holding Haley's lifeless body, while the witches flee with the newborn to carry out their plan. Trapped in an illusionary maze within the cemetery, Klaus and Elijah seem defeated. But the rules change when Haley wakes up in the morgue in transition to a hybrid, needing her own baby's blood to survive. Meanwhile, Davina channels the chaotic energy to resurrect Mikhail, but binds the hunter with a magical leash to control him as a weapon.
Now you can see how it feels. Kneel.
The Michelsons and Haley reach the altar at the last second. The battle explodes, and a heavily armed Marcel saves the child. With the lead witch captured, the truth is revealed. The sacrifice was decreed by Esther, the family matriarch, who dictates the rules from the other side. Knowing their daughter will never find peace near them, Haley and Klaus fake the baby's death, fooling even Marcel. Klaus secretly hands her over to Rebecca to hide her under the name Hope. To crown the tragedy, the final Harvest Girl comes back to life and walks straight to Esther's tomb. Rebecca cradles baby Hope, framing their family history as a fairy tale. Back in New Orleans, reality is brutal. Francesca Correa and her wolves rule the city using the moonlight rings. Klaus lives in isolation at the compound, stewing in hatred, while Haley seeks refuge in the bayou in her wolf form. Marcel tries to rebuild his empire by turning warriors into vampires, and Davina, back in high school, magically paralyzes Oliver to save the vampire Joe, locking eyes with a new kid named Caleb. Klaus and Elijah's counterattack requires neutralizing the 12 wolves siphoning Klaus's power. They use Cammy and Joe to leak false information about the White Oak stake. At the peak of the full moon, the wolves attack and walk right into a trap. Marcel triggers Wolfsbane sprinklers. Elijah breaches Francesca's mansion, and Klaus regains his strength, annihilating his enemies. Haley gets her revenge by pulling Francesca out of a car, but feels like a monster upon seeing the trail of bodies bodies she left behind. Klaus promises they will face their enemies together, but the danger is already inside the house. Caleb is Cole in a new body. Cammie's counselor is Finn, and the leader of the witches is Esther herself. The family reunion has begun. The contrast between Rebecca's safe haven and the chaos of the French Quarter sets the tone. Elijah focuses on diplomacy, using red tape to frustrate the Guerrera wolves, while Klaus just wants to paint the floors with enemy blood. The turning point comes when Elijah tracks down the 12th ring, stealing Klaus's strength. On the other side, Francesca's grip is slipping. Paranoid, she complains about Davina to Cassie, unaware she is speaking to Esther in disguise, who is watching everything alongside Finn. The Michelsons spin a web of misinformation. Via Joe Dalton, they feed Francesca's paranoia, making her believe the weapon against the Originice is unguarded. Cammie suffers a break-in and gives up the desired fake address. The trap springs. Francesca sends the wolves to take down Klaus during his supposed moment of weakness. Elijah leverages the historical preservation status of Francesca's mansion to kick the doors in without an invite. Haley tears through Francesca and reclaims the last ring, though the carnage doesn't erase the grief over her daughter. Elijah melts the rings, breaking the spell, but the real threat lingers. Esther, Finn, and Cole silently toast to Francesca's death, clearing the board to take control. Esther escalates the family toxicity by sending a hexed dinner invitation. Haley is ready to skip straight to murder, but Elijah prefers figuring out which body their mother will jump into before striking. He and Gia track down Lenore, a witch who explains the soul branding spell used to track possessions. Meanwhile, Finn, occupying Vincent's body, hands out rings to the werewolves while demanding loyalty through magical torture, prompting Oliver to warn Haley. The tense family dinner takes place. Finn reveals his identity and warns them that Cole is in town, but the ultimate low blow comes from Esther. She tells Klaus that his childhood protection necklace was actually a spell to keep him weak, preventing him from triggering his werewolf curse and exposing her infidelity. Klaus is enraged. While all hell breaks loose, Haley rescues Lenore, who finishes the spell. Esther passes out, and the possession mark appears on Lenore herself. The matriarch made the jump. In her new body, Esther offers Haley, Klaus, and Elijah the chance to give up vampirism and become human again. When no one accepts, she blows the place up and promises to make their lives a living hell until they beg for the cure. Esther's promise is already bearing fruit. Led by Aiden, Esther-aligned werewolves crash Marcel's party, delivering an ultimatum for the vampires to leave town. The peace treaty is dead, oblivious to the supernatural turf war. Cammie vents in therapy with Vincent, admitting she sees the good in Klaus and has an attraction to danger, unaware she is handing ammunition directly to Finn Michelson. Tensions flare between Elijah and Haley. She defends the werewolves as her people and warns Elijah that if he hurts them, Esther will be the least of his problems. Using his vampire hearing, Klaus eavesdrops on Davina and Cammie's phone call, discovers the witches at the Bayou cabin, and drags Cammie along to confront her. Simultaneously, Esther and Cole hunt Davina down, suspecting she possesses the White Oak stake. At the cabin, a recovering Mikkel taunts Davina about the limitations of her magic. Realizing she needs more than just spells to survive, she makes a bold move and asks Mikkel to teach her how to be physically and mentally strong. Elijah is living in his own personal hell. Chained up by Esther, he is forced to confront blocked memories. She reveals that it was Elijah, not her, who killed Tatcha, his great love, during his early days as a vampire.
What I had turned you into. Predator.
Esther merely created a red door in his mind to lock the monster away, pushing her offer of humanity. In the real world, Klaus discovers Cole has jumped into a new body, but prioritizes Mikkel, who has fled with Cammie and the stake. The hunter drags the human to a Halloween party in the woods, using her as bait and a blood source. Cornered, Cole and Davina forge an alliance at the cabin. Once she reads his mind and discovers his true identity, they channel their power together against the stake. Klaus finds his father, and an all-out brawl begins. Mikhail drives the stake into Klaus's chest, but Davina and Cole's spell neutralizes the weapon just in time. Cammie pulls the wood out, and the rescue squad, Marcel, Haley, Davina, and Cole, surrounds Mikhail, forcing him to retreat. Far away, Haley breaches Elijah's captivity, attacks Esther, frees the original, and offers him her blood. They kiss, and he gives in to the thirst, but the reality is brutal. He is still chained to the wall. It was all a sadistic illusion cast by Esther to break his mind. In 970 1972 Norway, a desperate Esther begs her sister Dahlia for a fertility spell, agreeing to a devastating price. In the present, Esther and Finn chain Oliver up to make an example out of him to the wolves. Esther also visits a captive Elijah, slits his throat, and casts a spell to shatter his mind completely. Haley recruits Marcel and Gia to take on Finn and rescue Oliver, buying time to find Jackson in the bayou. Jackson is with Ansel, a werewolf and Klaus's biological father, newly resurrected by Esther. As Klaus tries to burn his mother's old body, Esther, as Lenore, proposes putting him into a mortal werewolf body. He refuses, but she drops the bombshell of Ansel's resurrection. The rescue mission for Oliver succeeds, but he dies from a lethal hex in Jackson's arms, who finally steps up to lead the pack. Klaus tracks down his biological father, but turns his back on him. He reunites with Elijah, rejects Esther's offer, and attempts to choke her out for threatening his daughter. At that moment, the dark truth of her deal with Dahlia comes to light. The price for the spell was the firstborn of every generation. Esther never wanted to be a monster, she was just terrified. Elijah's mind has become a labyrinth of horrors. Trapped behind the red door, he is haunted by the monster he hides. To wake him, Klaus needs a rare orchid and allows Ansel to guide him through the woods. His father reveals he knows baby Hope is alive. Realizing Ansel could easily be manipulated by Esther to get to his daughter, Klaus coldly executes his biological father. The resistance mobilizes. Haley, Marcel, and Cammy set up an ambush for Finn. Cammy acts as bait, going on a date with him. Finn catches onto the trap when wolves attack, but the distraction works. Jackson and Haley join the fray, and Cammy locks anti-magic chains around the warlock's hand. Meanwhile, Cole flirts with Davina, taking her to a dark magic crypt where they craft mystical jewelry. But Cole uses her trust to steal the white oak stake. In the end, Klaus cures Elijah with the orchid, Jackson and Haley take the reins of the wolf pack, and Marcel and Haley hand Finn and Cole to Klaus on a silver platter. The family reunion is bound to be explosive. The sibling reunion feels more like a hostage negotiation. Klaus tries to convince Finn and Cole to unite against their mother, but Finn remains a fanatic, leading Marcel to torture Cole privately. Finn's unwavering loyalty yields the ultimate answer. Esther wants to kill Hope because the ancient pact will bring Dahlia to claim the firstborn. If Hope lives, Dahlia will wipe them all out. Meanwhile, Rebecca meets Elijah at a remote diner. The reunion is affectionate until Elijah massacres the diner staff, his mind still dangerously unstable from Esther's spell. Rebecca doesn't hesitate and snaps her brother's neck to protect the baby. Haley figures out a way to free the pack from the witches, a unification ritual, a mystical marriage. With Jackson would pass her hybrid transformation control onto the entire pack. They agree to the political alliance. Cammy notices bizarre marks on her back, and Cole reveals that Esther is preparing her to be Rebecca's new vessel. Davina poisons Klaus with dark magic, but quickly cures him once she realizes she needs him alive to take down Esther. Fully recovered, Klaus locks Finn in a coffin and heads off with Haley to reunite with their daughter. Christmas 1914 for the Michelsons didn't feature a feast, but rather Cole stealing a massive diamond in a failed plot to neutralize Klaus. In the present day, that same diamond is Cole's price for helping Rebecca. The family sets up a bonfire in the woods, enjoying a rare moment of peace where Klaus finally introduces Hope to Haley. Determined to end Esther's manipulations, Rebecca agrees to transfer her soul into a mortal body, pretending to side with her mother. However, Esther secretly plans to destroy their original bodies using the white oak stake. Klaus breaches the location at the very last second and kills his own mother, forcing her into transition to become a vampire. But the spell was already cast and Rebecca won't wake up. Out of spite for the 1914 betrayal, Cole takes his revenge by shunting Rebecca into the body of a witch locked inside the Dowager Falleen cottage, an inescapable magical asylum where she wakes up completely disoriented. Klaus focuses on protecting who's left. He moves Cammy into a safe house, reveals that Hope is alive, and tasks her with trying to piece Elijah's fractured mind back together. In the asylum, Rebecca fakes taking magic-suppressing pills and learns that no one makes it out of there alive. Meanwhile, Finn plays dictator, channeling a paralyzed Mikhail's magic. He traps all the vampires inside the compound, cranking their bloodlust up to insane levels.
Given a little time, confined together.
Cole and Davina manage to punch a hole in the boundary spell for exactly 60 seconds. Klaus gets the werewolves out in time but leaves Cole locked inside with the starving vampires. Finn finds Esther's body and, seeing that his mother is now a vampire, locks her in the same torturous stasis spell as Mikhail. Back at the asylum, Rebecca communicates with an unseen entity using board game pieces after following a girl's ghost. The board spells out the answer, Freya. Klaus frantically hunts for Finn while a werewolf-bitten Marcel suffers from trench warfare hallucinations. Davina tries to track Finn via magic, but before she can act, Klaus, Elijah, and Cole drop unconscious. They wake up in a chambre de chasse, a mental prison where Finn represents them as taxidermy animal heads and warns that at sunset, the blood-crazed vampires in the compound will massacre New Orleans. In the waking world, Cammy talks to Elijah, whose mental red door swings open, revealing his deepest shame. He was the one who killed Tatya, not Esther. Far from the city, Haley and Jackson prepare for the pack ritual, which requires them to share all their secrets. Haley hesitates regarding Hope, but Jackson promises to take on her demons. Inside the mental prison, Elijah confesses his cowardice about Tatya to Klaus. In a massive twist, Klaus reacts with maturity and forgives his brother. This break in the narrative shatters Finn's spell. They wake up in time to contain the vampires, but Klaus finds out about Haley's brutal honesty ritual and bolts to stop Hope's secret from getting out. Klaus terrorizes werewolves in the bayou, demanding information on Haley to stop the truth about Hope from being shared. Haley hesitates with her secret, but Jackson comes clean first. His grandfather killed her parents. In the magical asylum, Rebecca plots an escape. She recruits Cassie, who betrays her by calling the guards, but a new witch obliterates both the guards and Cassie. This ruthless newcomer reveals herself as Freya, the lost Michelson sister. Outside the asylum, Klaus gears up to fight Jackson. Haley arrives just in time to stop him, convincing him that Jackson can be trusted. Klaus allows the confession, but lays down a warning. If Jackson ever betrays the family, he dies. Meanwhile, Finn tortures Marcel for intel. Cole attempts to distract him while Davina and Aiden rescue Josh. While interrogating a compelled Marcel, his silence accidentally tips Finn off that Hope is alive. Klaus and Rebecca are finally reunited, finding a brief moment of relief until they realize the problem outside the asylum just got much worse. Finn gets a surprise visit from Freya. After proving she is the lost sister, Freya explains her curse. She and Dahlia sleep for a century and wake for a single year. Having spent her life on the run, Freya decides to help Finn hunt Hope. Klaus loses his mind over her return and Haley's upcoming wedding, which will draw in outside packs to serve as an army for Hope. Cole reveals that Finn hexed him and captured Marcel. After a brotherly brawl, Cole proposes a plan to overload Finn's magic. Klaus allows himself to be stabbed with Papa Tunde's blade, channeling brutal dark energy. While Haley and Marcel deal with Finn's vampires in the bayou, Finn tracks down Hope's hideout and takes Elijah out at the safe house. But Cole's spell kicks in. The magical overload hits Finn, giving Elijah the split second he needs to notice a gas leak and trigger a massive explosion. Safe from the flames, Camille's car engine turns over, with little Hope alive and well in the back seat. Camille drives frantically with Hope and is intercepted by Elijah. They speed away from danger. Klaus stops Haley from walking away from the wedding. If Hope needs protection, the unification of the packs must happen. Jackson and Aiden burn bodies and Klaus arrives holding the severed heads of rebel wolves to squash any desertions. At the morgue, Freya resurrects Finn's body. Simultaneously, Cole hides the fact that he is dying from Davina as they finish the spell to neutralize Klaus. The emotional heavy lifting falls on Haley, who confesses to Elijah that she has always felt everything for him. He merely sheds a silent tear before she walks down the aisle. The unification ritual is completed, and the wolves' eyes glow, proving the pack now shares the hybrid's powers. Klaus invites the newlyweds to move into the compound, prompting Elijah to pack his bags. The victory is brief. At the cemetery, the magic finally fails, and Cole shares one last dance with Davina before dying surrounded by his family. Freya then gives Finn a chilling warning. Hope's powerful magic is acting as a beacon, and Dahlia is already on her way. Rebecca is complaining about family dynamics when she is ambushed by witches in Algiers, saved at the last second by Marcel, who already knows about her possession. Freya wakes Mikhail using her own blood. Intimate details confirm her identity, and father and daughter embrace after centuries of trauma. Elijah seeks an alliance with Josephine LaRue, the witch matriarch who despises vampires. The raw jazz played by the vampire Gia surprisingly wins Josephine over, and she agrees to hand the hunt for Eva Sinclair over to Elijah in exchange for Vincent Griffith. Klaus tries to micromanage the pack against Finn without casualties, nearly getting lethal until Freya intervenes and frees Vincent.
You'll find
When she brings up Mikhail, Klaus outright refuses to place Hope's fate in his father's hands. Haley and Jackson find a moment of peace with Hope, but it doesn't last. Rebecca and Marcel visit a seer who recognizes her as Eva Sinclair, notorious for kidnapping children. He poisons them, and the real Eva wakes up, taking control of Rebecca's body, murdering a guy, and absorbing his magic. Eva Sinclair wakes up fighting to reclaim her body for good. The local witches show up to execute her, forcing Marcel and Elijah to fast-talk their way into keeping their sister alive. Freya and Dahlia's dark history is fully revealed. Centuries ago, Dahlia kidnapped Freya, wiped out an entire village, and linked their magic. Cursed to slumber for a century and wake for only 1 year, they became immortal. Now Dahlia is coming to collect the next firstborn, Hope. Unwilling to trust Freya's story, Klaus snaps her neck. Vincent wakes up and reveals that Ava was his wife. Rebecca's condition worsens. She goes looking for Davina but blacks out. Klaus continues to block Freya from accessing Rebecca's mind, opting to chain her up instead. Far away, Davina wakes up unconscious in a warehouse, being magically drained by Eva alongside other young witches. And to top off the nightmare, we see baby Hope sleeping soundly while Dahlia's humming echoes in the background. She has arrived. Inside her mind, Rebecca runs for her life, hunted by Eva Sinclair. In the real world, Eva attacks Marcel and senses Hope's magic, but Rebecca internally locks down the body, allowing Marcel to apprehend her. Vincent reveals his ex-wife's plan, the Rite of Nines, sacrificing 9 witches from different covens to become unstoppable. Feigning to help Eva kidnap Josephine, Vincent switches sides and knocks Eva out in the warehouse where Davina is being held captive. Klaus seeks the spell from Esther, who warns him about Freya's manipulation. Freya then snaps Klaus's neck, uses Elijah as an anchor, and initiates the mental heist. Marcel and Vincent enter Eva's mind and find a young version of Rebecca. Klaus wakes up to stabilize the spell, and young Rebecca stabs Ava. She wakes up in control of the body, but discovers that Ava is linked to the comatose witches. Killing her now would be lethal to them all. Freya is welcomed into Josephine's coven, but Klaus doesn't trust her, and for good reason. Freya confesses to Esther that she plans to turn the brothers against Klaus, and then kills her mother with her own magic. Haley and Jackson are strolling through the quarter when Dahlia uses his body and other civilians to send a dark message. She has arrived to collect her debts. Klaus freaks out, but Freya explains that Dahlia uses kenning magic to control puppets, suggesting they track her through Jackson. Klaus recruits Davina to find Mikhail and forces Aiden to spy on Jackson. Rebecca discovers that Dahlia is siphoning energy directly from Freya. With zero trust, the Michelsons kick their sister out. Klaus and Michael team up for a suicide mission at St. Anne's Church against the army of puppets. When Klaus tries to use the special knife forged by Davina, Dahlia simply vaporizes it, destroys the weapon, and demands the baby. Klaus reacts by blaming Mikhail, and, in a fit of rage, drives the white oak stake into him, using the Viking's ashes as a future weapon against his aunt. To top it off, Dahlia finds Josephine, heals the witch's hands just for one last violin solo, and then ruthlessly slits her throat. Elijah wants to know the plan and where their father's ashes are, but Klaus is only in the mood to celebrate. The chat is interrupted by Josephine's corpse, controlled by Dahlia, who gives them a deadline: hand over the baby by nightfall. Klaus resolves this by tearing the messenger's head off. At the club, Haley realizes Hope's magic acts as a tracker for Dahlia. Aiden seeks help from Davina, who turns magic-suppressing chains into a bracelet to cloak the baby. Dahlia wastes no time. She corners Haley and snaps the necks of the surrounding wolves, warning that time is running out. While Klaus hands out threats and blames Freya, Aiden gives the bracelet to Jackson, confesses to spying for Klaus, and is forgiven, deciding to skip town with Josh. But Dahlia crosses Aiden's path and rips his heart out with telekinesis, staging a vampire attack to turn everyone against Klaus. The grief is heavy, and Davina finally hands Marcel Cole's gold dagger. The trap works. The wolves blame Klaus, who takes the fall, thinking fear would keep Haley from running. The plan backfires. Feeling threatened, she convinces Elijah to help her disappear. Elijah figures out Klaus hid their father's ashes in his painting supplies, pulls out the gold dagger, and stabs his brother, leaving him desiccated in the compound. With Klaus desiccated, Dahlia pulls his mind into her memories, showing how she was forced to use dark magic to protect Esther, only to be abandoned. In the real world, Freya suggests using Hope as bait, but Elijah refuses. He tries to create a decoy, but Vincent warns him that the ancient witch won't fall for a heartbeatless doll. In Klaus's mind, Dahlia warns that the mix of vampire and werewolf blood will make Hope's magic uncontrollable. She offers an alliance. Klaus can be a present father while she trains the girl, as long as he eliminates Haley. Convinced this is the only way out, Klaus pulls the dagger from his own chest and wakes up. In the bayou, Jackson demands that Haley choose between the pack and the Michelsons. She chooses the wolves and leaves a message saying she's taking Hope far away. Klaus overhears everything. While Elijah injects Hope's blood into Freya to use her as live bait, Klaus officially teams up with Dahlia. To ensure no one escapes, the witch summons a monstrous storm, trapping the wolves in place. Dahlia's storm batters New Orleans. Rebecca and Davina manage to get the unlinking spell to work, but Mary and Haley realize the imminent danger. Klaus has escaped. Freya figures out Dahlia's strategy to frame Klaus and divide the family, handing Elijah a knife to kill her if things go south, but Klaus moves fast. He knocks Marcel out, drains his vervain, and compels him to neutralize Rebecca. When the sisters try to trick Dahlia with an illusion doll, Marcel breaks in and shatters the spell. Things get dark. To punish the betrayal, Klaus forces Elijah to watch as Gia takes off her daylight ring and burns alive under compulsion. Elijah retaliates with Papatunde's blade. Cammy interferes, and Klaus bites her completely out of control. In the woods, Mary flees with Hope, but Dahlia corners Jackson and Haley, casting the Crescent Curse and trapping the pack in their animal forms. Dahlia attempts to link herself to the baby, but Klaus stops her, offering himself as an eternal hybrid conduit instead. It looks like a victory for the villains, but Cammy wakes up, pulls the blade from Elijah's chest, and reveals the truth. Klaus whispered in her ear. The entire bloodbath was a charade to earn Dahlia's trust, and Cammy knows how to kill her. Klaus's kamikaze plan goes into action. He intends to link himself to Dahlia and stab himself, dragging the witch into a mystical slumber. When Elijah discovers that Klaus actually cursed Haley, the fury hits hard. He and Rebecca rush to stop the disaster and uncover the spell's true lethal ingredient. They need the blood of the matriarch, Esther. Elijah and Rebecca steal Cole's ashes from Davina to sabotage her. The witch freaks out, snaps Rebecca's neck, and casts the resurrection spell, unaware she was manipulated into bringing Esther back to life. At the warehouse, the plan fails when the gold dagger melts. Dahlia wakes up, steals the white oak stake, captures Freya, and vanishes. Elijah tells Klaus that their alliance is over due to Gia's death and Haley's curse. In the final showdown, Dahlia turns the stake into dust and forces her nephews to inhale the lethal wood. Esther finally acts like a mother, begs her sister for forgiveness, and distracts Dahlia just long enough for Klaus to deliver the final blow. In the afterlife, the sisters forgive each other as their bodies turn to stone. Rebecca returns to Ava Sinclair's body in search of a cure for Cole. Under the full moon, the wolf Haley silently asks Elijah to be Hope's moral compass, while Klaus poetically narrates the conclusion to his daughter. The dust has settled, but peace is nowhere to be found. Klaus and Elijah's relationship remains on ice. Marcel has started a vampire fight club, and Davina refuses to help the family. In a 1002 flashback, the Michelsons meet Lucien, a servant who sneaks them into the Count de Martel's court, where Klaus and Aurora instantly fall in love. In the present, Lucien arrives in New Orleans, flashing cash, and reveals a global panic. With the deaths of Cole and Finn, the vampire community has realized that if an original dies, their entire sire line dies with them. Now, there is a cold war among the 3 surviving sire lines to eliminate rival creators. Elijah discovers that Lucien's company, Kingmaker, bought the bayou to exterminate the wolves, and he dispatches the mercenaries. Cammy and Vincent investigate a killer leaving victims with macabre smiles carved into their faces. The bizarre twist? Lucien slashes his own face with the same smile in his apartment. To bring it full circle, Aurora surfaces, taking refuge in a Buddhist monastery. She reads a letter, completely loses it, kills a monk, and proves that the Michelsons' past is about to barge in uninvited. Elijah runs into Jackson in the woods while searching for Haley. Davina strikes a risky deal with the wolf. Haley gets time in her human form if she eliminates the rival witch Kara Wen. Jackson points a finger in Klaus's face for exposing the wolves to Lucien's company. Cammy cross cross-references the city's murders with Lucian's pattern and confronts Klaus. Meanwhile, Detective Will Kinney starts digging into the O'Connell family's dark past. In the swamp, Davina's candle blows out mid-mission, and Haley begins to painfully transform. Davina has to bleed from her eyes to stabilize the magic with the ancestors. Haley kills Kara but ends up cornered by other witches. Elijah visits Lucian's apartment, where Lucian confesses his fear that the original's immortality is no longer guaranteed. 11 bodies appear out of nowhere, and Davina uses the panic to take over the protection of the local witches. After an explosive fight between Haley and Klaus, interrupted by Hope's first steps, Elijah acts as the voice of reason and offers an apartment for Haley and Jackson to stay away from the hybrid. In the end, Freya manages to see the infamous prophecy in the seer's blood. The fall of the Michelsons is real. One will fall by friend, one by foe, and one by family. In 1002, Lucian asks Klaus to deliver a love letter to Aurora, but catches the original kissing her. Lucian is caught by the tyrant Tristan, who punishes the servant by carving a Chelsea smile into his face for covering for Klaus. In the present, Elijah and Klaus debate Lucian's fate based on the prophecy. At the precinct, Kinney interrogates Lucian, who forces the detective to bring in Cammy. He swears innocence, claiming someone is trying to frame him to isolate Klaus, playing the victim card. Meanwhile, Marcel's territory is invaded by Aya, a vampire who takes everyone down and makes an alliance offer that sounds like a threat. Elijah finds out about the invasion and realizes he knows Aya well, as he was the one who turned her. Aya invites Marcel to join the Strix, the oldest vampire society. Tristan shows up and warns Elijah that Lucian is hiding a lethal weapon against Klaus, adding fuel to the fire. While Marcel considers accepting the Strix's offer,
maybe you should remember who your friends are. It looks like you're gonna need them.
Aurora finishes the slaughter at the monastery and announces she's on her way. Marcel is invited by Tristan to a strict society party. Klaus and Elijah crash the game upon discovering that Lucian's seer, Alexis, has been tracked to the same event. Tristan tries to sell the idea of brilliant minds, but Elijah knows he abandoned the Strix in the past precisely because they are sociopaths. The event turns into a sadistic ritual. Marcel must retrieve his stolen daylight ring from Mohinder by dawn or he dies. Klaus and Lucian create a distraction by faking intoxication, while Marcel takes a beating but lets Mohinder drink his blood, spiked with Haley's werewolf venom. Marcel spares his opponent's life, impressing Tristan, who ripped Mohinder's heart out and approves Marcel into the Strix. Klaus heals his protege, offended by Marcel's new allegiance. Behind the scenes, Alexis shows Freya a vision of the witch being buried alive, forcing Freya to knock her out. When Haley and Elijah try to drink Alexis's blood to understand the prophecy, they spit it out immediately. The seer has been poisoned by Aurora, who walks the streets incognito. Aurora mimics her 1002 suicide attempt by killing a shopgirl to deliver a poem to Klaus and Elijah. Klaus finds her, furious, but drops his guard and confesses his greatest secret. He was the one who killed their mother. The move backfires when Aurora reveals that Elijah found this out in the past and compelled her to break Klaus's heart. The family therapy session results in Klaus and Elijah beating the pulp out of each other, destroying half the compound. The city celebrates the Jazz Fest. Vincent gives Cammy a lesson on the 1919 Axeman. Trying to play detective, Cammy tails Lucian, but the plan fails when he kills an innocent. Kinney shows up, and Cammy ends up arrested for possessing her uncle's dark objects. Davina faces trouble as regent when Van Wen tries to use a truth spell on her. Tired of magical politics, she asks the ancestors to break the Crescent Curse. Surprisingly, they accept, and the werewolves, including Haley and Jackson, are finally free from their animal forms. The season's big mystery comes to light. Elijah reveals to Freya that he compelled Tristan, Lucian, and Aurora into believing they were the original Michelsons for a century. The trio served as live bait for Mikhail. When the daggers pierced the original's chests, the compulsion broke, and the trio vowed to find a weapon capable of killing the family once and for all. Rebecca is living a nightmare. The witch Eva's body is destroyed, forcing her back into her original form. Even with Freya's astral projection helping, Aya and her squad show up and plunge a dagger into Rebecca's chest. On the streets, the lethal vampire Shen Min hunts Haley, but Marcel and Elijah save her. Before carbonizing himself in the sun out of loyalty, Shen Min drops that the Strix wants Davina to activate the weapon against the originals. Meanwhile, Lucian kidnaps Cammy and Detective Kinney, compelling the cop in order to blackmail Cammy for the medallion. Klaus tries to soften Aurora up with a 200-year-old painting, but she reveals her ultimate trump card. She ordered her sire line to steal the sleeping original's body to protect Rebecca from Tristan. Freya's spell fails, and Rebecca falls off the radar. Elijah invites Tristan, Lucian, and Aurora to a Thanksgiving dinner aimed at turning the three against each other. Jackson predicts disaster and calls Haley to the bayou, but she chooses to cover for the Michelsons, and he leaves alone. Marcel knows Davina is a target for the Strix. He and Vincent plan a public humiliation. Vincent forces the ancestors to strip her of her title as regent. The maneuver cuts off Davina's powers but drops her off the vampire's lethal radar. At dinner, Tristan admits he set up Cammy's arrest to steal the dark objects and the medallion. Cammy knocks out Lucian's guard and escapes, only to be kidnapped by Aurora. At the compound, Freya gets tired of the games and snaps Aurora's neck. Upon resurrecting, the vampire reveals her life insurance. She and Tristan split Rebecca's coordinates. To everyone's despair, she reveals the coffin is at the dark bottom of the ocean. Klaus loses it, takes Tristan hostage, and declares war, while Elijah realizes the prophecy of their downfall has just begun. Aurora takes Cammy to Marcel's gym, feeds her blood to vampires in transition, and threatens to make the grad student the main course. Elijah and Haley torture Tristan for Rebecca's coordinates, but the guy is a rock. By sifting through his mind, Elijah only gets the name of a private jet, Cepheus. Lucian suggests caution to Klaus, who simply snaps the vampire's neck and goes hunting for the clues left by his ex. Aurora forces a therapy session on Cammy, extracting the confession that the student embraces her own inner darkness. Aurora points out that this repressed violence is what attracts Klaus. The hybrid finally storms the church, throws his ex against the wall, extracts the latitude from her mind, and rushes to save Cammy from the starving vampires. Meanwhile, the Strix corner, Elijah. Marcel steps in and, to maintain his cover, uses a silver dagger that takes Elijah down but ensures Haley's safety. Marcel frees Tristan and earns a seat in the society's inner circle, but secretly heals Aya and passes the Cepheus flight data to Elijah shortly after. Double checkmate. Elijah pays a fortune to recover Rebecca's coffin from the bottom of the sea.
I'm afraid that was my final offer.
At the compound, the Christmas spirit is interrupted. Tristan takes over Marcel's bar with the help of the witch Van Wen, forcing Vincent to step up and reclaim the regent title. Klaus and Cammy check on Detective Kinney, who is on the verge of taking his own life due to Lucian's compelled depression. In a rare moment of empathy, Klaus forces Will to see his worth and sends him to spend Christmas with his family. In the bayou, Haley reaffirms her choice of Jackson, who saves Freya from a Strix attack, but the faction escapes with the Saratora artifact. To make matters worse, the stake infected Rebecca with an uncontrollable Ripper curse. With the combined effort of Klaus, Jackson, and Freya, they manage to remove the mark from her. Rebecca decides to leave to keep up the charade but tells Klaus to just be with Cammy already. The two finally give in and get together, but Klaus wakes up in the middle of the night to find Cammy with her throat slit dead in bed. Klaus destroys the room in a blind rage until Cammy wakes up in transition. Aurora had compelled Cammy to drink blood and kill herself as soon as she was sure Klaus loved her. Devastated, Cammy decides not to complete the transition to maintain her dignity. The Strix ambush Haley and Jackson. Out for revenge, Tristan rips Jackson's heart out right in front of Haley and sends it to the Michelsons as a threat. The tables turn when Vincent flips Aurora's car to neutralize her. Freya breaks Klaus's containment spell and offers Cammy the chance to help in one last heroic act. At the docks, Tristan checks to see if Aurora is in a shipping container, but it's actually Cammy disguised by a spell. Because she is in a state between life and death, she bypasses the magic, steals the Saratora from Tristan, and locks him inside. Elijah exposes to the Strix that the prophecy of destruction was fabricated by Tristan. The faction abandons their leader, who is dropped into the ocean to drown for eternity. Haley gives Jackson a heartbreaking funeral. At the cemetery, Cammy chooses to live, drinks blood, and warns Klaus that she will use her strength to protect the city. Aya uses Mystic Tarot to test the Strix's loyalty. One vampire is executed on the spot, while Marcel passes the test. Paranoia over the prophecy is at an all-time high. A desperate and ignored Davina accepts Aya's offer to join the Sisters, the Strix's coven, in exchange for the power to resurrect Cole. She takes poison and enters the purgatory with Josh as her anchor, where Cole warns her the spell is a trap. Time runs out as the ancestors attack the bar. Cammy embraces vampire life intensely. She compels Kinney to steal her family's dark objects straight from Lucian, making it clear to Klaus that she is tired of being the victim and wants to take back control. The mystery mystery of the Pale Horse, the weapon that can kill an original, is revealed. It is literally a wooden white oak toy horse carved by Klaus centuries ago. The piece was among the items recovered by Kami, and Elijah already had to kill the witch Ariani, who had discovered the secret in an attempt to keep it hidden. The secret doesn't stay hidden. Davina consecrates Ariani, accesses her vision, and discovers the white oak weapon. Elijah challenges Aya for leadership of the Strix. Marcel turns the challenge into a deadly contest for the French Quarter, and using his street smarts, wins to become the new CEO. Elijah lands a theatrical punch on Marcel to convince the society of their rivalry and keep the cover intact. The real disaster strikes when Madison, a Strix witch, ambushes Cammy and Vincent and steals the wooden horse. She delivers it to Aurora, who rewards her by draining her blood. The psychopath then commissions lethal white oak bullets. To make matters worse, Aya reveals to Marcel the Strix's true plan, a complex spell to break the sire line, severing the magical link that would kill them if their original dies. Klaus's fury drives him to track down Aurora, but she kidnaps Freya, buries her alive in the bayou, and uses that as bait. Davina brings Cole back temporarily and learns that breaking the sire line requires the heart of an unsired vampire, Haley's. The Strix corner the wolf, and Cammy tries to help, but they are overpowered. Cole and Davina channel magic from the beyond to neutralize the witches at the very last second. In the woods, Aurora plans to shoot Elijah with the lethal bullet to make Klaus suffer. Klaus digs Freya out just in time for her to deflect Aurora's aim. The bullet hits Elijah, but Klaus snaps his brother's neck to extract the wood before the damage is fatal. Just when Haley seems safe, the Strix demand results. Marcel pulls an ace from his sleeve and hands over Jackson's heart. Thanks to the unification ritual, the husband's heart acts as a perfect mirror of hers. Davina confirms the magic's viability, paving the way for the dangerous spell as Aya and Aurora team up against the Michelson family. Aya scraps Tristan's rescue in favor of breaking the sire line and throws Aurora into a mental prison. Klaus shelters Stefan Salvatore, who is fleeing from the huntress Reina Cruz. Klaus and Elijah fall into a trap set by the Strix and wake up in the same mental prison. Their bodies remain vulnerable as Davina begins the spell using Jackson's heart. Stefan lures his lethal huntress to the Strix's doorstep, distracting them and paving the way for Haley and Marcel. Inside their minds, Elijah shatters Aurora's sanity. Freya channels Lucian to rescue her brothers, but Davina's spell is completed first. Klaus's sire line is broken. Aya begs for death and Haley finishes her off. Aurora is sealed away alive. With the residual magic, Davina finally resurrects Cole in his original body. Without his vital link, Klaus's paranoia skyrockets. Millennia-old enemies now have a free pass to kill him. The vampire Gaspar Cortez arrives seeking revenge and takes hostages at Rousseau's, forcing Klaus to decapitate him and confirming that a horde is on its way. Haley methodically hunts down the Strix members who helped kill Jackson, ignoring Elijah's pleas. Realizing the lethal combination of enemies and grief, Klaus makes a strategic decision and flees the city with Haley and Hope. Cole, back in his original body, battles an uncontrollable bloodlust and runs into Finn, yet another resurrected Michelson. To make matters worse, the ancestors force Vincent to track down the last white oak bullet, putting the ultimate weapon back on the board. The last white oak bullet goes up for auction on the dark web. Josh hacks the system, and Marcel bids a Strix fortune to buy it. Klaus and Haley try to keep a low profile in the countryside, and the wolf helps a teenager who accidentally triggered her curse. Klaus learns about empathy and understands the value of not pushing everyone away. At the compound, Finn wants to jump into a witch's body, but Cole and Davina trap him in his vampire body. The mercenary Sophia steals the bullet at the auction, but loses it to Elijah. Finn tries to use it on himself, but Lucian plays the hero, taking the weapon and handing it to Freya to hide. The crisis isn't over. The ancestors free Sophia. In the woods, Klaus finds a Kingmaker ID badge and realizes Lucian has been manipulating everything from the start. To prove the danger, Lucian knocks out and kidnaps Freya, revealing himself as the true villain. Lucian takes Freya and Vincent to Mystic Falls, right to the sacred ground where Esther created the originals, demanding an upgrade spell using Freya's blood and the white oak bullet to create an upgraded original vampire. Davina uses Finn's blood to track the magic and warn the Michelsons. Finn and Elijah rush to Virginia, where Matt Donovan uselessly greets them with a gun. Meanwhile, Klaus and Haley discover that Lucian extracted venom from the 7 original packs to create a lethal toxin that not even the hybrid's blood can cure. In the woods, the spell is completed. Finn makes Matt's gun go off, killing Lucian. The catch is that death was the final step. Lucian resurrects as an indestructible beast and bites Finn. Klaus tries to heal his brother, but the venom has no cure. Shortly after finally experiencing the family's always and forever, Finn dies and turns to ash. To top off a disastrous day, Klaus discovers that Aurora's cell is empty. With his new power, Lucian offers Aurora enhanced immortality and a marriage proposal. She refuses until Tristan returns, but keeps the serum. Lucian, now absurdly stronger, ambushes Klaus, stabs him with Papa Tunde's blade, and chains him up as a trophy. Aurora takes the serum and tortures Klaus out of pure sport and revenge. Camille alerts the family. While Elijah distracts Lucian, Haley and Camille break into the penthouse. Camille acts fast and injects Aurora with a powerful sedative before she can commit suicide and complete her transition. At the cemetery, the ancestors adopt Lucian as their weapon, stripping Vincent of his title as regent. Cole, with his curse spiraling out of control, tries to flee New Orleans but desiccates at the city limits and is forced to return enraged. Through a hidden camera, Lucian discovers that Aurora never loved him. Rejected, he hits Klaus where it hurts the most. He breaks into Camille's apartment and bites her. Camille wakes up with a lethal bite and flees to the compound. Klaus smells the blood, and his world crumbles. Panic sets in. Vincent risks the ancestors' wrath for a sample of Lucian's blood to make an antidote, and Haley suggests Hope's blood. But Lucian warns Davina that there is no cure. The venom is an absolute endgame. Knowing the end is near, Cammy dictates her will and asks Klaus to be the light in his daughter's life. Out of options in the real world, Klaus projects her mind into a perfect illusion of New Orleans, giving Cammy one day of peace. She dies in his arms, leaving the family in heavy mourning. At the same time, Cole's control shatters with a magical earthquake. Dominated by the ancestors' curse, he attacks Davina and feeds on her. When he regains his senses, he desperately tries to heal her with his blood, but the damage is irreparable. Vincent and Marcel attempt to consecrate Davina to resurrect her. Freya manages to pull the witch's spirit into a protective circle. On the road to protect Rebecca, Klaus and Haley get distracted and suffer a severe car crash. In the ancestral plane, Davina's soul is being shredded by the ancestors. Freya realizes the only way to reverse Lucian's magic is to channel the ancestors through Davina, destroying her soul forever. Klaus refuses the sacrifice, preferring to risk his own life. However, Elijah and Freya go behind everyone's backs. Elijah snaps Marcel's neck, and Freya drops the barrier. Davina is handed over to the ancestors, and her soul is torn apart. The cruel plan works. As Lucian is about to kill Haley, his magic is reversed. Klaus rips out the beast's heart and burns the body. Upon waking up, Marcel discovers Davina's death, cuts ties with the Michelsons, and embraces pure hatred. In despair, Cole murders Van Wen. Aware of the scorched earth left behind, Vincent hands Marcel the serum he extracted from Aurora, the perfect weapon to expel the originals.
And it's time we took it back.
New Orleans hosts 2 separate funerals. The Michelsons bury Cammy, while Marcel, Cole, and Vincent say goodbye to Davina. The fracture has become an abyss. Freya has a terrifying prophetic vision of a red-eyed Marcel killing her family. The confirmation arrives. He drank the serum. Cole discovers Davina trapped in the mirrors. With the help of Vincent and Josh, he makes contact at the cemetery. After saying her goodbyes, Davina detonates the ancestral plan from the other side, severing their connection to the living. Klaus attempts diplomacy on the bridge, where they scattered Marcel's father's ashes, but is rejected for his hypocrisy. Haunted by the prophecy, Elijah appears and makes a terrible decision. He rips out Marcel's heart and throws him into the river, devastating Klaus. In the cemetery, the tombs explode with Davina's spell. Vincent reveals to the family that Marcel drank the serum the moment he received it. At the bottom of the river, Marcel's glowing red eyes snap open. The bridge with the Michelsons has been burned. At the compound, Freya's locator map is stained with blood, and the doors blow open for an army of vengeful vampires led by Marcel. The new monster bites Cole and Elijah. With Freya poisoned and Rebecca's curse accelerating, the family has minutes to live due to the 7-pack venom. Rebecca demands justice instead of a massacre, and Marcel agrees to put Klaus on trial. During the trial for the hybrid's worst crimes, Rebecca gives a speech feigning hatred and demands that Klaus suffer a fate worse than death. Marcel agrees. He stabs Klaus with Papa Tunde's blade and bricks him up alive in the city's ruins. But it was was a calculated sacrifice. Klaus accepted the endless torture as an anchor for a slumber spell that Freya casts using Rebecca's blood. Vincent banishes Marcel from the church, warning him that he has become the very thing he always hated. Haley loads her family's sleeping bodies into a moving truck and flees with hope, searching for a cure for the day they wake up. 5 years later, vampire tourists visit New Orleans to see Klaus chained up as a trophy. Marcel keeps the peace until Alistair demands the original's blood to track and kill Hope and the rest of the family. In Texas, Haley kidnaps the werewolf Keelan, extracting her venom to synthesize a cure. In New Orleans, Marcel uses Klaus as bait to prevent a war. The hybrid uses his own chains and a sword to slaughter Alistair's men. Shortly after, Marcel knocks him out, reminding the city who's boss. Haley awakens Freya from the stasis spell. The witch prepares the antidote while Haley attacks intruders in her wolf form. Elijah wakes up, and the two finally kiss. But the peace cracks. Vincent finds bizarre occult symbols spray-painted on walls when dark magic swallows a young boy. Far away, Hope wakes up from a nightmare surrounded by drawings of the same macabre symbol. Now awake, the Michelsons drain their prison guards. The goal? Invade the city and rescue Klaus. Rebecca distracts Marcel at the cemetery by appealing to their past, but he refuses to release his trophy. Sophia stabs Rebecca in the back, and Marcel intercepts the family. Underground, a tortured Klaus hallucinates Cammy. She urges him to pull out the blade and overcome his fear of being seen as a monster by Hope. On the surface, Elijah and Marcel engage in a brutal brawl until Haley begs for her daughter's sake. Klaus finally pulls the blade from his chest and comes up just in time to plunge it into Marcel. They flee, but Marcel catches up to them. Flaunting his moral superiority, he lets them escape with their lives, humiliating the originals with mercy. Vincent survives an unseen attack and warns Marcel about the dark threat looming over the city. Finally home, Klaus watches Hope sleep after 5 years of agony. Hope and Klaus finally come face to face. The hybrid proves to be gentle, but the girl displays frightening magical powers by reviving insects and starts keeping secrets from her mother. Haley vents about the burden of being on the run, but clashes with Freya, who keeps Keelan tied up in a barn, extracting venom without a drop of empathy. Elijah eases the tension with a candlelit dinner for Haley, solidifying their romance. Rebecca tells Klaus she is done sacrificing herself and leaves to find her own happiness, dragging Cole along with her. In New Orleans, Vincent and Marcel join forces against the new magic. The danger unearths tragic memories of when Eva Sinclair was consumed by darkness, indicating that this new force won't hold back. The threat of the Hollow forces an impossible alliance. Vincent, Klaus, Marcel, Elijah, and Haley fight together to save the children of New Orleans. Marcel leads peacefully, and Vincent uses a magical loophole to keep everyone alive. The crisis brings profound changes. Haley announces she will no longer kill innocents for the sake of always and forever. Klaus also evolves, saving Marcel from looking into the Hollow's lethal blue light. Meanwhile, Freya and Keelan form an unlikely duo. Between Freya's pragmatism and Keelan's resilience, an undeniable chemistry emerges. Detective Will succumbs to the Hollow's madness and dies, reinforcing that humans are in lethal danger. Haley's past is revealed. Mary's husband killed her parents under the Hollow's control. Mary puts love above strict pack laws and decides to help her. The romance between Haley and Elijah progresses, but the Hollow sows paranoia. Klaus embraces his protective father side and spares Marcel, arguing that he is still family, which contradicts Elijah's lethal intentions. Sophia skillfully infiltrates with her own plans of revenge against the originals. Freya frees Keelan as agreed, feigning coldness, but the werewolf decides to come back and help. In the end, a macabre plant grows, proving that the Hollow is already taking physical root in the city. Vincent discovers that the Hollow resurfaces periodically, requiring 4 murders to gain a physical form. If it absorbs Klaus or Marcel's power, the city falls. Klaus hosts a party to identify enemies, and Vincent finds the snake mark on Dominic. With Freya's help, Haley holds a seance at the site of her parents' death and finds a human bone hidden inside a family teddy bear. Dominic tries to negotiate immunity, but Elijah refuses, rips his heart out in front of everyone, and declares open war. Meanwhile, Klaus distracts Sophia, who is seeking revenge for the massacre of her family centuries ago. The commotion allows her henchmen to rob Klaus's safe. Upon seeing the bone, Klaus realizes the con. They stole the lethal artifact. The episode ends with Dominic being resurrected by the Hollow's stolen bone. Klaus tries to be a good father, drinking bagged blood so as not to scare Hope, while Freya puts up a magical barrier around the compound. Elijah looks for answers on the streets and bumps into the newly resurrected Dominic. Hope goes down to the dungeon to return an old toy to Marcel, forming a bond with him. Outside, Elijah steals Vincent's dagger and forces him to perform the harvest ritual to reconnect with the ancestors. Vincent is rejected. Salvation comes when Hope removes her magical block, freeing Marcel, who summons Davina on the astral plane and reopens the link. When the barrier falls, Dominic invades the compound. Klaus slaughters the enemies and stakes him. Finding Hope safe with Marcel, Klaus swallows his pride and agrees to an alliance against the Hollow. Freya discovers that the last wolf protecting the bones is Tyler Lockwood from Mystic Falls. To make matters worse, the Hollow possesses Sophia's body. The Hollow is an entity from 500 AD trying to recover her 4 bones. Alaric Saltzman delivers one of them in Mystic Falls after surviving an attack from the now-possessed Sophia, demanding that Klaus keep his distance. On the ancestral plane, the Harvest Girls send Klaus and Haley to find Davina. She reveals that the Hollow created the werewolf curse, making Hope's blood her greatest weakness. Sophia confronts Elijah and Marcel at the cemetery and escapes with the bone. In the spirit world, Davina plans to sacrifice Klaus to trap the Hollow. Marcel's venom is channeled into the hybrid, but Hope feels her father's pain, uses her absurd magic to break the spell, banishes Davina, and saves him. To prove his loyalty, Elijah tries to hand Marcel back the dagger that can kill him. As he enters the house, Sophia appears out of nowhere and stabs him in the back with a stake covered in lethal thorns. Elijah agonizes inside a magical circle with the poisoned stake in his back. The Hollow reveals that sacrificing an original will resurrect her. Vincent proposes killing Klaus as a drastic plan. Since Elijah's death seems certain, Klaus accepts becoming a martyr for Hope. Freya sets up a plan B to channel Elijah's soul into her pendant. Klaus, Marcel, and Vincent slaughter the enemy henchmen in the cemetery. At the barn, Freya and Haley desperately try to break the magical barrier. The Hollow reaches the peak of her power and shatters the antidote. As Elijah takes his last breath, the magical pendant cracks. Klaus mourns at the compound, but Hope touches Freya and they hear Elijah's distorted voice inside the broken amulet. He survived within the magic. Outside, the storm clears and the Hollow emerges, finally in flesh and blood. Rebecca and Cole return, but the Hollow tests her limits and wipes out Cole's entire sire line. Klaus demands that Freya fix Elijah's shattered mind. Haley dives into his mind, crossing the red door to see him at the peak of his murderous instincts. Little Hope projects her voice to pull her mother out of the lethal trance. In the French Quarter, Marcel bites the Hollow, but her blood is pure poison that knocks him out. Cole gives in to the villain's blackmail, as she has resurrected Davina and forced him to work against his family. Elijah's soul is mended, but his body will only awaken with a massive sacrifice. Taking down the Hollow is mandatory, but Cole's secret betrayal complicates the board. The Hollow now possesses an indestructible totem tied to Davina's life, and Cole acts as its guardian. Klaus and Haley prepare a weapon forged with Hope's blood. During the clash, the villain traps Freya and Haley in torturous illusions. Freya sees Keelan's body, and Haley fights a sadistic Jackson. Klaus discovers Cole's betrayal and prioritizes his daughter. He shatters the totem without hesitation, risking Davina's life. Stripped of her invincible protection, Haley stabs and kills the Hollow. Elijah is resurrected and Marcel reconciles with Rebecca with a kiss. The relief is short-lived. That night, Klaus goes to tuck Hope in, but the girl's eyes glow a piercing blue. The Hollow merely switched vessels. The bloodbath has traumatized Haley, prompting her to keep Hope away from Elijah. However, the Hollow assumes full control over the child's body. Vincent plans a supernatural heist, temporarily stopping Marcel's heart to trap the entity inside an unbreakable ancestral grimoire. The Hollow, now inhabiting Hope, effortlessly crushes Marcel, Freya, and the Michelsons. Klaus dives into his daughter's mind using magic, emotionally pleading for her to fight. However, the villain incinerates the grimoire, knocks everyone in the room out, and walks the streets of New Orleans untouchable. Haley is left devastated. Cornered, Vincent drops the ultimate bombshell. He knows how to save the girl, but it will permanently destroy their always and forever vow. Vincent's plan requires splitting the Hollow's spirit into 4 pieces and isolating them inside Klaus, Elijah, Rebecca, and Cole. The brutal condition: they can never see each other again. Dominated by the Hollow, Hope snaps Haley's neck. Elijah breaks up with Haley, saying he doesn't deserve her, and Klaus admits his failure as a father to Marcel. Cole arrives at the last second, taking Freya's place in the ritual. The magic splinters the demon, and the siblings scatter across the globe. Embracing isolation, Elijah forces Marcel to erase all memories of his family from his mind. A time jump reveals their new lives: Rebecca with Marcel, Cole engaged to Davina, and Haley enrolling Hope at Alaric's school. In France, Klaus watches from afar as Elijah plays the piano. His amnesiac brother treats him like a stranger, breaking the hybrid's heart. 7 years later, Klaus the madman is ripping out hearts in France. Hope has become an impulsive teenager who sells her blood to create a hybrid. A school suspension sends her packing back to New Orleans. The city is at peace. Haley is dating a human. Freya and Keelan video chat, and Marcel proposes to Rebecca. Everything changes when Klaus approaches the amnesiac Elijah in Europe, triggering violent magical anomalies due to the clash of the Hollows pieces. Caroline Forbes shows up, delivering an epic scolding to Klaus for neglecting his daughter. In New Orleans, Hope's new hybrid commits a murder, igniting the spark of a new war. Haley mysteriously vanishes, and Hope answers her father's phone call amidst a literal rain of blood. Peacetime is over. A flashback reveals the reason behind Klaus and Hope's estrangement. Years ago, she magically visited him and caught him in a bloodbath, ripping a heart out. He screamed at her to leave. In the present, Klaus returns to New Orleans looking for Haley, avoiding Hope. When he nearly kills Declan, Haley's new boyfriend, Hope, throws him across the room with magic. Marcel interrogates Henry and uncovers a shocking truth. Hope herself kidnapped her mother to force her father to return. In pure irony, she used the coffin tactic she read about in Klaus's diaries. When he reads his daughter's mind, she locks the doors and unleashes the frustration of his abandonment. Klaus uses the old "fathers are monsters" speech, and she fires back that maybe it would have been better if she had never loved him. An emotional knockout. The situation spirals out of control. At the church, Klaus finds the coffin empty and stained with blood. Someone has actually kidnapped Haley. The proximity feeds the hollow. Hope coughs up a snake, and Klaus sends her to Mystic Falls, promising to rescue her mother. Chaos resumes when Henry's body is found hanging in the streets. Someone has declared war. 7 years ago, Elijah steps off a bus starving and without his memories. He attacks a gas station attendant, trades his suit for a cab, and flees in a pickup truck listening to Christian music. A week later, in New York, the trail of bodies continues. He meets Antoinette, a vampire who adopts the ancient newborn. She teaches him the basics: daylight rings, compulsion, and how to feed without panicking to avoid cortisol spikes. Antoinette spots a note in his pocket: "Don't look back," but the past persists. Marcel shows up in New York, telling him to get lost. Elijah flips out and demands answers until Marcel explains that Elijah himself asked to forget everything to protect the ones he loved. Elijah takes the advice and leaves for France with Antoinette. In the present, just as he proposes to her, Klaus appears ready to drag him back, throwing the family crisis, Haley's disappearance, and always and forever in his face. Elijah doesn't care. He reveals he researched the Michelsons and finds his old life pathetic. Before snapping Klaus's neck, he declares the old Elijah dead. With his brother defeated, Elijah tosses his daylight ring and belongings into the fire. The past has turned to ashes. Klaus ignores Mardi Gras and wreaks havoc in New Orleans. Either the factions help find Haley, or he brings the entire family back. A clue leads Klaus and Marcel to an abandoned house rigged with ropes soaked in vervain and wolfsbane, with the words "freak" and "crossbreed" scrawled on the wall. Desperate, Klaus kidnaps a member of each faction, including Josh, threatening to kill them if Haley doesn't turn up. The situation blows up when Klaus receives a box containing a piece of Haley's skin with her pack tattoo. He snaps and slaughters the hostages, with Josh being saved by Vincent at the last second. Marcel locks Klaus in a coffin. Upon waking, Klaus reveals it was a test. The vampires resisted the search, proving their guilt. Marcel takes charge, bans daylight rings, and brings the vampires to heel. Their razor-sharp partnership is back, but Vincent warns Klaus that the witches will declare war if he crosses them. The real danger lay in the box. Beneath Haley's skin was a coin bearing a swastika. Meanwhile, Freya visits Hope at school, but the teenager is distracted, flirting with a mysterious vampire named Roman. The coin leads Klaus to the werewolves, where he corners Greta. Nailed to the wall, she doesn't back down, accusing him of lacking vision. Klaus's mind flashes back to 1933 Germany. There, Elijah warned him about August Mueller, an extremist slaughtering wolves. The shocker is who was playing the piano in the room room, Antoinette, Elijah's current fiancée, knew exactly who she was getting involved with and hid it for a century. In the present, Greta dictates the terms. The purists want Hope's werewolf sidebound. If Klaus refuses, Haley dies. He snaps and rejects the mutation. However, Freya and Hope organize the ritual themselves. Hope says goodbye to her crush, Roman. At the last second, Klaus bursts in, steals Hope's blood, and uses it to turn wolves into hybrids. Greta rips her hand off the nail and beats Josh up. Klaus remembers the rest of 1933. After he killed Mueller, the widow begged for mercy for herself, for Antoinette, and for her son, Roman. The fanatical family had infiltrated their lives. In the present, Roman convinces Hope to run away from school, driving her straight into a trap. Roman and Hope find Haley, but it was Greta who orchestrated the kidnapping. She manipulates Antoinette, convincing Elijah to go to New Orleans to protect Roman from Klaus. Klaus hits the road with Caroline Forbes. During a nostalgic rescue mission, Caroline tracks Hope not with magic, but with Find My iPhone. Roman handcuffs Hope, naively swearing that Greta only wants peace by binding her werewolf side. To alert Freya, Haley accepts the spell that suppresses her wolf nature. As a full vampire, the tracking magic returns, but she is trapped by the sun. Greta knocks Hope out and the brawl begins. Klaus and Caroline arrive, but the amnesiac Elijah attacks his brother and stakes him. Time slows down. Klaus is on his knees, and Hope is unconscious. With no rescue options left, Haley breaks Greta's hand, rips off her daylight ring, and drags both herself and the villain out into the sunlight to their deaths. Klaus and Elijah can only watch as Haley burns to ashes. The city tries to say goodbye to Haley, but the purest vampires decide to crash the peace. Far away, Klaus locks up Elijah and Antoinette, delivering a lethal werewolf bite to the vampiress. When Elijah wakes up, he offers his memories in exchange for the cure. Klaus refuses, blaming him for watching Haley burn without reacting. Marcel and Vincent enter the game. Restoring his memory would make Elijah fend off the purists. Vincent pries open the original's mind, but the denial is too strong. Elijah resists opening the red door and collapses. Bound by Ivy and the rules of the prophecy, Klaus skips the funeral. He goes to the bayou, carves Haley's name into a tree, and confesses to Freya that he refused to cure Antoinette because the guilt would destroy Elijah if he remembered the truth. Breaking the rules, Klaus appears at the bayou to comfort Hope under a bizarre thunderstorm. The emotional moment is cut short when someone snaps his neck. He wakes up trapped in a magically isolated compound alongside Elijah. Klaus, Elijah, Rebecca, and Cole wake up in a chambre de chasse, a mental prison where they need 5 keys to escape. The trap was set by Hope, who, aided by Freya, plans to siphon the Hollow's magic from them to force a family reunion. Marcel drops into the prison and solves the riddles. He finds Rebecca's key under love letters and Elijah's in a coffin, representing death to Hope. Klaus finds his while burning Haley's letters. The true obstacle is the red door in Elijah's mind. Klaus accuses him of purposely suppressing his memories, but Rebecca reminds them that the family has forgiven him for far worse and helps him. Together they open the door. The memories hit him like a freight train, and Elijah finally sees the scene of Haley burning because of him. The breakdown is brutal, pure agony. Klaus hands over the mental antidote. Elijah returns to reality, cures Antoinette, begs for forgiveness, and abandons her. Dressed in his classic suit, he heads to the bayou to say goodbye to the woman he loved. With the magic siphoned from Klaus, Rebecca, Cole, and Elijah, Hope takes on the Hollow. New Orleans turns into the Hunger Games. The extremist Emmett wants vampires at the top and crashes Mardi Gras. Klaus tries to contain his daughter, but Freya's magical bracelet burns Hope's skin. At the bar, Declan is outraged over Haley's death. Elijah, trying to make small talk, is confronted and realizes he is the idiot ex Haley never got over. The war explodes with a bombing at the werewolf warehouse, killing Lucina. Fueled by the tragedy, Freya proposes to Keelan. Desperate, Hope knocks Klaus out with magic, goes to the bar, and beats Elijah to a pulp. Declan sees Elijah heal and gets compelled. Klaus arrives and approves of his daughter's fury as therapy, but the war was a distraction. Emmett uses astral projection, invades the cemetery, and poisons the witches. Vincent rushes over, only to watch Ivy collapse in his arms, frothing blood. Klaus kidnaps Roman and hands him over in chains for Hope to torture, advising her to start with the fingernails to build suspense. Marcel and Josh raid Emmett's warehouse. Marcel ends up tied down and has his venom extracted. Josh fights bravely and wins, but takes a syringe of the lethal venom to the heart. With no cure in time, Josh says his goodbyes. At least in the afterlife, Aiden picks him up to drive off into the sunset. Elijah and Antoinette lure the purists into a trap. Instead of torturing Roman, Hope goes full hollow mode and wipes out the faction, destroying the extracted venom. The victory would have been clean if the blast hadn't hit the floor below, catching Declan and a priest. Klaus saves Declan, but the priest dies. Magic's rules are absolute. The accidental death triggers Hope's curse, and her eyes flash yellow. Antoinette flees to Shanghai. Vincent faces the end with Ivy, who refuses the vampire transition. Vincent severs her connection to the ancestors to spare her eternal pain, and Ivy dies in peace. Freya and Keelan move their wedding up. Klaus sets up the venue, Cole officiates, and Elijah walks Freya down the aisle. But Elijah is broken. He finds a letter from Andrea, Haley, from when she visited him in France. A flashback shows a perfect day. She checked on him, and seeing him happy, let him be. Elijah realizes he could have saved the woman he loved, but let her burn instead. Declan assumes leadership of the humans using Kieran's journals, aided by Marcel. Freya almost calls off the wedding out of fear of the Michelson track record, but Rebecca assures her they can break the cycle. The ceremony goes off without a hitch.
I now pronounce you married.
At the reception, Hope calls it the best day of her life. The contrast is cruel. Klaus and Elijah find out from Davina that the Hollow's magic is going to kill the girl. Klaus flees to the balcony in tears, and Elijah embraces him in silence. With the countdown to Hope's death ticking, Klaus takes her to Mystic Falls. The plan? Caroline's daughters will siphon the Hollow into him, and Caroline will fulfill her old promise of sinking him to the bottom of the ocean. The clock is ticking toward the full moon. Hope tours the school and visits the Mystic Grill with Elijah. Her teenage fun of trashing a jerk's car ends when the guilt over Haley's death makes her pass out. Alaric shoots Klaus with a crossbow and locks him up, doubting the ocean plan. Klaus admits he hid the white oak stake to kill himself the moment he absorbs the magic. Caroline realizes Klaus's redemption, and the tension peaks. Unconscious, Hope sees Haley at peace in the bayou, advising her daughter to live. Waking up, she passes the message to Elijah. Klaus snaps his brother's neck, guides Hope through her wolf transition, and the twins siphon the Hollow into him. With the stake poised at his chest, he faces Elijah's arrival. Hope knocks her father out before he can use the stake. In New Orleans, Klaus wakes up in chains, with the Hollow's black veins spreading. Freya warns them, without magic to halt the darkness, he has hours to live. Splitting the magic is no longer an option. Hallucinating Cammy and Mikael, Klaus escapes. At Mardi Gras, Hope finds him, but Elijah knocks him out before he can attack her. Elijah absorbs a portion of the magic to ensure Klaus gets to say goodbye. Caroline appears, teaches him how to say goodbye, and gives him one last kiss. The siblings sort out their lives. Rebecca stops running and kisses Marcel. Freya and Keelan ask Vincent to be the father of their child, and he accepts. At one final dinner, they reaffirm their always and forever bond. Klaus says goodbye to Hope and goes with Elijah and Rebecca to a bench in the French Quarter. He guarantees the cure for Rebecca to become human, who cries and proposes to Marcel. Left alone, Elijah snaps the stake in half. His life's purpose was Klaus's redemption. With that goal achieved, Elijah refuses to go on alone. Together, they drive the wood into each other's chests, bringing the story to an end. We meet Hope Michelson. She makes it clear that she comes from a long line of villains and that the Salvatore School protects the secrets of kids like her. Right now, that secret involves an exorcism at a church in Atlanta. Raphael is suffering at the hands of his foster parents and a priest who believe he's possessed. But he doesn't need holy water. He needs a heavy silver chain, as he's about to turn into a werewolf for the first time. Hope and Alaric Saltzman bust into the church, knock out the adults, and save the boy. The problem is that Landon sees everything. He already knew Hope from the Mystic Grill and can't wrap his head around how she blew up chains with her mind. At the Salvatore School, a Hogwarts for supernatural creatures, Alaric decides what to do with Landon. Since he's human, MG tries to use compulsion to wipe his memory, but the trick bizarrely fails. Alaric's solution is to lock the boy in the cellar. Terrible idea. Landon has trauma with enclosed spaces and nearly has a panic attack. Hope tries to calm him down amid some romantic tension, but Landon escapes with Raphael's help and a summoning spell from Josie. Fleeing Fleeing through the woods, he runs into a wolf that suddenly shifts back into Hope herself. To smooth things over, she takes him to the school's library, where he takes a curious interest in a weird 12th century knife. After a cute moment and a kiss, Alaric decides Landon needs to leave. MG attempts compulsion again, and this time, it works. Landon leaves, but he takes a souvenir. The knife is gone. Refusing to believe she was played, Hope convinces Josie to use forbidden dark magic to track him down, leading to a vision of the boy on a bus, holding the knife that is now glowing scarlet red.
Is that the knife?
Yeah.
What's it doing?
I have no idea.
Soon after, Alaric and Hope arrive at the highway and discover the bus is blown up. It becomes clear that Landon isn't the innocent boy they thought he was. With the bus destroyed and Landon on the run, the hunt continues. Hope covers up the fact that she used dark magic, while Alaric ditches the big football game to go after the boy, leaving his daughter Lizzie furious. Raphael demands to tag along to prove his friend's innocence, while Lizzie tries to prove to her dad that the team can play clean and ends up in a fistfight with her mortal rival. Things in the woods get crazy. Alaric finds a woman in a white dress who appears to be a crash survivor. Raphael finds Landon hiding in a root cellar. The boy swears he didn't cause the explosion and blames a mysterious girl. Hope arrives, furious and ready to blast him with magic, but Alaric warns them that the survivor just breathed fire at him. The woman isn't a pyromancer, she's a dragon in disguise. The creature blasts the cellar with flames, and Landon finally hands back the stolen knife. Raphael stabs the woman, but she resurrects in her full dragon form, spreading her wings right in front of them. Hope unleashes a brutal dark magic spell, forcing the dragon back into human form and allowing Alaric to deliver the fatal strike to her throat. He realizes Hope had prepared that lethal spell for Landon and scolds her for letting her father Klaus's bloodlust take over. Amid the chaos, Landon and Raphael go on the run again, leaving a note behind. Alaric returns to the school shaken. He realizes the problem isn't keeping the students locked inside, but protecting them from monsters that shouldn't exist. The existence of dragons has changed the game, but the knife keeps attracting trouble. Alaric locks himself away to study the indestructible artifact, while Hope, Josie, and Lizzie clean the streets of Mystic Falls as punishment for the football brawl. In town, Lizzie gets bullied and has a milkshake thrown on her clothes. Furious, she heads back to school and discovers that the garden gargoyle statue isn't just for decoration. The creature comes to life, attacks Lizzie, and completely paralyzes her. Alaric initiates a full lockdown and faces off against the monster, realizing it wants the knife. Landon and Raphael do parkour to hustle some cash. The fun ends when they find a run, wolf, or die note and get hit with tranquilizer darts. It's Jeremy Gilbert. The hunter tells them he works for Alaric and is taking Raphael. Landon realizes the school is the best place for his friend and stays behind. Back at the school, Josie feels her twin sister's pain and rushes back from Mystic Falls with Hope. They arrive in time to break the barrier and confront the gargoyle, combining their powers to destroy the stone threat as a team. Once the dust settles, Alaric gathers the students in the Great Hall and gives it to them straight. The myths are real, and they're knocking at their door. The school will need to stand united, while the mysterious knife is handed over to Dorian to be hidden as far away as possible. MG is trapped in a comic book nightmare complete with a masked killer before waking up. Reality isn't much better. He catches Caleb with stolen blood confessing to a late-night snack. The next day, Matt Donovan announces the disappearance of two high schoolers, Dana and Sasha, and MG immediately suspects his friend. Alaric puts together a rescue team disguised as a student exchange program. Hope, wanting to test out a normal life, volunteers, and Landon tags along. Back at the school, Josie decides to train in offensive spells, while Raphael butts heads with Jed, refusing to bow to the pack hierarchy. In Mystic Falls, Alaric and Matt find Dana's body with a bite on her neck. MG, Lizzie, and Hope track down Caleb just as he's about to feed. Lizzie accuses him of murder, but in a plot twist, Dana comes stumbling out of the woods. They assume she's in transition to become a vampire until she throws up and her entire body melts into a puddle. MG pieces it together from his comic book. It's an arachne, a giant spider. At the school's old mill, Raphael has a fit of rage. Josie tries to calm him down, but they end up trapped in a massive web where Sasha is cocooned. Unable to move her arms, Josie kisses Raphael to siphon magic from him just as the monster reveals its true form. Landon shows up to distract the creature, buying time for Hope, Josie, and Lizzie to finish off the spider. At the end of the day, Raphael accepts the rules and joins Jed's pack, while Alaric locks Caleb in the cellar to prevent further trouble. Far from the school, twisting branches force open the door to Dorian's cabin. A woman in a green cape tries to grab the mystic knife but gets trapped in a magical circle. She's a dryad, a tree spirit. Alaric decides the school needs democracy. He creates an honor council with a representative from each species to decide Landon's future. The election race begins. Lizzie rehearses her speech, but Penelope campaigns hard for Josie just to sabotage her rival. To ensure Landon stays, Raphael beats up Jed and becomes the new alpha, securing the werewolf seat. Meanwhile, Landon undergoes tests with Hope, but he has no magic in his blood. Using an orb of truth, he proves he genuinely has no idea why he stole the knife. At the cabin, Alaric makes a deal. The Dryad will tell him what she knows if they bring her former love, Oliver. They find the vampire, but the reunion is tragic. He has lost his memories and has no idea who she is.
I'm sorry, do I know you?
Heartbroken, the Dryad gives in to the dark urge to grab the knife, and Dorian shoots her. Before dying, she leaves a warning. The darkness where the monsters come from is called Malivore. At the council, Raphael and the new witch vote in favor of Landon. Caleb and, surprisingly, Hope vote against him. The tie-breaking vote falls to Josie, who won thanks to Penelope, and she votes against him. At the bus stop, Hope explains that she voted against him to protect him. She hands him a ticket to New Orleans so her family can help him find his birth mother, along with an emergency distress bracelet. He presses the button just to make her turn around, and the two share a kiss before saying goodbye. A woman in a wedding dress walks down the halls of the school. When she enters Alaric's office, the shock is absolute. It's Josette Laughlin, his dead ex-fiancée from 16 years ago, and the twins' biological mother. The timing is impeccable, as it's Lizzie and Josie's sweet 16. When the twins come face to face with their dead mother, a freakout is inevitable. Through the orb of truth, it becomes clear that it really is Joe, brought back for some macabre reason. The party gets underway. Penelope uses magic to lock Hope and Raphael in the gym, clearing the way for MG to shoot his shot with Lizzie. During the lockdown, Raphael opens up about his dead girlfriend, and Hope gives it to him straight. He needs to stop using Lizzie as an emotional band-aid. When the barrier drops, Raphael shuts down Lizzie's hopes on the dance floor. Meanwhile, Josie and Joe share a touching moment, but Joe starts having blackouts. Possessed by an entity, she demands the mystic knife, and the warning is clear. Josie has been buried alive, and her oxygen is running out. The search leads Hope, Penelope, and MG to the cemetery, which is infested with zombies. They fight their way through, and MG uses his vampire hearing to locate Josie underground, saving her in the nick of time. Back at the school, Joe realizes her presence is a danger, and asks her daughters to siphon the magic keeping her alive. The goodbye is devastating, with Joe giving them one last piece of advice before turning to dust. While burying the zombies, Alaric and Dorian stumble upon the culprit, the necromancer. Having zero patience for villain monologues, Alaric smacks the monster in the neck with a shovel, knocking him out cold. It's Remembrance Day at the Salvatore school. Raphael writes a letter to his late girlfriend, Cassie. The problem is that Cassie simply shows up walking down the halls. Alaric and Raphael try to figure it out. She remembers the fatal car crash, and a voice telling her to wake up. Hope goes straight to the source of the trouble, the necromancer. The monster was pulled from Malivore to retrieve the magic knife, but he gets highly offended upon discovering he's been erased from history. With his massive ego, he makes a deal. If Hope helps him find out who killed him, he'll tell her if Klaus found peace. To do this, Hope and MG dive into the monster's mind, ending up in a mental construct of New Orleans. Things go wrong and Hope gets trapped in a void of total darkness. In the waking world, Raphael is forced to face the truth. He confesses to Cassie that the accident wasn't a tragic twist of fate. Driven by jealousy, he picked a fight and drove recklessly on purpose. Cassie forgives him and simply asks to sit in the sun. In the darkness of the necromancer's mind, Hope breaks down and admits her terror that her father didn't find peace and that she is entirely alone. Her vulnerability draws the monster in, and he pulls her back to reality. But the mind dive was a distraction. While Hope was trapped, Cassie stole the knife and has already sent it to Malivore. Mission accomplished, the necromancer drops one final bombshell. Klaus died with love in his heart, but he won't find peace until Hope does. The monster returns to death, and Hope writes a letter to her father. As soon as she leaves the cemetery, her bracelet starts glowing like a distress beacon. Landon is in trouble. Following the bracelet's distress signal, Hope wants to cross the country, and Alaric insists on driving. 2 weeks earlier, Landon had tracked down his birth mother, Selah, at a coffee shop in Kansas. The reunion was short-lived because she dropped her son. Fortunately, he pressed the panic panic button before passing out. Landon wakes up tied to a chair, being interrogated. He tries to explain about the monsters before his mom can call a psych ward, but the power goes out, and a monster breaks into the house. Sayla doesn't hesitate and kills the creature on the spot. Survival instinct runs in the family. They flee to a motel. A bonding moment where Landon mentions Hope as his girlfriend is cut short when Alaric and Hope show up. Sayla has a history with Triad Industries and reveals that she has actually been inside the Malivore pit. At the motel, an aquatic monster attacks, searching for an artifact touched by Landon. Hope decides to let the monster steal the item so they can tail it to the Malivore portal. The chase ends at Triad. The plan is going well until the monster accidentally triggers an explosive. Amid the imminent explosion, Sayla makes the ultimate sacrifice. She jumps straight into the Malivore pit, wiping her very existence from the world's collective memory to save the others. Only Hope manages to remember Sayla. Unaware of what happened, Landon is just relieved to be back at the Salvatore school. Hope finally asks him to be her boyfriend, and he says yes. At Triad Industries, investigator Ryan Clark reviews top-secret security files. He can't figure out how Sayla was spotted in Mystic Falls if she had been absorbed by Malivore years ago. At the Salvatore school, the threat of a new monster hunting for a glowing urn prompts Alaric to evacuate the school to the Lockwood mansion. But Caleb, Landon, and Raphael ignore the orders and stay behind. Anyone who falls asleep suffers bizarre nightmares about a hooded figure. Raphael dreams of kissing Hope and wakes up with a physical belt buckle mark. Following Freddy Krueger rules, whatever hurts you in the dream, hurts you in real life. Alaric deduces the creature attacks through dreams and bans everyone from sleeping. The tactic fails. MG falls asleep and dreams he has become a Ripper. Landon falls asleep in the living room and dreams of failing an exam in a humiliating way. He stabs himself with a pencil to wake up and deduces it's an honoree, a dream demon. The plan is to pull the monster into reality. Hope can't sleep in order to protect the urn's location, so Raphael, Landon, MG, and Caleb act as bait. They fall asleep, and Landon manages to drag the creature into the physical plane. Hope and Alaric finish off the demon by stabbing it in the eyes with a weapon. With the monster dead, things get heavy. Raphael tells Hope they need to keep their distance, as the nightmares exposed his inappropriate feelings for his brother's girlfriend. To cap it off, Clark shows up at the former home of Landon's foster parents, blackmailing them to find out where the boy is hiding. Alaric and Hope try to guess the next monster. What they don't know is that a Ginny named Abla is watching their every move. Lizzie returns from a trip, sees her father busy with Hope, and rage takes over. On impulse, she makes a wish. I wish Hope had never come here. Abla grants it instantly. Lizzie is thrown into an alternate reality where the school is falling apart without Klaus's donations. Trying to recruit new students with a magic globe, they detect an energy spike in New Orleans. It's Hope. Alaric brings the girl back, proving the wish was a monumental failure. Lizzie wastes her second wish, that the school had never existed. The twins attend Mystic Falls High School. Josie is a cheerleader, and Alaric is the slightly alcoholic teacher. Lizzie has a magical meltdown in the courtyard, and who rolls up in a fancy car to save the day? Hope, recruiting them for her own school in Europe. Frustrated, Lizzie goes for the nuclear option and wishes Hope had never been born. The result is the apocalypse. Without Hope, Klaus started a world war. Triad actively hunts supernaturals, and Josie was murdered by Lizzie herself in a paranoid fit over the merge. Abla tries to extort the urn in exchange for more wishes, but Lizzie uses her brain. She wishes the Ginny had never met the monster that threw her into Malivore. The paradox reverses everything. Lizzie returns home with no clear memories of what happened, but with a strong feeling that she needs to get her head straight. The monster alarm goes off again. Just as everyone braces themselves, a unicorn trots in. Everyone relaxes, but the cuteness is a dirty trick. A sinister slug crawls out of the animal's ear and slithers into a sleeping Hope's ear. The enemy is actually a disgusting parasite. The day is focused on the talent show. The parasite jumps from body to body. Hope hugs Josie, transferring the slug. The bug infects Caleb and the vampires. Amidst the invisible chaos, Alaric does something unprecedented. He skips work to grab a drink with Emma at the bar. Hope takes an accidental electric shock that fries the parasite. Along with Landon and Dorian, they piece it together. The slugs are mind-controlling hosts to force them to hand the urn over to Malivore. Since they glow in the dark, they track them using ultraviolet light. In the auditorium, Raphael recites a poem for Hope, but the danger escalates when he mentions the urn. The word triggers the infected, who stand up in a trance. Hope and Landon lock the hall before it turns into a zombie musical. At the bar, Emma was also also infected. She sings and kisses Alaric, but gets zapped. Alaric, on the other hand, gets zapped only to discover he wasn't infected. He was just going with the flow. Back at the school, they solve the problem by tossing conductive dust and shocking the entire hall, curing the students. With everyone in their right minds, Josie sings brilliantly, and Landon plays a song for hope. Everything seems peaceful until it's revealed that Alaric swallowed a slug right before the mass shock. Under its control, he walks to the bridge and throws the urn into the river. Alaric's mistake comes back to haunt him. It's spring break, but biblical plagues are on the menu. Beetles ruin Emma and Dorian's picnic, and Alaric puts the pieces together. It's the warm-up act for a mummy. The solution is the worst road trip in history. The gang squeezes into a minivan and heads to Maple Hollows, where the urn is stuck. Lizzie blames Hope for the ruined vacation, and Josie throws up in the back seat. In town, they run into Fema and Ryan Clark from Triad. Clark reveals that Triad covers up monster incidents and asks Alaric to deal with the mummy while Caleb compels the town. Alaric orders Caleb to compel a Triad agent and steal the urn instead. The mummy attacks the girls, and Alaric tries to play the hero, but Hope waves him off, leaving the fight to 3 well-armed witches. The battle is gross, but Josie ultimately turns the creature to dust. The mummy resurrects. Caleb rips out the magic scarab, the twins siphon the artifact's magic, and the creature finally dies. But Clark captures Emma and Dorian, forcing a trade for the urn. Left with no choice, Alaric caves, and Clark tosses the urn into the Malivore pit. On the ride back, the truth explodes. Lizzie's hatred for Hope was based on a lie spun by Josie, who had actually started the fire in Hope's room to hide a crush note. She lied because she knew Lizzie always destroyed anyone she had feelings for. Emma chooses to be with Dorian, but he finds out about the spontaneous kiss she shared with Alaric earlier. He punches the headmaster in the face and quits on the spot. The night of the full moon arrives, and MG, Raphael, and Landon go missing. They find Raphael in human form under the moonlight. Emma explains it's lunar psychosis, where the mind gets trapped between human and wolf due to extreme trauma. The trauma started earlier that day. Encouraged by Landon, MG visits his hyper-religious father. The reunion is a disaster. MG confesses he's a vampire, and his father calls him a demon, stating that his son is dead. To spare the man, MG is forced to compel his own father to forget the truth. It's utterly heartbreaking. In the woods, Landon chains Raphael up for the transition. Raph swears he'll never act on his feelings for Hope. MG arrives at the scene completely shattered. Losing control, he attacks and bites Landon, killing him instantly. Raphael breaks free and bites MG in retaliation, and the sight of his dead best friend shatters his mind. In the present, Hope heals MG. Caleb takes responsibility, swearing to protect him from anyone trying to avenge Landon's death. They find the body, but before they can mourn, the corpse starts smoking, bursts into flames, and turns to ash, only to resurrect completely intact moments later. Landon isn't human, he's a phoenix. The trauma of watching Landon die has left Hope unstable, involuntarily telekinetically throwing people around while she sleeps. Amidst the chaos, the school hosts the Miss Mystic Falls pageant. Lizzie drops out of the competition and decides to coach Hope, exploiting her orphan status to score pity points from the judges. To make matters worse, Roman, the vampire ex-boyfriend involved in the death of Hope's mother, shows up, sending Landon into a spiral of insecurity. MG flirts with Nia, the new student, but the flirtation turns into a nightmare when Alaric finds MG's mother turned to stone. Nia is literally a gorgon. She petrifies Alaric and snaps MG's neck when he refuses to give up Landon's location. At the pageant, Penelope leaves a spy pen journal for Josie, which contains the dark secret about the twins' merge. During the dance, Josie tries to sabotage Hope by revealing that her blue dress was a gift from Klaus, her late father. Hope loses control of her magic, but she still takes the crown. Lizzie and Hope surprisingly connect, forming an alliance. While MG refuses to leave the school, his mother proves she won't take no for an answer. She intercepts Landon at the gates, hits him with a stun gun, and tosses him into her car. Landon wakes up bound at Triad Industries. Clark dismisses MG's mom and opens the family lockbox, handing over the answer Landon has spent his whole life searching for. Malivore isn't just a tar pit, it's a golem created to exterminate dragons that gained sentience and attempted to reproduce. Landon is Malivore's biological son, his perfect creation. Clark, a rejected mud monster, is Landon's older half-brother. At the school, Raphael is losing chunks of his day, with his wolf mind taking over and hurling Alaric across the hallway. Josie, obsessed with the merge, ends up in a violent magical duel with Lizzie. Josie easily overpowers her sister and flees, terrified of her own strength. Hope convinces Alaric to finally tell the twins the truth about the Gemini Coven. While talking to an illusion of Landon via a magical prism, Hope analyzes a suspicious voicemail left for Jed. She connects the dots. It's a coded cry for help. Alaric brings Dorian back to work, but when Hope and Raphael head to the gates to rescue Landon, they find they can't leave. Triad Industries' tactical forces have invaded the school, ready for a war. Hope attempts spells to no avail, and Caleb nearly burns to a crisp in the sun. It becomes clear that the students will have to fight the old-fashioned way. MG wakes up to find that his own mother is part of the invasion. She claims to be on the good guy's side, but MG gives her a fake hug and knocks her out with neutralizing darts. Things take a dark turn when a guard shoots Lizzie with a Malivore bullet, but Josie jumps in front and takes the hit. They end up locked away, with Josie dying. Landon and Clark come face to face with the Headless Horseman, who snatches the artifact and drags Landon along with it. Magic returns, and the students go on the offensive. Raphael wolfs out, Caleb saves the younger kids, and Naya turns the strike team leader to stone. At Triad headquarters, Hope intercepts the Headless Horseman, and with Landon's help, kills the creature by going straight for the head. Clark manages to toss the artifact into the pit, initiating Malivore's rise. Hope realizes her destiny. Being of the same bloodline as those who created Malivore, she is the only one capable of stopping it. She calls Alaric, knocks Landon out, and throws herself into the darkness, dragging Clark down with her. Jumping in means being erased from everyone's memory. With no memory of Hope, the school tries to pick up the pieces. Alaric confesses that Triad's tactics were actually his own contingency plans against the students and puts his position as headmaster up to a vote. Summer vacation arrives and the school empties out, but Landon stays behind. He spends his time literally drowning himself in the river with a cinder block and coming back to life, all because he gets brief flashes of a mysterious girl as he dies. Alaric, having been booted as headmaster, spends his days obsessively investigating the Malivore pit. Inside Malivore, Hope and Clark are trapped in a dark void swarming with creatures. Having zero patience, Hope casts a spell that forces Clark to mimic her every move, effectively keeping him on a leash. As months pass, Landon and Josie start a romance. Lizzie travels, but Josie prefers to stay behind to keep an eye on Alaric and question him about an ascendant. Alaric confesses that the relic is tied to a prison world and to Kai Parker, their mother's killer. In Malivore, Hope discovers that her magic forces the entity to open portals. Without a second thought, she leaps through one, leaving Clark to rot in the dark. In the real world, Hope goes to the Salvatore school, only to see Landon making out with Josie. Heartbroken, she decides not to interfere and uses a magical crystal to vent. The summer ends with a sinister new threat rising in the town cemetery. Hope's routine is now at Mystic Falls High, tracking down monsters. She bumps into the public school's new principal, Alaric himself. Over at the Salvatore school, the new headmaster, Vardamus, gives off a Magneto vibe, preaching that students should assert dominance over humans. He recruits Josie for exclusive, highly questionable advanced magic lessons. MG asks Lizzie out, but gets shot down because she has just met Sebastian at the old mill. The ancient vampire warns her to stay away, which only draws her in more. Alaric and Hope join forces, even though he doesn't know who she is. The duo's instincts work frighteningly well as they hunt down a Cyclops about to crush Landon. They save the boy and kill the monster. Landon, with no memory of their past, bumps into Hope, vents to her about his relationship with Josie, and hands her a milkshake. In a cruel twist of fate, she breaks down in tears. Unable to take it anymore, Hope storms into Alaric's office and reveals the truth. She's a Michelson, and she jumped into Malivore to save them. Alaric hugs the girl and promises they'll figure it out together. At the cemetery, a hooded figure stabs a jogger and carves the Malivore symbol into his forehead. The piece was short-lived. Mystic Falls High's vandalism against the Salvatore school is interrupted by a Shunka, a werewolf-eating monster. During the annual football game against the Mortals, Vardamus allows the sparing use of magic. Josie helps Landon, the terrible quarterback. Landon crosses paths with Hope during the game and gets the nagging feeling he knows her. Alaric realizes the Shunka is on the loose, threatening Raphael, who is trapped in his wolf form. Hope tackles Landon during the game as an excuse to leave and hunt the monster. Landon follows her, forcing Hope to reveal she's a witch. When they find the beast, Hope wolfs out, leaving Landon confused by the tribrid. Back at the game, Vardamus hands Josie a sketchy spell, resulting in the opposing quarterback getting a broken arm. Alaric figures out Vardamus is to blame and starts an all-out brawl. Meanwhile, Lizzie kisses Sebastian in the basement. The catch is that MG watches the scene and sees Lizzie literally kissing thin air. In the end, Hope, Landon, and Raphael kill the Shunka. While Landon discovers that the monsters are back, Josie's nose bleeds, proving that dark magic takes its toll. The demon hunter Karuta is spat out of Malivore into Mystic Falls, chasing an Oni, a possessing spirit. Alaric deals with the restraining order signed by Vardamus. The new headmaster, meanwhile, encourages Josie to fully embrace dark magic without fear. MG films Lizzie's rendezvous to prove Sebastian is a hallucination. The video shows Lizzie talking to nothing. Devastated, she takes it out on MG, cutting ties. The Oni possesses Landon, who kills Karuta, and then jumps into Lizzie's body. Hope and Josie find Lizzie tied up. Josie channels the dark energy from Karuta's sword and expels the demon back into Malivore. The strain makes Josie sick. Vardamus offers a magical hourglass to hide the side effects of the dark magic, and she accepts. MG's situation takes a wild turn. Sebastian appears in front of him, real and desiccated, but only MG can see him. Tired of living as a stranger, Hope decides to jump back into the Malivore pit to fix everything. However, Josie's dark magic flare unlocks Lizzie's mind, and she wakes up remembering exactly who Hope Andrea Michelson is. Having your memory restored has its perks. As soon as she finds Hope, Lizzie reveals she remembers everything. They need to act fast. Josie and Landon are planning to sleep together at the 80s decade dance. Before they can intervene, a woman from Malivore announces a game and vanishes. Soon after, the two are run over by a DeLorean and wake up in a retro arcade maze. While they die over and over trying to escape a minotaur in a time loop, MG deals with something tangible. He and Caleb find Sebastian's desiccated body. The vampire bargains for blood in exchange for leaving town, clearing the path between MG and Lizzie. The plan sounds good until Caleb discovers Sebastian is a ruthless killer. The plan pivots to setting him on fire after the party. In the maze, the keeper tells them one of them must take her place. Hope volunteers to stay trapped forever. Lizzie refuses, knocks Hope out cold with a club, and tries to sacrifice herself. But the rules are tricky. Realizing Hope would die if she stayed, Lizzie wakes her up, and together they take down the Minotaur, beating the game and returning to reality. At the dance, Josie finds a notebook where Landon composed an entire song about Hope. Crying, she realizes he still loves someone he can't even remember, and they call off their plans. The night ends with two surprises. An oblivious student gives Sebastian blood, waking the vampire up and ruining Caleb's plan. And at the bar, Headmaster Vardamus takes off his magical ring, revealing himself to be Ryan Clark in disguise, who promptly absorbs the keeper of the maze. In New Orleans, Josie asks Freya for help reversing a dark magic spell to remember someone erased from her mind. Freya warns her of the dangers, but Josie sees a picture of Freya with Hope, realizes who is missing, throws the witch across the room with magic, and leaves. At the Salvatore school, Lizzie and MG deal with a zombie, while Lizzie tries to keep Josie away from Hope. Simultaneously, a new monster appears, a Croatoan. Sebastian, after trying to snack on a student and getting his neck snapped by MG, reveals the truth. The monster was summoned centuries ago by the witch Cassandra to hunt people with secrets, explaining the creature's thirst for Lizzie. The Croatoan corners Lizzie and Landon. Just as Lizzie is about to spill the secret about Hope to save herself, Hope herself shows up and shuts her up. At the same time, Josie's spell works. Everyone regains their memories of Hope all at once and passes out en masse as a side effect. Upon waking, MG receives a necklace belonging to Cassandra from Sebastian. He runs and tosses the artifact to Hope, who finishes off the Croatoan, but the damage is done. Landon realizes Hope hid the truth and walks away. Raphael distances himself out of loyalty to his best friend. Alaric tries to reveal the supernatural world to Sheriff Mack, but she refuses to cover it up, forcing Caleb to compel her.
Dr. S wants you to forget everything you know about vampires, witches, werewolves.
In the cemetery, a zombie is intercepted by a red-hooded figure who uses the monster's blood in a bizarre ritual. With everyone remembering her, Hope decides to move back to New Orleans. Right before she leaves, Landon shows up declaring his love. The romance lasts about 5 seconds before Josie arrives with a simulandon, a golem created with dark magic by Professor Vardamus to seal the Malivore portal. Possessing the original subconscious, the golem rushes over to hold Hope's hand, crushing Josie's hopes. While the school faces an enigmatic sphinx. DNA tests show Alaric and Dorian that Vardamus is actually Ryan Clark in disguise. Alone with Josie, Clark manipulates her into channeling her anger into a magical trident. His disguise drops, and Josie passes out. Clark's plan is insane. Use the trident to transfer his mind into Hope's body, become a tribrid, and kill Malivore. He corners Hope, who tries to use an illusion ring but gets caught. When Clark goes to stab her, Landon jumps into the fray and goads Clark into attacking him. Clark plunges the trident into him, only to realize he stabbed the simulandon. The golem warns him that the body swap will kill Clark by the next day. Hope takes advantage of the distraction and blasts him away. At the school, Josie and Hope discover through a magical journal that Landon and Raphael left Mystic Falls to draw the monsters away from the school. Without Landon, Josie accepts Hope. In the office, Alaric and Dorian decipher the Sphinx's riddle. The monster serves a master far worse than Malivore. Now exposed, the Sphinx turns to dust. In the shadows of the crypt, a zombie drags Clark's body to the hooded figure. After disguising the simulandon as Clark and ruthlessly tossing him into the Malivore pit, Hope faces a bizarre problem. It's snowing in Mystic Falls. The Salvatore school is overtaken by unseasonal Christmas cheer. Immune to the joy, Hope realizes it's the work of a monster and convinces Lizzie to hit the road to track down Landon. Landon used Josie's magic to find Raphael's parents. They discover his mother was also a werewolf. While Raphael deals with family drama, Lizzie and Sebastian track them down, snap Landon's neck, and throw him in the trunk to head back to the school. In the library, Hope confronts the real captive Clark. He reveals the monster is Krampus, who feeds on hatred and is the exact opposite of Santa Claus. The beast invades the school with a scythe and nearly strangles Clark. Alaric and the students trap the creature, and out of Krampus's sack steps the real Santa Claus. The two get into a brutal brawl, and with Hope's help, jolly old Saint Nick rips out Krampus's heart, Mortal Kombat style. With the monster defeated, Santa hands out presents and gives Alaric his headmaster nameplate back. Landon thanks Josie for their time together, breaking her heart, and confesses his love to Hope. They kiss under the mistletoe. Meanwhile, Clark tries to jump into the Malivore portal to save himself. The hooded figure appears, chops his head off with one strike, tosses it into the pit, and closes the portal, revealing himself to be the Necromancer. Down in Texas, the Necromancer now goes by Ted. Powerless and human, he works at an ice cream shop. Realizing he can only regain his magic with a blood sacrifice, he stabs his only friend, Chad. A month later, with his magic restored and his skull face back, he resurrects Chad, hands him a red cloak, and tells him they're heading to Virginia. At the Salvatore school, Sebastian acts like Lizzie's shadow, though she avoids any intimacy. Alaric is suspicious and orders Landon to run character tests on the new guy. Alyssa Chang breaks a plate to test Sebastian's self-control around blood, and he passes by holding back MG's instincts. Josie deals with the Mora Miserium, the hourglass holding her dark magic. She has a terrifying vision of herself destroying the school. Hope casts a temporary protection spell on the artifact. The real problem happens during Sebastian's final test. Alyssa provokes him by throwing his trauma in his face. He loses control, lunges at Landon, and is restrained by the witches. Despite Landon defending him, Alaric ambushes Sebastian in the woods, shoots him with an arrow, and banishes him. Lizzie cries in her dad's office, thinking Sebastian abandoned her of his own free will, completely unaware that Alaric pulled a secret Van Helsing behind her back. To make matters worse, the Necromancer uses the puddle of goo from Clark's body to open a new portal to Malivore. We learn about Alyssa Chang's past. Alaric recruited her after she burned her own house down. Being a problem student, Emma repeatedly wiped her memories to keep her under control, an ethical breach that's about to cost them. In the present, an invisible monster called a Kareen sows discord, feeding on insecurities and making Hope act like a villain, humiliating Landon and Wade. Wade is convinced he's a fairy. Landon realizes fairies run on belief and gets the whole school to cheer for Wade. In a Tinkerbell effect, Wade sprouts wings and destroys the Kareen. Meanwhile, the Mora Miserium is on the verge of shattering. Alaric agrees to let the twins create a prison world to dump the hourglass in, sealing the dark magic away forever. But Alyssa has discovered what Emma did to her memories and clones the spell seeking revenge. While Alaric is getting ready for a date with the sheriff, he turns off a lamp and is transported to the parallel dimension. Josie and Lizzie vanish from their beds, falling into the same trap. In the prison world, Alaric breaks a chair to make a stake. The twins arrive disoriented. The real surprise steps out of the shadows. Sebastian. The truth comes out. He never chose to leave. Alaric locked him in there.
Hello, Elizabeth. Fancy meeting you here.
Landon, frustrated by his lack of Phoenix powers, tries jumping off the roof to fly but is interrupted by a winged monster shooting love arrows. Everyone swears it's Cupid. Alyssa gets hit and develops a fatal obsession with MG. He tries to use the forced romance to find out where she hid the Ascendant, the key to the prison world. The plan sinks when Alyssa catches on and smashes the artifact out of spite. The romantic chaos spreads. Dorian and Emma almost get married under the spell, until the werewolf Jed crashes the ceremony to declare his love for Emma. Landon deals with his insecurity by venting to the monster, only to find out it's a Pothos, an eater of hearts. To play the hero, Landon swallows poisonous plants and offers himself as bait. The Pothos rips out and eats his heart, but immediately dies from the poison. Landon resurrects, cementing his moment of glory with hope. Still reeling from rejection, Alyssa tries to kill Kim with an axe. Kim knocks the witch out but decides the Salvatore school is too much for her and leaves, though not before kissing MG. Amidst the chaos, the necromancer breaks into the armory and steals the golden arrow of prophecy. A 10-year flashback shows Alaric and Dorian finding burned bodies and a Salvatore school badge. Back in the 2018 prison world, Lizzie is furious at Alaric for stabbing Sebastian. Josie is sent to retrieve the magical hourglass, while Sebastian talks Lizzie into wandering around the dimension with him. Alaric finds a bar playing a video of Kai Parker singing All By Myself on the TV. Josie runs into Jade, a former student she helped in the past, but Jade tries to drain her. Kai himself saves her, explaining that the banished teens kill him every day, but he always comes back. Kai takes Josie to get Bennett blood, betrays the girl, takes the blood, and reveals he's the one pulling the strings here. At the mansion, Sebastian spikes Lizzie's wine with vampire blood to turn her by force. Lizzie siphons his magic until he's desiccated and runs away. Kai tries to use the blood on the Ascendant, only to discover Josie tricked him with vodka. Playing dirty, he tells the girl her only way out is to break the hourglass, absorb the dark magic, and jump into the Malivore portal. Out of options, Josie shatters the glass. The dark magic floods her system, causing a surge so powerful it hits the real world. Lizzie blacks out at the wheel and flips her car. With the car flipped, Lizzie's situation is critical. Josie, now consumed by dark magic, tries to help, but ends up siphoning her sister to stay alive. Alaric improvises a surgery with the help of Jade, who had her humanity turned back on by Josie. In the real world, Kai shows up at the Salvatore school and compels Dorian to let him in. The sociopath quickly manipulates Hope and Landon by pretending to fix the Ascendant. Kai's plan is cruel. He puts Hope in an impossible dilemma. Alyssa is collapsing the prison world, while Dorian has been compelled to take Landon into the woods to be shot by the golden arrow. Without hesitation, Hope runs to stop Alyssa. In the prison world, time is up. For Josie and Alaric to return, someone must act as an anchor. Sebastian snaps an enemy's neck, shoves Alaric through the portal, and makes the ultimate heroic sacrifice. In the woods, Dorian breaks the compulsion and steps in front of the arrow to save Landon. The boy finally discovers the perks of being a phoenix and tears through the sky with fiery wings. Lizzie tries to astral project to save Sebastian, but the prison world crumbles around him. Back in the real world, Alaric finds Kai and finally does what he should have done years ago. He cuts his head off. Emma puts the group into a 1940s noir-style mental simulation to help them deal with their traumas. MG is a detective and Vardamus is Sherlock, investigating a murder. The rule, unravel your trauma, or dying in the simulation, wakes you up in the real world. But someone is rewriting the rules from the inside. Detective MG corners Lizzie, and Josie tries to take the fall. However, the real mastermind is Dark Josie. The version of her corrupted by dark magic has taken control and wants to kill Lizzie in the game. If Lizzie dies in there, her mind will be trapped forever. In a dark alley, Dark Josie pulls the trigger, but Hope appears, fights the villain, and eliminates her within the game, saving Lizzie and triggering the exit back to reality. As the group processes the experience and Emma leaves with Dorian, Raphael recovers a disturbing memory. He saw the necromancer lurking in the simulation. In the in-between space of the real world, the real Josie wakes up. However, with a snap of her fingers, she changes her hair color, knocks Hope out, and uses her monstrous magic to set half the school ablaze. Raphael has vivid, waking visions of the necromancer hunting him. Alaric tries to warn the school about Josie, but she proves the threat by marching in with a mind-controlled squad demanding her perfect birthday. She tries to siphon MG, but Caleb stops her. Seeing that Alaric isn't taking the danger seriously enough, Hope throws him into the therapy box simulation. Later, she does the same to Caleb. In the real world, Josie decides to bump up the merge with Lizzie to today, with the odds stacked against her, Lizzie flees. MG tracks her down at a gas station and convinces her to go back and fight. The necromancer sets up a wrestling ring in the gym. Hope fights Josie to save her but takes a brutal beating. Just as Josie is about to finish her off, Lizzie appears, siphons MG's magic and initiates the merge. Lizzie falls unconscious. She lost. The necromancer celebrates while Alaric gives a speech, but it was all plan B. Hope linked Lizzie's life to Landon's, who is immortal. Lizzie wakes up, while Hope's mind remains trapped inside Josie's head. The victorious ending is cut short. Landon and Raphael embrace, but under the necromancer's mind control, Raphael's eyes turn white. He plunges the golden arrow into Landon's chest. Inside Josie's subconscious, Hope meets a talking pig telling the story of a sleeping princess protecting her kingdom. When a giant wolf attacks, the pig is revealed to be Josie hiding from her own power. In the real world, Lizzie maintains the illusion that she died. Using a magic ring, she takes Hope's form to oversee her own funeral, only to find the students are relieved by her absence. Raphael breaks down with guilt over killing Landon, who isn't resurrecting. The necromancer kidnaps Alaric and offers a deal. He will resurrect Landon, Raphael, Alyssa, and Chad in exchange for all of Josie's dark magic. At the funeral, MG saves the day with a heartfelt speech about how Lizzie always tried to be better, touching everyone's hearts. In Josie's mind, her dark version turns Hope to stone. For the first time, Josie doesn't run away. Realizing she can be both powerful and good, she grabs an axe and shatters her own darkness. Josie wakes up, transfers the dark magic into a coin, and hands it over to the necromancer, losing her powers. Alyssa returns from the dead, but the problem persists. Landon is still dead, and Hope won't wake up. Landon has become a ghost, and the necromancer is blocking the light to peace. The villain will only get the dark magic if Landon revives, but the boy prefers to stay dead rather than empower the enemy. Alaric tries to bring things back to normal with a school field day. Josie, who locked away her magic, falls during tug of war and asks Lizzie to stop trying to help her. Chad puts on the necromancer's cloak as a joke and accidentally summons the mythical Lady of the Lake. She is looking for Wade's sword, Excalibur, and warns that the Green Knight is on his way. Raphael loses his patience with Landon, threatening to offer himself as a host to the necromancer. He takes Landon to Hope's sleeping body, proving that she won't wake up until he returns. Landon caves, resurrects, and Hope wakes up immediately. At field day, the Green Knight attacks. Raphael pulls Excalibur from the stone and slays the monster, being crowned as its rightful wielder. Everything is resolved until Chad vomits blood and drops dead. The necromancer warns Alyssa she will meet the same fate if she doesn't become his follower. Raphael is having medieval delusions, but in reality, he is vomiting black goo. He is dying because the necromancer's magic failed. The villain has regained his powers and tells Alaric to shut up. Landon and Raphael go to Raphael's father's cabin, but MG and Caleb rescue them, as Hope plans to use a magical trident to transfer vital energy. The spell requires Phoenix magic, but Landon resurrected 100% human. Accepting his fate, Raphael throws a farewell party in the woods to watch a supernova and asks Hope to look after Landon, but Hope refuses to accept an easy death. While Raphael watches the phenomenon, Hope and Lizzie use the supernova's energy, Bennett blood, and an ascendant to create a prison world as a private paradise for the boy, reuniting him with his family and free of full moons. Landon hands over Excalibur before the goodbye, but refuses to hide away with him. In the crypt, the Sphinx warns the necromancer and Alyssa that raising Malivore will be a success, but it will cost a life. Hope sees Dr. Goodfellow to justify her anger issues. The counselor turns out to be the monster of the week, who uses mind compulsion to make everyone forget his threat. Landon decides to write Salvatore the Musical to expose family traumas, which infuriates Hope. Alyssa Astral projects to warn MG about the monster. MG tries to confront him but gets stuck in a time loop. He discovers the truth and is forced to forget it. The play is an absolute hit until Goodfellow breaks Josie's arm to force Hope to play Elena. The tactic works. Hope takes the stage and uses the moment to make amends with Landon. Backstage, Jade realizes the school isn't for her and leaves, getting a kiss from Josie before going. Lizzie receives a letter from Caroline telling her to relax and stop striving for perfection. Reconciled with his friends, MG decides to play the hero and rescue Alyssa in the crypt. Surprise, it was a trap. and the vampire ends up knocked out and kidnapped. On Hope and Landon's 1-year anniversary, duty calls. Josie catches the necromancer killing a high school principal to unleash Malivore monsters. Alyssa reveals that the spell is progressively draining MG's blood. Alaric and the students lock down the school. A magical barrier stops Hope from advancing, forcing Landon to go alone. Lizzie convinces Josie to take her magic back. Landon comes face to face with the necromancer and Malivore. He teams up with his mud father and slaughters the necromancer, who takes a blast of dragon fire and gets his head ripped off by Hope. However, Alyssa's failsafe is triggered. A flash of light swallows the area, tossing them into a prison world. Hope and Landon jump into the Malivore pit, hoping it spits them out in the right dimension. It works. They get their night together, and Landon mysteriously keeps his memories. Alyssa apologizes to MG, and they kiss, breaking Lizzie's heart. Josie announces she's transferring to a human high school. Just when peace seems to reign, Landon disintegrates into ash right in front of Hope. During the celebration of Malivore's defeat, Hope drops the bomb. She is Hope Michelson. With the collective amnesia still going strong, she asks Josie for a spell. 3 weeks later, Alaric wraps up the semester and searches for Landon with Hope. They threaten a pawnshop owner for a magical artifact. At school, Josie packs her bags, and MG leaves for a retreat with Alyssa, cutting off Lizzie's support system. Alaric convinces Hope to go into a slasher-style therapy box simulation. The masked killer slaughters everyone, and when Hope fights back, the mask reveals Landon. The simulation forces her to face the fact that she knows he's gone. Hope snaps, and Alaric unplugs the machine. Lizzie and MG attempt an astral projection to the prison world, but MG convinces her to let her sister be happy. Lizzie tries to confess her feelings, but her timing is terrible. The magical artifact is empty. Alaric suggests it's time to let Landon go. However, in pitch blackness, Landon is alive, opening a door to the light. The Salvatore school is nearly empty, scared off by its track record of monsters. They need new students to avoid losing their charter. In Malivore, Landon wakes up in a bizarre ice cream parlor with the necromancer chained to the counter. The villain sings for tips, breaks his chains, and knocks Landon out. At the school, Hope leads a tour, but her grief makes her unstable, triggering a magical blast that knocks the new kids out. Alaric sedates his student, who belongs to a vampire family he used to hunt in his past. Wade helps Lizzie by recognizing the new girl from a tabletop RPG. Cleo and Hope bond over their shared pain, and Cleo decides to stay. The school survives. In the ice cream parlor, Landon wakes up chained to the necromancer, beats the pulp out of the villain, and breaks free. Meanwhile, MG finally sets boundaries with Lizzie, putting an end to their toxic dynamic. Landon writes a letter in the prison world and hangs it on the gate, stating he's tired of waiting and will find the way out himself. The school desperately needs to raise $91,000 in a single urgent fundraiser. Cleo helps Hope with her creative block, turning Landon's ashes into clay. Alaric asks Dana's mom for a loan, but she refuses and makes an indecent proposal instead. Caleb and Lizzie capture a leprechaun that attracts wealth, paying out fortunes at the event. The creature escapes, devours the money, and eats the magical ascendant in MG's room. Hope tracks the leprechaun, hoping to find a portal to Landon. The creature attacks Alaric, and Cleo uses magic to blow it to pieces. Hope is furious about losing the portal. Cleo explains that her family was murdered, which is why she rejects violence, but Hope warns her she won't rest. The exploded leprechaun leaves behind a pot of gold, paying off the school's debts. Josie goes on a date with Finch and confesses that her erratic behavior was caused by a magical truth weed. Hope's magic flares out during a nightmare about Landon and destroys the room she shares with Cleo. Alaric refuses to use the Ascendant so he doesn't risk unleashing monsters. MG hides the artifact and becomes an outcast among his friends. Hope and Lizzie astral project and find Landon's letter in the prison world, being watched by an armored knight. Without MG, who refuses to activate the artifact during a celestial event, Lizzie gives up. But Hope manipulates Josie into performing the spell in the cemetery using the dark coin. Cleo resolves the situation by bribing the ferryman. Lizzie tricks MG, siphons his magic, and rushes to the cemetery, taking over the spell alongside Hope. The agonizing spell forces Josie to step in and help. At the height of the chaos, someone steps through and crushes the Ascendant. It's Landon.
Long time no see.
As the dust settles, MG considers leaving the school. Josie moves back to Mystic Falls, and Landon realizes the terrifying lengths Hope went to in order to bring him back. With Landon alive, the risk of monsters coming out of the portal is massive. Alaric wants to close it for good, but first, they elect Cleo into the Super Squad. In Mystic Falls, MG tries to live a normal life enrolled at the local high school with Josie. They bump into Ethan, who was recently cut from the football team. MG's cover is blown when Ethan is nearly run over, and he uses his super speed in front of everyone, including Alaric. At the Salvatore school, Cleo discovers a pink gremlin has escaped. The creature feeds on disrespect and pits Lizzie against Hope, pushing the blonde into the pool and insulting the tribrid over the PA system. The feud makes the monster grow and throw Cleo into a pit. Landon figures out its weakness is respect. Forced compliments don't work. Hope and Lizzie only shrink the gremlin when they swallow their pride and genuinely make amends. Hope squashes the bug with her boot. After the chaos, Landon and Hope agree to be less codependent. Alaric discovers that Sheriff Mack had been slipping vervain to Ethan, preventing MG from compelling him. After a heart-to-heart, Ethan asks for a partner, and MG decides not to erase his memory. Finally, Alaric drops Josie off at the rebuilt Gilbert house to live in peace. MG and Ethan have become a vigilante duo stopping muggings in Mystic Falls. On campus, Hope wants to figure out why Malivore is so fixated on Cleo. She drops the magical barrier and uses her friend as bait. It works! A deafening monster appears, and Cleo silences it with magic. In the gym, they discover it's a banshee. Using Jed as a vessel to communicate, the banshee reveals she captured Cleo to free herself from the darkness and delivers a warning. If the girl stays, Landon dies. Cleo immediately packs her bags and flees. Hope turns into her wolf form and chases after her, arriving just in time to stop a mysterious hunter from kidnapping her. Alaric comforts the banshee, revealing that her lost son lived a long, full life. At peace, she gives up her final secret. Cleo is amused. Far away, Josie asks Finch out, but gets shot down. Intrigued, Lizzie spies on Finch while invisible and discovers the truth in the basement. Finch is a werewolf, and it's a full moon. She attacks Lizzie, MG intervenes, but takes a beating. Ethan shows up and knocks the wolf out with a crowbar. Back in her room, Lizzie decides to spare Josie from the supernatural world and lies, saying Finch is already dating someone else. Triad files show Ryan Clark failing to open a mysterious artifact in the past. In the present, the school tries to activate Cleo's muse abilities. The solution comes when Cleo inspires herself, giving Alaric and Hope ideas about Malivore. The team splits up. Alaric, Cleo, and Caleb head to Triad. Hope and Landon astral project to the prison world to trick the necromancer. In the crypt, they find the necromancer torn to shreds by a new monster. Despite their astral forms, the monster attacks and severely wounds Hope, who sends Landon back to reality. Simultaneously, Lizzie and MG explore Finch's mind. The truth is brutal. She triggered her curse by helping her grandfather with assisted suicide. Finch wakes up furious at the invasion of privacy. Hope's injury is fatal. Wade identifies the monster as a Burbelong, and the venom is transforming Hope into one. Out of options, Josie reclaims her magic, enchants a dagger, and Landon stabs Hope in the heart. The spell saves her. The day, however, ends badly. At Triad, the fire sprinkler system destroys a Da Vinci sketch, Alaric's only clue, and MG finds Ethan brutally beaten in the street after trying to play superhero. At night, Landon gets up to bench press 300 pounds in the gym. Hope follows him and notices the anomaly. Far away, Alaric and Josie track the necromancer and find Ted in a funeral home, completely stripped of his magic and memories. Alaric wants him to resurrect Da Vinci, leaves to get supplies, and gives Ted a grenade. The spell goes wrong, resurrects a random corpse, Ted panics, and the grenade goes off. Absolute chaos. Ethan decides he wants to become a vampire, steals MG's daylight ring, and runs off. MG saves him from jumping off a cliff, nearly burns to death in the sun, and decides to compel Ethan to forget the supernatural world, ending their partnership. Hope confronts her Landon by offering him avocado, which he is deathly allergic to. He eats it without blinking. After a fight, Hope spills her blood on him, and the fake Landon melts into mud. He is a golem, created by Cleo. At the old mill, Cleo reveals she spent centuries trapped in the artifact waiting for Hope, the only one capable of destroying Malivore. She stabs Hope, trying to force her vampire transition. Before she can finish, a mysterious hunter knocks Cleo out and removes his helmet. It's the real Landon. Caleb overhears Alaric planning to trap Cleo in the artifact and confronts the Muse. She reveals memories from Nigeria in 1464. To save her Muse grandmother from Malivore, Cleo offered herself to the monster. Later, she shows Josie her time in the darkness, shaping mud animals until she created a physical body for the villain. When he refused to let her go, she used the body to trap him. The real Landon is back, but he has changed. He is defensive of his new sword. Hope and Landon face off against a monster similar to Malivore's first host. They win, but destroy the artifact. Landon then declares that they only exist to destroy each other and breaks up with her. Alaric abandons the idea of imprisoning Cleo and offers her a spot at the school, which she declines. Instead of finding peace, Cleo is at a bus stop, ready to resume her mission against Malivore, accompanied by none other than Landon. 18 months ago at Triad, Ryan Clark offers a hooded prisoner their freedom in exchange for an alliance. In the present, the mood is heavy at the Salvatore school. Frustrated by the breakup, Hope's magic makes the classroom shake. Josie convinces her to visit Lizzie at a witch's wellness retreat, but the place oozes sketchy energy. At the pack, Finch challenges Jed for alpha in a game of pool. She dominates, but upon seeing the pack's loyalty to her rival, she misses the final shot on purpose. At the retreat, Lizzie notices that the leader, Andy, wears a necklace that immunizes her from the local mind control spell. She's too late. Hope and Josie have already been brainwashed and tie her up. In the woods, Alaric and Dorian find a bloodied MG. Fearing his Ripper side, Dorian knocks him out with a tranquilizer dart. Huge mistake. While burying the supposed victim, Dorian is attacked by a Wendigo. Alaric arrives just in time to see MG save the day by melting the monster's heart. At the hospital, MG confesses he never actually erased Ethan's memory. At the retreat, Lizzie breaks Josie's spell, and they rescue Hope. When they confront Andy, she reveals an unbreakable pact with Triad and throws herself into a pit in a bizarre sacrifice. From a burst of fire, a masked figure emerges. Reality shifts into a Star Wars-style space opera, with Lizzie as a princess, Josie as an android, and Hope as a scavenger. It's a hallucination triggered by the retreat's potion, based on Lizzie's sci-fi fanfiction. In the real world, MG returns to school, but Caleb gives him the cold shoulder. Alaric forces the two of them to deal with the Wendigo's body. Caleb tries to leave, bumps into MG, and the tension explodes into a fight, until Caleb realizes he was fighting the Wendigo in disguise. The real MG arrives, and alongside Jed, they dispatch the monster, settling their differences by a bonfire. At the hospital, Dorian is bleeding non-stop. Alaric confesses to Emma that he was attacked by the Wendigo. In the galactic fantasy, the plot takes wild turns. The adult Hope neutralizes the twins and goes to face the villain Lord Marshall at the Salvatore Palace. Upon defeating him and ripping off his mask, he is revealed to be Malivore. The shock brings a dark clarity. To destroy him, Hope must accept her destiny and become the fully functioning tribrid. The three wake up from their trance in the cabin. Hope has made up her mind, and the mood turns sour when they look over and come face to face with Ryan Clark, alive and well. Landon and Cleo break into a museum at night. Landon beats up the security guard while the Muse recovers an artifact to take down Malivore. Reading the newspaper, Alaric deduces the heist and sends MG and Caleb. They wipe the guard's memory and find the duo's hotel keycard. Hope, Lizzie, and Josie hit the road with Ryan Clark in the trunk. At a gas station, Hope goes rogue. She accepts Clark's offer to find a Malivore portal and runs off with him. In the woods, while attempting a locator spell, she discovers Clark is 100% human. At the hotel, Cleo fails to activate the artifact. Hope barges into the room, makes things incredibly awkward, and leaves. However, Clark notices a slip-up from Landon and deduces he is a fake. The discovery costs him dearly. Hope finds him with his throat slit and cauterizes the wound. In the parking lot, the fake Landon tries to force Cleo into the car. She demands the truth, and the mask slips. He swallows her whole, revealing himself to be Malivore in the flesh. Alaric arrives and sedates the creature.
Dr. Saltzman, what are you doing to him?
That is not Landon, Hope.
Caged in the dungeons, Malivore warns them he won't give their friends back until he gets what he wants. Cleo wakes up in her grandmother's hut, surrounded by her dead family. It's an illusion created by Malivore to psychologically torture her and force her to use her powers to solve his problems. In the real world, Hope threatens Malivore, who is occupying Landon's body, with knives. The villain doesn't flinch, knowing she would never hurt her boyfriend. Alaric, Caleb, and MG plan to dive into the monster's mind. Hope finds out, forces Lizzie to help, and hides hijacks the mission, entering the subconscious with MG to find Cleo, while Alaric and Caleb stay in the conscious layer. Malivore traps Caleb in a memory of when he massacred students, torturing him. Hope finds Cleo, ruining the illusion, so Malivore throws Hope and MG into a memory where the vampire dies from a werewolf bite. In the real world, Finch offers herself as an anchor battery for Josie and Lizzie, who sever the connection and pull everyone back. Right before the rescue, Landon warns Alaric and Caleb that he needs to die to trap Malivore. Everyone wakes up safe. Josie and Finch decide to give romance a real shot, and that night, Cleo's inspiration strikes Hope, who wakes up with a start. Hope's late-night inspiration is a transfusion ritual to rip Malivore out of Landon. To act as the guinea pig, Hope recruits Ryan Clark, newly human and saddled with hospital debt. After Hope repeatedly fails the simulations due to emotional issues, Josie takes over the spell. In the darkness, Landon tells Cleo just how lethal the Tribrid would be. This inspires an eavesdropping Malivore to figure out how to kill Hope. In the real world, Josie siphons magic from Finch, but Malivore sends a parasitic Dybbuk spirit instead. The monster possesses Clark, ruins Lizzie and Ethan's date in town, beats the boy up, and kidnaps the blonde. Keeping her promise not to hurt Clark, Hope knocks Alaric out and expels the spirit. Now even, Clark advises Hope to kill Malivore now. However, Ethan wakes up on the road, encounters the monster, and gets black mud forced down his throat, becoming its new puppet. Malivore uses Ethan to recruit Blake, transforming him into a living magma monster, dripping with black mud. Losing patience, Hope hunts the creature down alone and impales it in a factory. Only when the fire dies out does she realize she killed Blake. The weight of an innocent's death forces her decision. She will transition into the Tribrid. Alaric tries to stop her, but fails. Hope visits Raphael in the prison world, who confirms that Landon would accept the sacrifice. Her friends organize a farewell dinner, featuring a magical cherry tree of hope. Accepting the situation, Alaric brings Freya Michelson in to guide the transition. Josie and Finch finally make amends. Freya casts the spell. Hope's heart stops, and she wakes up in a mystical limbo facing the ferryman. With Hope vulnerable, MG watches over the school, thinking he has neutralized Caleb. But Caleb made a deal with Malivore to save Cleo. With black eyes and dragon wings, he brutally knocks MG out, bursts through the wall, and kidnaps Hope's body. In the underworld, Hope ignores eternal rest and returns to the living to face Malivore. In Mystic Falls, chaos has erupted. The villain commands Caleb and Ethan to attack townspeople, while Alaric buys time fighting with a staff. Amidst the confusion, Josie uses dark magic to rescue Cleo. Her dark Josie persona almost takes control, but a kiss from Finch brings her back. Hope wakes up in transition and drinks Alaric's blood. The sky turns red and the fully realized Tribrid is born lethal. She ruthlessly beats Malivore, but the tragic catch is revealed. Landon is trapped inside his body. He takes control for a brief, heartbreaking goodbye. Forging a sword from her own blood, Hope plunges it into Landon's chest, reducing Malivore to ashes. Landon wakes up in limbo. The pain is unbearable. Hope turns off her humanity, warns Alaric to stay away, and leaves, leaving imminent destruction in her wake. With Alaric in a coma following Hope's attack, despair reigns at the Salvatore school. Lizzie, Josie, and MG dive into his mind. They uncover heavy memories where he prioritized the safety of the world over the danger posed to his daughters. In his subconscious, Alaric apologizes for failing as a father and makes the twins promise to take care of each other without waking up. Far away, Hope is enjoying her lack of humanity at a bar until Rebecca shows up and drives a white oak dagger into her chest. Against a fully realized Tribrid, the weapon is useless. Hope pulls the blade out, leaves her aunt on the floor, and steals her car. The joyride is short-lived, as the bartender reveals himself to be a triad vampire. The original sire lines have united to exterminate the Tribrid. Hope brutally kills the spy and decides to hunt down every single member. Back at the school, the broken super squad holds a candlelight vigil for Alaric, united in uncertainty. Simulations show the squad being invariably massacred by Hope. Losing control, Lizzie finds a resurrection spell requiring a human sacrifice in Alaric's journals. She neutralizes Josie with an illusion, goes to the hospital, and nearly completes the dark ritual, but backs down after seeing a little girl crying for her sick father. Meanwhile, Hope tracks down Ryan Clark, forcing him to help her infiltrate Triad by ruining his peaceful suburban romance. She uses him as bait against a monster and simply abandons him there. At the school, Cleo discovers nature's loophole. A red oak tree grew on the grounds after the Tribrid's birth. Its wood is the only weapon capable of killing Hope. In limbo, Landon Landon tries to acquire the ferryman's coin. The necromancer makes a genuine sacrifice and earns his passage to peace. But before they can move on, a new figure appears, Alaric Saltzman. In the Wild West therapy box, Lizzie faces harsh truths. By killing a vampire Josie, she realizes she will need to become the villain and kill Hope. The real Hope demands the weapons Alaric confiscated. The squad improvises a talent show with a lie detector to trigger her emotions. It's an absolute failure. Hope humiliates everyone and ignores Landon's illusion. Josie summons her dark side to force a fight. The detector glows red, confirming Hope's terror of feeling emotions, but she uses that fear to throw Josie across the room and flees with the weapons.
Watch me.
In the woods, Caleb uses dragon fire on an Argus monster, but the beast rebuilds itself. Armed, Hope calls her Triad connection and hits the road to hunt them down. Josie enters the therapy box in a medical delirium, destroying her career to cover for Hope. The simulation forces Josie to face the fact that carrying the school's legacy is destroying her. She wakes up and decides to leave for good. Hope continues her murder tour. She incinerates the Triad witch, decapitates the alpha werewolf, and tracks down Aurora de Martel. When she stabs the enemy vampire with dark magic, she falls into a trap. It was a body-swapping trident. Aurora wakes up in the invincible body of the Tribrid, and Hope is trapped in Aurora's vampire body. At the school, Cleo burns the red oak as a precaution. However, Lizzie secretly steals pieces of the wood, carves a stake, and forces Ethan into silence. In Limbo, Alaric, Landon, and the Necromancer search for coins for peace. By helping souls, Landon secures his first passage. Lizzie corners the Tribrid, drives the stake into her, and discovers she is Aurora. After Aurora reveals a divine sarcophagus designed for eternal drowning, Lizzie finds the punishment excessive, double-crosses Aurora, and locks her inside. At the school, Caleb loses his dragon control, and Ethan nearly beats a regenerating man to death. The guilt makes Ethan confess the secret of the stake to MG. Josie packs her bags. Finch takes over the pack, and Josie leaves on a bus. Lizzie aims the stake at Hope in Aurora's body, but hesitates, pleading for her friend. Hope fakes crying and convinces Lizzie to open the sarcophagus and reverse the swap. Back in her own body, Hope incinerates the stake and, without blinking, snaps Lizzie's neck. In Limbo, the Sphinx confuses Landon and the Necromancer. On the cold floor, next to the sarcophagus, Lizzie wakes up. She is in transition to become a heretic. Hope drags Vardamus in to examine the sarcophagus holding Lizzie's body, but he traps her in a mental chambre de chasse and escapes. At the school, the new guy, Ben, attracts monsters, and MG wants to expel him. In the library, Ben reveals to Jed that he is the mythological Prometheus, cursed after creating monsters. Jed convinces him to stay, and Cleo tames the creature. The sarcophagus is opened by the student Jen. Lizzie wakes up, drinks Vardamus's blood, and completes her transition. Because she died with Tribrid blood in her system, she is bound by a sire bond to her killer. In the mental prison, Lizzie taunts Hope, who breaks out. In the real world, Jen beats Hope up and flies away. She is a god. Hope now plans to hunt Aurora and the gods, forcing Lizzie to be her sidekick. In Limbo, the Sphinx sends Alaric, Landon, and the Necromancer to a Ginny. At an amusement park, Hope teaches Lizzie about vampirism. The place is crawling with vampire hunters. Lizzie tries to play the hero and gets drugged. Hope decapitates the leader, and the two discover the magician in front of a deluded audience. Back at the school, chaos ensues. The water supply was spiked with truth serum by Aurora. She knocks Cleo out and dives into her subconscious, stealing inspiration to kill the Tribrid. She leaves Ben temporarily dead through psychological terror. On the road, MG and Caleb use an illusion to help Ethan, who is turning invisible out of fear of his powers, convincing him to return to school. Under the serum's influence, Jed admits his attraction to Ben. Upon waking, Ben drops a bombshell. Aurora wants to awaken ancient gods to kill Hope, risking the entire world in the process. Hope and Lizzie torture Aurora in a motel. Disgusted, Lizzie pretends to be Tristan, Aurora's dead brother, and discovers she is looking for the god Vulcan, the goddess Jen. In Limbo, the trio makes wishes to the Ginny. The wish to return to life fails because Alaric is in a coma. The second wish restores the Necromancer's powers, and he betrays them. He wakes Alaric up to deal with his guilt and traps Landon. At the motel, Hope uses the sire bond to force Lizzie to stake Aurora. Lizzie resists, purposely misses her heart, and breaks the bond. She snaps Hope's neck and recruits Aurora to rewrite time using the gods. Hope wakes up alone, and upon feeling a sliver of human emotion, panics and kills a random driver to prove to herself she is still a heartless monster. In ancient Rome, a boy throws a paper detailing his sins into a fire, which comes to life thanks to an exiled witch. At the Salvatore school, Jed's biggest concern is turning transforming a stake launcher into a confetti cannon for Alaric's return, while MG tries to maintain order as the headmaster's partner. But the surprise party is crashed by the worst possible guest, Hope. The Tribrid admits to starting the return of the gods and demands an army. After the squad refuses, she breaks Ben's protection spell, luring that same demonic clown from Rome to prove they are sitting ducks without her. Jed is bitten while protecting Ben. The venom forces the victim to relive their worst sin. For Jed, it's his abusive father forcing him to beat his childhood friend and first crush to death to trigger the curse. On the road, Lizzie and Aurora's road trip turns into intensive therapy. Aurora points out Lizzie's toxic emotional dependency, culminating in a blood pact branded onto the blonde's arm with a hot iron. Hope is also bitten, reliving Landon's death. It is the first crack. Her humanity starts speaking to her. Alaric deduces the clown feeds on confessed secrets, and Cleo defeats it by driving the headmaster's frozen cane into its head. In the end, Hope agrees to fight alongside the squad without leading them, and Jed gathers the courage to kiss Ben. The Salvatore school turns into a life-or-death game of Dungeons and Dragons. Professor Vardimus brings in the Manticulum, an artifact that calculates probabilities to simulate strategies against the gods.
This is your field of battle.
Wade is the dungeon master, and they discover a tragic pattern. No matter the formation, if Lizzie dies as an enemy, their chances of victory drop to 0. Far away, Jen reveals to Lizzie and Aurora that her father is Ken, the supreme god. Forced to forge weapons, Jen locked her entire family in magical sarcophagi and hid the key inside her half-brother Ben. In the simulations, Hope attacks Ken alone in a suicidal sacrifice, but her humanity screams in her mind, proving that emotion would bring victory. Refusing this weakness, Hope breaks down, calls everyone expendable, and Alaric snaps her neck to exit the game. Lizzie sees Alaric alive outside the school, but the weight of the blood pact speaks louder. She follows Aurora's plan to resurrect Kronos, the god of time, in the naive hope of fixing the past. In Limbo, Landon and the necromancer are drugged and kidnapped. At the school, after Jed and Ben celebrate life, the piece is brutally cut short. Lizzie siphons the magic from Ben's mind until he passes out, handing him over to Aurora on a silver platter. Hope wakes up disoriented in New Orleans. Rebecca, Freya, Cole, and Marcel used astral projection to pull her mind back for a belated funeral. They magically gathered Klaus Michelson's ashes and want Hope to choose his final resting place. An incredibly effective emotional tactic. While the Michelsons try to soften the Tribrid, Aurora cut Ben's abdomen open without anesthesia to extract the key to the sarcophagi. Lizzie distracts Jen at a racetrack but realizes Aurora's plans might doom them all. In Atlanta, Caleb takes Cleo to a psychic to understand her new magic but receives an apocalyptic vision. The school in ruins, Mystic falls in flames, and their friends dead. The real battle happens inside Hope's head. Her humanity on and humanity off versions engage in a violent physical clash. Her humanity finds strength in grief, and her family's unconditional love. With a stake and sheer willpower, her humanity regains control, pulverizing her dark side. The spell ends. Lizzie returns to the school ridden with guilt, falling into Alaric and MG's arms. But the damage is done. Enraged by the torture, Ben takes the key, steals the god's truck, and opens the sarcophagus of the ruthless Ken. In the school's holding cell, Hope wakes up with her humanity fully back on, but her dark side smiles back at her through the bars. The chaos in her mind continues. Oblivious to the danger, Caleb brings coffees while Cleo sketches a disturbing vision of Mystic Falls in flames. Hope returns to the school with her humanity on, but her dark side has become a constant hallucination. Lizzie realizes her sire Bondmark has vanished because Aurora managed to wake a god. Chaos is imminent. In Limbo, Landon discovers he was kidnapped by Selah, his mother. In an emotional reckoning, she admits she has been trapped by guilt. Landon forgives her, assuring her he had a life full of love, which allows her to earn her coin and cross over to peace. In the real world, Ben knocks Caleb out to delay the evacuation and appease Ken. At the school, Lizzie gives Hope a magic box to trap her fears. Hope admits she clung to her dark side out of fear of losing her friends. The spell works, and the mental darkness vanishes, just as the sky outside turns black. Ken lands in the courtyard with lightning, demanding his daughter Jen. Hope puts the school to sleep so she can face him with only Lizzie. But magic doesn't even tickle Ken, who throws Hope aside and impales Lizzie on the gate. acts. To prevent a massacre, Jen surrenders and is teleported away with her father. Lizzie survives thanks to her vampire healing. Ethan loses control of his powers, flickering between dimensions. Meanwhile, Hope took such a severe beating that she wakes up in limbo, coming face to face with a shocked Landon. In limbo, the ferryman raises his scythe to attack Hope, an immortal anomaly, but she disarms him, strikes him, and turns him into smoke. Her idea is to use the magical weapon to take Landon back to the world of the living. At the school, Ethan's body collapses. Lizzie and MG discover that his teleportation drains the user's life force. If Ethan keeps playing the hero, he will disintegrate. Amidst the tension, MG finally confesses his love for Lizzie. Among the villains, Ken tries to recruit Aurora. She demands the resurrection of her brother Tristan, but he refuses. However, after reading the god's mind and seeing he was betrayed by his children, Aurora deems him a trauma soulmate and seals the alliance with a kiss. In limbo, Landon's soul contract with the ferryman prevents his return to the real world. Landon realizes his destiny is to stay and help lost souls find peace. In a tragic farewell, they accept they cannot be together. To send Hope back, Landon stabs her with the scythe. In the office, Alaric and Ben study tactics, fully aware of their microscopic chances of victory. Suddenly, Hope wakes up and puts the queen back on the chessboard. The strongest piece has returned.
There are some battles we can't win alone.
Cleo attempts to astral project into Ken's mind, but the god notices and throws a dagger at her in the dream, which surprisingly cuts her arm in the real world. Alaric and the squad plant explosives on the battlefield. Lizzie will be the one to detonate the bomb point blank. As a heretic, she has a microscopic chance of siphoning the magic and surviving. Devastated, Alaric accepts his daughter's choice, and the two share a moving farewell dance. In limbo, the ferryman is revealed to be Lynn, a former goddess cursed by Ken, and offers her position to Landon. He accepts the burden of eternity to free her and purifies the necromancer, returning him to his human form Ted, allowing him to find peace. MG saves Ethan from himself by convincing him to take a bus out of town instead of fighting. Shortly after, Lizzie stops running from her feelings and kisses MG. Cleo re-enters Ken's mind with the divine dagger. The god reveals she has become a fury for changing the future and demands Hope, or Caleb dies. Cleo refuses the blackmail, and Ken keeps his promise, driving a stake into Caleb's chest in the real world. Cleo mourns the death of her love. Jen finishes Ken's tribrid killing spear. He barely threatens his daughter before Hope appears in astral projection, challenging the supreme god to hand-to-hand combat. The school's plan is to lure Ken into Lizzie's explosive trap, but the one who shows up on the battlefield wielding the spear is Aurora. She triggers the werewolf curse, turning the students into uncontrollable beasts. The woods descend into chaos. Alaric is forced to shoot Jed to protect the others. In the tunnels, MG makes the ultimate sacrifice, locking himself in with enraged wolves to save Lizzie. But Hope refuses to kill Aurora, breaking the cycle of vengeance. This mercy changes the game, making Aurora switch sides upon Ken's arrival. The supreme god appears, unleashing lightning. The tide turns when Landon, fully embracing his role as the ferryman in limbo, throws the rules out the window and sends MG, Jed, and Caleb back to life. The battle becomes 5 against 1. The combat is epic. Ethan teleports Lizzie's explosion and disintegrates in the process. Aurora throws herself in front of the spear to protect Hope, finding redemption and a tragic death. In the climax, Cleo uses her fury powers, and Hope kicks Ken straight onto the point of his own weapon. The god explodes in light. The war is over. At Ethan's memorial, Alaric announces that the Salvatore school will close. To him, the mission to keep the students safe has irreparably failed. Lizzie decides to pack her bags and run away from the pain, but MG reminds her that the school isn't just a hiding place, it's their family. Hope receives Klaus Michelson's ashes from New Orleans. Feeling lost, she summons Landon from limbo, who lost his emotions as the price for resurrecting his friends. Cold but helpful, Landon assists her in projecting one final message from Klaus, encouraging Hope to make mistakes, love, and live. It's the closure she needed to scatter the ashes in the lake in peace. Jed realizes the resurrection reset his werewolf curse, passes the title of Alpha to Finch, and leaves with Ben. Cleo overcomes her creative block, sees a bright future, and gives herself over to Caleb. Lizzie listens to reason, stops running, and kisses MG. Immediately after, Caroline Forbes makes a triumphant entrance to take over as interim headmistress. Alaric quietly leaves to write their story. Hope sends the god-killing spear to Josie in Belgium. After one last goodbye on the pier with Landon, Hope puts on her uniform. The doors of the Salvatore school open to the next generation. The legacy continues.